Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku met a secret Black Widow. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. They always said she was the best, the strongest, the fastest, and the one who never flinched. The one who did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The Red Room did not just teach her how to fight. It taught her how to be empty. No pain. No fear. No mercy. They called that strength. But it was not strength. It was programming something she could not control. She did not even know why she had ended up there. All she could recall from her vague memories was her father, the man who had sold her to the Red Room. Fathers were supposed to protect and love their children. She could not understand why his had been different. Anya remembered the silky white coat her father always wore. She had seen doctors wear coats like that, but as far as she knew, he was not one of them. When she had once asked, he had said he was a scientist who experimented on quirks, or rather, on people with quirks. A 3-year-old did not understand what quirks were yet. That changed a year later, when her quirk manifested. At 4, Anya stood in the kitchen with a broken glass at her feet, eyes wide with shock, confusion, and a little amazement. Water hung suspended in the air above the shards, caught by an invisible will. Her father rushed in at the sound of glass shattering. His expression was unreadable. When he saw her hands spread as the water hovered, his face fell into disappointment. He scoffed and muttered that it was a useless quirk. Anya felt both scared and excited. She did not know how it had happened, but it felt astonishing. This was the only part of her mother she had left, her mother who, she had been told, died giving birth to her. The child carried a nagging belief that she had somehow caused that loss. After that, everything went downhill. Her father began bringing her to his work meetings, where she first met a man named Dreykov. He was working with her father on projects she could not understand. At first she merely attended. Soon they began experimenting on her. They subjected her to daily injections and tests. She cried and begged them to stop. She kicked and struggled until they held her down. She wanted only to return to whatever she had known before, an imperfect life with a distant father, but a life that felt normal to her. Months of tests followed until they were satisfied with the results. Then something else happened. While they restrained her, she began to hear voices that did not come from moving lips. One of the technicians cursed in frustration and ordered her to stop moving. Another muttered pityingly about how long she would last. The words did not come from mouths she was hearing thought. The technician's private reactions pressed into her head like waves. Every ounce of annoyance and pity became loud and clear. Her mind spun under the weight of it, and a sharp headache rose. Tears filled her eyes, not from the physical discomfort she had come to expect, but from the pressure inside her head. Then the world around her sharpened. She felt the walls, the floor, the ceiling, every object and every material filling her senses. Her quirk surged outward in a burst of raw, overwhelming perception. She screamed, a raw, frightened sound as the new power overwhelmed her. The 2 men who had held her were sent reeling by the sudden release of energy and collapsed, unconscious but unharmed. In seconds, Anya caught her breath. Dreykov burst into the room and took in the scene. 2 technicians lying still and, across from him, a small girl sitting on a chair with a strange, stoic expression. Her cheeks were streaked with tears, and every object in the room, scalpels, syringes, scissors, even glassware, hovered around her as if suspended by magic. Dreykov's face creased into a satisfied smirk as he looked at Anya, and her father stood in the doorway, watching the child he had brought him. Anya sat very still, her gaze cool and distant, the lab array of floating instruments reflecting the new scale of what she could do. She remembered Dreykov's voice throughout her childhood, cold and calculating. Dreykov told Anya that she did not need to be a person, she needed to be a weapon. He saw them as inventory, little girls sharpened into instruments and repurposed. But he saw Anya more than the others, his most prized possession, the Black Widow. They did not have names, only objectives. Their rooms had cameras. Their food had chemicals. Their thoughts were not entirely their own. They were taught to smile before they struck, to perform on stage like ballerinas and then move like shadows backstage to carry out their orders. Anya followed orders without question. She carried out missions against scientists, officials, and others she was sent after without asking. That was the rule, obey without question. She did, every single time. Slowly, she began to notice small, unimportant details at first, then larger inconsistencies. After years of brutal training, she started to form questions. She recognized what Dreykov had done and what he continued to do, taking defenseless girls and repeating the cycle. She began to watch him, to study his habits and patterns, planning a way to end it. She waited and calculated for years, learning his paranoia and his need for control. The perfect opportunity came during a mission in Japan, far from the main facility in Russia and from walls soaked in memory. When the moment arrived, she moved quickly and without hesitation. The man who had called her a weapon was killed by one. An explosion followed that destroyed the Japanese outpost and rendered the facility inoperable. The final phase of her plan unfolded exactly as she had intended, and she made sure every girl like her was able to leave before it happened. They had been stripped of names, of childhood, of choice, but not anymore. A message was sent and a legacy was burned to ash. The Red Room no longer existed, at least by the measures she had taken. She stayed in Japan after that, avoiding headlines and the spotlight. For once, silence felt like freedom rather than suffocation. A second chance and a quiet life. She did not know what became of the other girls she had grown up with. She hoped they were finding their own peace. She cut all ties and kept the past in the dark. She also knew she would never be ordinary. The past could not be erased, and deep down she accepted that a part of her would always be a weapon. Aizawa Shota was a well-known underground hero who avoided fame. He cared little for headlines, preferring work done in the shadows where things were quieter and more focused. For him, saving people and helping those who could not help themselves were the most important qualifications for a hero. Rankings and media attention were just noise. Right now, none of that mattered. Exhaustion weighed on him like lead, and every step of his patrol felt heavier. He had only 30 minutes left on his shift and longed to collapse into bed and sleep for as long as possible. Being newly discharged from the hospital after the USJ attack had left him covered in bandages and restless, but he refused to stay idle when threats persisted. He loved his job too much. He thought about announcing the upcoming sports festival to his students at UA, and the prospect made him groan. His students were talented and driven, constantly pushing themselves and each other, which forced him to push back even when he could barely stand. His thoughts ended abruptly when he stopped near a dark alley. He froze as his boot stepped into a puddle and looked down to see crimson liquid soaking the leather. He wondered if it was blood. Instinct took over. He pulled down his goggles and tightened his scarf, alert and ready for whatever came next. He stepped further into the sketchy alley, following a faint trail of blood. The alley was longer than he had expected. With each step it grew darker until he reached a corner where the trail stopped. He activated his quirk. His eyes glowed red and his hair lifted over his shoulders as he prepared for action. He had anticipated finding an injured, middle-aged drunk from a bar fight, which was often the case. The scene before him caught him completely off guard. A child, no older than 15, lay passed out on her back on the dirty alley floor. A white-haired girl was unconscious with a wound in her leg and a few strands of curly hair stained red. Aizawa could not tell whether the blood was hers or someone else's. He scanned his surroundings to make sure whoever had done this was not still nearby. Then he knelt to check if she was alive. Fortunately, she was still breathing. Aizawa acted quickly, lifting her gently so as not to disturb her injured leg. The girl had clearly lost a significant amount of blood, which likely explained her unconsciousness. The nearest hospital was too far. He decided to take her to Recovery Girl at UA. The situation felt suspicious. From what he could tell, it looked like someone had deliberately ambushed her. Questions crowded his mind: who had done this and how had no one seen or heard anything, but there was no time for them. For now, his priority was her safety. Recovery Girl had just finished her shift at UA after a long day of treating students. She allowed herself a brief moment to rest and thought about the newly enrolled boy from Class 1A and how he seemed to injure himself constantly. Her thoughts were interrupted when the door burst open. She was not surprised to see the black-haired hero standing there unannounced, but she was surprised to see the unconscious girl in his arms. Recovery Girl asked Aizawa what had happened, concern flaring instantly as she saw the blood trailing down the girl's leg. She did not wait for an answer and immediately instructed him to put the girl down slowly and asked what had happened to the child. Aizawa stood panting, sweat on his forehead from the effort of running. He opened his mouth to answer, but another voice made itself heard. All Might, in his civilian form, had entered and asked what was going on, explaining he had heard a loud noise. All Might took in the sight of the girl and Aizawa and looked unsure what to ask first. Aizawa explained that he did not know much yet. He had found the girl in an alley on his way back from patrol, and the area had felt unsafe. He added that her injuries appeared intentional and that she had lost a lot of blood on the way. Recovery Girl and All Might exchanged troubled glances at the girl's pallor and shallow breathing. All Might said they had to inform Principal Nizu. Aizawa and Recovery Girl agreed that it was the correct protocol. Treating an unidentified, wounded minor at UA required the principal's involvement. While the two heroes went to fetch Nizu, Recovery Girl worked in silence. She cleaned the wound, stopped the bleeding, and used her quirk to mend the deeper damage. When she finished, she studied the girl more closely. The white curls framed a delicate face that carried a mix of sharp and soft features, suggesting a blended heritage. A few minutes later, a soft knock interrupted the stillness. Recovery Girl opened the door to admit Aizawa, All Might, and Principal Nizu. Nizu approached and examined the girl before asking where Aizawa had found her. Aizawa replied that it had been in an alley not far from there and that he had arrived too late to see the attacker. Nizu listened thoughtfully and then asked Recovery Girl how badly the girl had been injured. Recovery Girl answered that the wound on the leg had been caused by a sharp blade and had damaged multiple blood vessels. The girl had been bleeding for some time and was unconscious from the blood loss. Recovery Girl emphasized that it had been fortunate the injury had not been worse. A heavy silence followed. Nizu finally spoke, thanking everyone for their work and noting that they would wait to see how the girl fared and decide what to do next when she woke. Anya did not remember falling asleep. She did not expect to wake up in a comfortable bed. Her usual place was anything but comfortable, yet she felt oddly rested. When she tried to recall what had happened before the darkness, a dull ache in her head met her effort. She remembered heading home, after taking snacks from a store, and then a sharp, biting pain in her leg. She reconstructed the events. She had been fighting someone in the shadowed tunnel near where she squatted. She berated herself for letting the person get close enough to strike. The attack had been deliberate and well-planned. She had been in the middle of a roundhouse kick when a blade had appeared in the opponent's hand. It might have been an assist from a quirk, she could not be sure. Anya reminded herself she should have been ready after all. That was what she had trained for. She also noted that she had not let the attacker get away without responding. Who that person had been remained a pressing question, and she intended to find out. She needed to know exactly where she was. Anya was awake but did not move. She did not open her eyes or make a sound. Her body ached, especially her leg, but she stayed still and listened. There were voices. 4 people were in the room. Besides her, a woman observed that the girl looked very young, probably no older than Aizawa's students. Aizawa estimated she was around 14 or 15. Another man asked whether they should call the police, and the 4th voice urged them to wait until she woke to assess the situation. The mention of police made Anya decide it was time to get out, but the room remained quiet until, without warning, she snapped awake. In an instant she rose from the bed, ignoring the throbbing pain. Her hands seized the nearest object, a pair of surgical scissors from the tray beside her. Using her quirk was not an option yet. She would not reveal anything unless forced. She gripped the scissors tightly and held them out defensively, eyes blazing with cold fury. She demanded to know where she was, her voice hoarse and sharp as it darted between the adults. Her breathing was rapid, chest rising and falling, but the look in her eyes was deadly serious, like a wild animal trapped and ready to fight. The 4 adults froze. In a blink, the girl was no longer on the bed. She stood a few steps away with the scissors held in a stance that was anything but random. Aizawa and All Might exchanged a brief, unspoken assessment. She was fast. At first glance she might have seemed fragile, perhaps defenseless, but now they were not so sure. Her steady hold on the metal suggested she had experience with weapons. Aizawa took a slow, darkening step forward and raised both hands with palms open to show he meant no harm. He asked her gently to put the scissors down and talk. He approached with the cautious calm used around wounded animals or cornered children. He suspected she was both. Anya tightened her grip and repeated her question with more edge. She demanded to know where she was. Nizu, cheerful as ever, announced that she was at UA High School. Anya stared at the speaker and realized with a momentary shock that the creature before her was a literal talking mouse. That startled her only briefly before she resumed, taking in the others in the room. The black-haired man, Aizawa, looked like a hero. The elderly woman looked like a nurse. And then she recognized the tall, thin blonde man with sunken eyes, All Might, the symbol of peace. Even in his weakened form she knew him. She had spent years gathering information about him, every mission, every headline, every detail the public might not know, and she did not let that knowledge show. All Might stepped closer and asked her to put the scissors down, assuring her that they would not harm her and that she was safe at UA. He explained that Eraserhead had found her wounded and that Recovery Girl had treated her injuries. His posture was relaxed but confident, and his tone carried honesty. She could tell if he were lying, but she did not give trust freely. She kept her face blank. She asked what they wanted from her. Nizu answered that they only wanted to help catch whoever had hurt her and that they needed to ask a few questions, starting with her parents' names so they could contact them. The mouse offered his help warmly. Anya scoffed inwardly. Help had never been something anyone had offered her before. She cut Nizu off and declared that she would handle it on her own. Eyebrows rose around the room. Aizawa rubbed his eyes, exhaustion weighing on him, and said they could not let her go and insisted she put the scissors down so they could figure things out. Once people really saw her, there would be no backing out. Her adrenaline was wearing off, the pain creeping back in, and she hated herself for what she was about to do. Quietly cursing under her breath, she let the scissors clatter to the floor and stood still, waiting for their next move. Recovery Girl then asked her to take a seat. Recovery Girl instructed that Anya should be resting. Anya sat on the edge of the bed, stiff but alert, refusing to let her guard down. Once she was seated, Nizu spoke again and asked for her name. Anya replied simply that her name was Anya. When Nizu tilted his head, apparently expecting more, Anya added flatly that her full name was Anya Kurozaki. Nizu greeted her cheerfully. Anya hummed in response, already regretting having agreed to the conversation and wondering how long she could keep lying before it caught up with her. Nizu asked if she remembered anything before she had passed out, such as who attacked her. Anya pretended to think and shook her head, saying she did not remember. He then asked where she had been headed. Anya, annoyed by the nosiness, gave a curt answer that she had been going to her place. Nizu nodded and followed up by asking if anyone might have done it, perhaps a school bully. The suggestion made Anya almost laugh. She had never attended a normal school. Everything she knew had been taught in the Red Room: combat, infiltration, multiple languages, advanced academics. She would probably outscore every kid in the building, but she could not live as a normal teenager. She had no parents, no legal guardians, and no official existence. The Red Room had erased every trace of her, leaving no birth certificate, no records, no one to come looking. Anya said she did not know who might have attacked her, which, strictly speaking, was not a lie. She had guesses. The precision and sudden ambush felt professional and purposeful. The possibility that someone connected to the Red Room had found her, or that another faction knew about her past, made her blood run cold. But she kept silent and feigned boredom, asking whether the questioning was going anywhere or if they were just playing 20 questions. Nizu chuckled lightly and said they were done, then asked for her parents' names so he could contact them. Aizawa and All Might had been watching closely, observing her posture and words. Something about her felt off. Her speed and calm, clipped responses hinted at formal training. Aizawa suspected she had been trained. All Might shared the unease, unable to place where the girl had come from. With her long, icy curls and guarded eyes, she was not someone who would be easily forgotten, yet she had gone unnoticed until now. The pain in Anya's leg pulsed again, matching a worsening headache. She insisted she was fine and attempted to leave, forcing a strained smile as she pushed herself up. The moment she took a step, her vision blurred and the room tilted. Her legs gave out. Aizawa moved quickly and caught her before she fell. Recovery Girl explained that she had used a mild anesthetic and a pain suppressant during treatment to avoid the risk of the girl waking. Mid-procedure, now that her adrenaline was fading, the medicine was taking effect. Anya did not lose consciousness entirely but slipped into a haze, barely alert as exhaustion and numbness took hold. Her breathing remained steady but her grip on awareness loosened. Aizawa lifted her gently and placed her back on the bed, saying they should let her rest. Nizu hummed thoughtfully and observed that they were dealing with someone far more interesting than they had first assumed. After Anya passed out, the heroes immediately began searching for information. They needed answers quickly and scoured databases for any record of Anya Kurozaki. Aizawa, All Might, and Nizu gathered around a secure UA terminal and scanned the National Civilian Registry, birth records, school enrollments, ID logs, hospital files. Despite UA's broad access, there were no matches, no history, no trace. The girl on the nurse's bed did not exist in any system in Japan. Aizawa sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose at another dead end. Nizu and All Might exchanged troubled looks and confirmed that there was nothing to be found. Aizawa wondered how it was possible and whether she had lied. Was Anya Kurozaki even her real name, Aizawa wondered. They had all been fairly certain she was telling the truth. Her reactions, her exhaustion, her guardedness, all of it felt real. But even if she had lied, what was she hiding and why? Across from him, All Might remained quiet. His civilian form looked thinner under the sterile light of the control room, but his expression was sharp and thoughtful. He had faced tremendous dangers and saved lives. Aizawa chided himself for thinking of that. Anya was still a child. She had been injured and frightened. He did not want to jump to conclusions, yet the unease in his chest would not settle. Nizu was silent but clearly intrigued, his mind turning over scenarios, models, and probability trees. A child with no records, no guardians, no digital footprint, not even a birth certificate. To someone like him, it was not just a mystery but a puzzle. Nizu loved puzzles. Aizawa finally decided to contact Tsukachi, his voice low with frustration as he prepared to leave the room. He left without another word. The two remaining heroes were about to follow when Recovery Girl announced that the girl was awake. The UA nurse's office fell into silence again. After the girl's earlier outburst, Recovery Girl had treated her injuries a second time. While checking for any additional wounds beyond the gash on Anya's leg, she discovered something more disturbing. Scars covered the girl's skin, some old and faded, others deeper and more recent. A few suggested past encounters with weapons. The sight tightened the elderly woman's chest. Recovery Girl murmured that the child had been through a lot and that she would need to inform the others. Whoever this girl truly was, one thing was clear: she needed help. Moments later, a quiet stir broke the silence. Anya shifted in the bed and began to regain consciousness. Recovery Girl rushed to her side and warned her not to rush, explaining that she was still weakened and that she would fetch Aizawa and All Might. She turned quickly to leave, casting one last glance at the girl before stepping out. Anya woke with a familiar ache in her limbs. The routine pain was expected but unwelcome. A slow groan escaped her as she sat up and the memories returned: the strangers, the questions. She allowed herself a brief, bitter thought that perhaps this was some cruel dream, but the reality was unmistakable. The door opened and the two heroes and the nurse entered. Anya mentally groaned and wondered if they had another 20 questions for her. The men did not answer immediately. They stared at her with looks that were not exactly angry but deeply disturbed. She let out a soft, bitter chuckle and taunted them inwardly, asking whether they had found anything. Their expressions hardened. Aizawa took a slow step forward and confronted her, asking why she had lied about her identity and reminding her that giving false information to pro-heroes was a crime. The question caught her off guard. Anya stared for a long moment, then scoffed and insisted that she was not a liar. Steel entered her voice. She hated liars. Perhaps because of her father, if he even deserved the name. A man who wore lies like a second skin, promising safety and delivering misery. Anya admitted that she might keep secrets or withhold the whole truth, but she never lied unless she had to. Aizawa sighed and pressed the point, asking how she could explain her non-existent data and urging her to tell them if she was in trouble. Despite his suspicion, he remained a hero, helping the girl came first. He could sense she had come from a dark place. He had seen that look before. Anya fell silent, thinking through the impossible choices. She had never accepted help. Red Room had taught her to trust no one, to depend on no one, to feel nothing. Even now, those lessons clung to her. No one had known about her before this day. She had been like a ghost, a leftover fragment she tried hard to erase. She hated that, but she wanted, more than anything, to be different this time. Against her instincts, she allowed herself a brief intrusion into their minds. She did not like using her quirk, its pain, the breach of privacy, but sometimes it felt necessary. She focused and found Aizawa cautious but not cruel, All Might filled with genuine concern and protectiveness, and Recovery Girl radiating tired, grandmotherly care. They were suspicious, of course, but they were trying to help. For the first time, she felt the contours of what being a hero might mean. Maybe she could open up a little. She sighed and, in a flat but less cold voice, asked if they wanted answers and if they wanted to know why she did not exist in any record. They nodded. Anya looked between Aizawa, All Might, and Recovery Girl, her expression unreadable but her voice carrying a quiet warning as she prepared to explain. She gave a quiet assent, and the room braced for her explanation. Anya agreed to give answers but stated slowly that she had a few conditions. Before any of the heroes could reply, Principal Nizu entered, his usual chipper tone slightly more serious than usual as he noted that it seemed they were having an important conversation. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi followed close behind, his coat slightly damp from the rain outside. Aizawa told Anya that they had called in help and that Tsukachi was someone they trusted. Anya tensed and asked who he was. Aizawa replied that he was Detective Tsukachi and explained that he worked with the heroes on unusual or high-risk cases. Tsukachi added that he did not intend to hurt her or drag her off, only to make sure they were not being lied to. He also explained that his quirk let him detect intentional falsehoods, but that if someone believed what they said it would not register as a lie. Anya considered that and, although uneasy, accepted the test. She agreed to answer, but insisted on conditions. Her first condition was that no one else would be told anything she said unless she authorized it. Her second condition was that she did not want to be locked up, handed over to the police, or turned into an experiment, and that she would leave if she felt it was going in that direction. Her third condition was that if she revealed everything, she would choose what happened next. Whether she stayed or left would be her decision alone. She warned that if even one of those conditions was broken, she would disappear again, as she had done before. Tsukachi observed her closely and then stated that she was telling the truth. Aizawa exhaled, allowing some tension to leave his shoulders. All Might exchanged a glance with Aizawa, and Aizawa quietly but firmly told Anya that they could work with her conditions and gave her their word. Anya's secret was out. After carrying it for years, she had not expected how good it would feel to finally speak the truth, though she only shared the bare minimum needed to answer their questions. She identified herself as Anya Kurozaki and explained that she did not exist officially because she had been taken by an organization called the Red Room when she was 5. She stated that her mother had died giving birth to her and that her father was the one who had sold her to the Red Room. Small sounds of shock rippled through the room as she kept her eyes on her lap. She said she could not remember much before the Red Room, but that was where she had met a Russian general named Drakov, who had taken an interest in her after meeting her father. She recounted how, the year before her training began, she had been subjected to experiments to determine whether she was worth investing in, and that once she survived that, Drakov took full control of her life. She described the main facility in Russia as where she spent the rest of her childhood, trained in every martial art, educated in tactics and languages, and even taught ballet to improve agility. Her quirk had been pushed to the limit. Her life had been shaped into a weapon. Sometimes Drakov trained her personally and called her his perfect weapon and his Black Widow. The rules had been simple and absolute obedience, which she had followed for a long time because she had not understood any different. Then she recalled her first mission, the point at which things started to fall apart. She remembered that she had been in the Red Room for 2 years and that, at 7 years old, she had finished her training. The facilities halls had been unusually quiet as she walked toward the main training room in her pristine uniform and tight braids. Dreykov had opened the door himself and seemed pleased when he invited her in. Inside, the room had been transformed into a scene of harsh training consequences. The walls bore dark stains, and several figures lay motionless on the floor. In the center of the room, a man was tied to a chair with his face covered, but she recognized him from his pristine white coat and familiar blue tie. She realized with a jolt that it was her father. Her heart had skipped, and she wondered why he was there. To the side, a table of weapons had been laid out with guns, blades, and garrotes, and as she looked at them she understood what was expected of her. Then it all clicked for her. The mission was about to begin and her choices in that room would change everything. This was her mission. Dreykov circled her like a vulture, crouched to her level, and told her that she knew what to do. All her mentors watched silently from the corners. Anya walked to the table, selected a walther, loaded it with practiced precision, and turned to face the man in the chair. He squirmed, the cloth falling from his mouth. He pleaded that he was her father and begged her not to do it. Her grip on the pistol faltered for a second at the sound of his voice. He had sold her and let them take her, and for that he did not deserve the title of father. Dreykov appeared at her side again, tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and reminded her that this was her first mission and that she should not disappoint him. The rules echoed in her mind like a drill sergeant. Emotion was a liability. She must obey without question. The mission always came first. She was a weapon, not a person. Failure meant consequences. She was replaceable. Her finger squeezed the trigger and a shot rang out. Dreykov laughed and slowly applauded, telling her that she was ready. Anya turned without a word, walked, then ran. Her legs carried her back to her room and straight into the bathroom. She stared at her reflection and barely recognized the girl looking back. Smears of red stained her face. Her hands trembled and her breath hitched, then tears came, silent at first, then hot and fast. She had just killed someone. She had just killed her father. Wasn't that supposed to be wrong? The Red Room had said it was necessary, but she could not be sure. Her fists clenched. Her reflection blurred through tears. Rage, guilt, confusion swelled and overwhelmed her. Her fist shattered the mirror. She did not immediately notice the sting in her hands as she stared at the broken reflection of a girl who no longer knew who or what she was. Anya's mind replayed the memories of what had happened 8 years ago, though she spared the details. She admitted that she had broken the first rule after that and had begun to question everything. Gradually she understood what Dreykov had been doing. He had been trafficking young girls from many places, stealing their childhoods and turning them into weapons to build an army. Everyone in the room froze at her words, even Detective Tsukachi. All Might glanced at the detective, silently seeking confirmation, and received a small nod each time. She said she had to get out and had waited for an opening to escape. Dreykov had brought her back to Japan 3 years ago for another mission and had claimed she was the only one qualified. Detective Tsukachi prompted gently about what that mission had been. Anya exhaled and looked All Might directly in the eye, revealing that the mission had been to assassinate Japan's #1 hero. The room fell completely still. All Might flinched and turned toward Tsukachi, who gave another confirming nod. Then All Might looked back to Anya and asked if she had known it was him the whole time. Anya nodded and said she had spent months studying and watching him to be prepared. When All Might asked why she had not completed the mission, she gave a dry, humorless chuckle and confirmed that she had orchestrated an explosion in Hosu 3 years ago and another simultaneous one in Russia. The explosions had been aimed at Red Room installations. The building destroyed in Hosu that had been labeled a scientific research facility had actually been one of the Red Room's major bases. Detective Tsukachi asked about the other girls she had grown up with. Anya's voice softened as she explained that she had planned everything for months to ensure the other girls could get out, timing the evacuations so they would leave before the explosions. She had not seen them since. When asked about Dreykov, Anya met the detective's gaze steadily and indicated that he already knew the answer. Eliminating him had been the only way for her to obtain freedom. After a pause, Tsukachi confirmed that she was telling the truth. Silence settled again until All Might observed that she had chosen not to kill him and had instead destroyed the people who had made her. Anya did not respond. Nizu then broke the tension with a cheerful clap and thanked Anya for her honesty, saying he had a few questions of his own. Anya gave him permission to ask. Nizu asked why she had decided to stay in Japan rather than return to Russia, what her quirk was, how old she was, and where she was staying without adult supervision. Anya explained that she could not return to Russia because she had nothing left there and no money to travel, so she had decided to stay in Japan and start over. She said she had inherited her quirk from her mother, water manipulation. Spotting a water cooler in the corner, she asked politely if she could use it. Nizu nodded enthusiastically and adjusted his seat to get a better view. Anya then raised her hand. Slowly, water rose from the cooler, droplets separating and swirling in the air like a small liquid ribbon. Anya's fingers moved in precise, fluid gestures, and the water followed her command as if it had a mind of its own. Nizu's eyes gleamed with interest as he watched, clearly fascinated. Anya returned the water gently to its original place and indicated that she had a place to live, not far from there. Aizawa's brow furrowed at the vague answer, but he did not press the matter immediately. Anya added that she was 15, stating the fact as if it were the least important detail. Nizu leaned back in his chair, paws folded neatly, and after considering everything they had learned, he announced that he had reached a decision. He offered Anya a place at UA, specifically in the Hero course, Class 1A. The silence that followed felt heavy. Anya blinked in surprise at the unexpected offer. In the few hours she had known the principal, she had learned that he could be blunt, but she had not expected this. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and expressed skepticism at the suggestion. Nizu insisted that he was serious, noting that Anya was a student with raw, unconventional potential, powerful, intelligent, experienced, and wanting to change. He argued that she deserved a chance to become something more than what she had been made to be. All Might looked taken aback and questioned whether the decision was wise, glancing at Anya with an expression that could have been concern or guilt. He quietly reminded the room that Anya had once tried to take him down. Tsukachi remained observant and quiet, arms folded. Anya sat still and tried to process the offer. Hero course felt like the last thing she expected. She had been trained to eliminate targets, not to save civilians. The idea of attending a real school, living in a dorm, and being surrounded by peers who grew up loving pro-heroes seemed foreign. Her hands recalled actions she had been trained to perform, and she wondered if she could ever fit in with others who had simpler, safer childhoods. Aizawa reminded her that she was not the first young person they had met with a troubled past that involved harming others. He added that if she was serious about moving forward, they would help. Aizawa then asked Tsukachi if he believed her, and Tsukachi confirmed that he did. All Might sighed and said he trusted Tsukachi and Anya. For once, Anya faced no accusations, threats, or manipulation, only an opportunity. She took a breath and accepted the offer to attend UA. Nizu promised to handle the paperwork personally, arranging a special scholarship that would cover tuition and housing without exposing sensitive information. Aizawa said he would speak to the board and that she would be in his class, and he warned her to try to keep up. Anya smirked and felt confident that she could manage. The next morning, Anya sat in Nizu's office with sunlight streaming through tall windows. Papers were stacked neatly across his desk, some already signed, others awaiting her name. Seeing Anya Kurozaki on official documents felt strange, like a first real sign of belonging. Nizu assured her that a student file would be created and that no sensitive information would be exposed. A scholarship would cover tuition and housing, and no one would need to know anything she did not want them to. Anya's mind lingered on whether she should reveal her second quirk. The water manipulation was one thing, but the other ability involved getting inside people's heads, and that felt dangerous. She hesitated to decide whether she could keep it secret. Nizu asked casually about her quirk and confirmed his understanding that she could control liquids containing water. He did not press further, though his sharp eyes suggested he had already guessed there was more. Anya stood and said she was going back to her place for now. Nizu asked for clarification, and she confirmed she meant the place she had mentioned. Recovery Girl appeared and insisted that Anya rest, reminding her that her injuries had not fully healed. Anya brushed the concern off, saying she had dealt with worse. The nurse, hands on her hips, voiced her disapproval, but Anya moved past her, stiff but determined. The other heroes caught up with her just outside the office. All Might gently reminded her that she could not simply walk out, and Anya replied that she had been doing so for years. Nizu offered to find a safe foster care arrangement, but Anya rejected the idea sharply, insisting she was fine on her own. After a moment of heavy silence, Aizawa stepped forward and offered that Anya could stay with him temporarily, just until she moved into the dorms, promising no questions and no attention. Anya turned, startled, and Nizu smiled at the resolution. Nizu told the group that he trusted Eraser to handle it. Anya did not smile back, but her posture loosened slightly. Anya muttered that she would go back to pick up her things and that she would go alone, noticing the suspicious looks exchanged among the adults. She pinched the bridge of her nose and said she was not going to run. She had agreed to this and did not break her word. The adults exchanged a look, and Nizu was the first to nod. He agreed to trust her to return and reminded them that they had classes to teach. He asked her to come back when she was done and said that Aizawa would take her to his place. Anya gave a lazy salute and acknowledged the instruction. She turned and left, her footsteps echoing down the hallway, carrying a strange mix of exhaustion, confidence, and a fragile hope. After Anya's departure, silence settled over the room. Nizu sat at his desk, jotting down details and outlining arrangements for her enrollment. Aizawa muttered under his breath that he could not believe he had agreed to this, arms crossed. All Might let out a humorless chuckle and worried aloud about how they could know she would be suited for Class 1A and whether she could keep up with those students. Nizu reminded them of what they had heard about her background and asked if they had forgotten she had once been sent to assassinate All Might. All Might stiffened at the reminder and, in a low voice, questioned whether someone so young could have pulled it off. Recovery Girl then spoke up to report something important about Anya's physical condition. She explained that while treating Anya after she had collapsed, she had found several long-healed scars across her body, some consistent with old gunshot wounds and others likely from blades. There was a heavy silence. Recovery Girl added that Anya wore hearing aids, which Nizu and the others had not been told about, suggesting she might be embarrassed or simply not used to talking about herself. All Might agreed that she clearly was not someone who talked about herself easily. Nizu tapped his pencil and said he was confident she would manage fine in Class 1A, and if any of them still had doubts, they were welcome to test her themselves. The bell rang across the school, signaling the start of the day. Nizu smiled and suggested they get to work. Anya almost got lost trying to find her way out of the building and wondered how big the school was. She browsed the halls with cautious curiosity, the corridors stretching seemingly without end, and the reality of actually attending the place settled in. Doubts crept in about whether she had made the right choice and whether she would ruin everything again, but before she could sink into the panic, she heard voices, casual chatter echoing through the halls. She realized with a jolt that she was still inside the school during class hours. The bell had rung and students were likely heading to homeroom. If anyone noticed her now, they would surely be suspicious. She did not even have a uniform yet. Footsteps approached multiple sets, and she could sense their thoughts growing louder as they neared her hallway. The first boy sounded panicked about being late, the second complained about being tired, and the third wondered about lunch. Anya almost snorted at the chaos of three very different minds. She acted quickly, activating her quirk to influence perception. It was a subtle mental nudge, not a visual illusion, just enough to make their brains overlook her presence. Within seconds, the boys entered the hallway. The panicked one, with wild spiky red hair, stopped abruptly and, puzzled, said he had felt a breeze brush past him. The other two questioned him in unison, and the blonde one asked if he had gotten enough sleep. The red-haired boy Kirishima frowned and insisted it had been strange. The black-haired boy grinned at the idea of ghosts, and the blonde shivered and said that would be creepy. Kirishima sighed and suggested they forget it and move on. Anya pressed herself against the wall to avoid contact and kept the mental veil in place, doing everything she could not to burst out laughing at how clueless they were. She thought it might be amusing to use her quirk more often. With one last glance behind her, Anya made her way out of the school, silent and unseen. Her home was not far, about 20 minutes at a slow walk. After avoiding stragglers near the gates, she finally let her quirk drop and allowed herself to be seen again. Her pace was slow and deliberate. She did not want to have to hide again, so it seemed better to wait until all the students had gone home. As she walked, she mentally traced every turn, memorizing the route. Yue felt huge and intimidating, and she knew it would take time to navigate it without getting lost. She wondered what tomorrow would bring now that she was actually enrolled. She had been in Eraserhead's class and still did not know his real name or what he looked like without all the bandages. She knew the basic facts of what had happened to him, but not the how. Whoever had done that much damage must have been a monster, and she made a mental note to research him later. Her thoughts drifted for the rest of the walk until she realized she had arrived home. Home was a generous word. It was an abandoned building on the edge of town she had found by accident while exploring one day and decided to stay in. No one had claimed it. It was quiet, private, and most importantly hers. She stepped inside, careful not to make noise out of habit even though no one else was around. The place was dark but dry. A cracked window let in enough light to outline her few belongings. A thin mattress laid across wooden pallets served as her bed. It was simple but clean, layered with extra blankets she had scavenged. In the corner, a crate held mismatched second-hand clothes she sorted through, packing a few changes into her old, beat-up backpack. Next she gathered the small things that mattered to her. A few bracelets, a broken necklace she never fixed, some black hair ties, a few makeup items, and most importantly, her point shoes. She ran her thumb over the worn satin. They were scuffed and faded, but she always kept them. No matter where she went, the shoes came with her, the one thing she had enjoyed growing up. She hesitated before reaching under the bed and pulling out a sealed black pouch. Inside was her Black Widow suit, the one she had worn on her last mission and when she had taken down Dreykov. She did not know why she kept it, but something in her would not let her leave it behind. It was part of her, whether she liked it or not. Carefully, she folded it and packed it away. She turned to the metal box beneath the floorboard. It clicked open to reveal a sleek pistol and several knives. She stared at them, debating. She told herself she would not need them, but she knew better. The world did not work like that. Yue might be protected, but she had enemies with long memories. Wanting to start over did not mean the past would forget her. In the end, she slipped one small knife into the inner lining of her boot, just in case. Her belongings were not fancy, and most of them were not exactly hers to begin with. A blanket here, some clothes there, little things she had taken when she needed them. She never stole from people who looked like they were struggling and never took more than she needed. She had morals. She knew what it was like to have nothing. Her stomach growled. She wondered when she had last eaten and estimated 2 or 3 days. Her hands pressed instinctively to her belly as she reminded herself she needed to stop skipping meals or she would lose muscle. Still, there was no rush to head back. She was not eager to stand in front of a room full of pro-heroes. Her body ached more than she realized and exhaustion was catching up fast. She dropped her bag, kicked off her boots, and curled up on the mattress beneath the thinnest blanket she had. Her arms wrapped around her knees and she let her eyes slip shut, deciding she would eat when she woke. When she finally stirred, the sky outside was dim and painted in soft amber across the walls. She blinked the haze from her eyes and reached for her hearing aids on the nightstand. They were small, sleek, and matched her hair color. She always wore them, even though she had told no one. She hid them behind her hair. She did not like drawing attention to them. They felt too personal and vulnerable. Considering how she had lost her hearing, people might look at her differently. She slung her bag over her shoulder and locked the door behind her. Not that the rusty lock did much, but it made her feel safer. On the way back, she stopped by a corner market craving something spicy. She had no money, but her quirk worked beyond reading minds. She used it to slip past the cashier's awareness, take a sealed container, and disappear like a ghost. No one noticed. She leaned against a wall nearby and ate fast. It was probably the best thing she had eaten in weeks. As she wiped her hands on a napkin, she walked toward the school. The spicy flavor still lingered, and now her stomach wanted something sweet. She walked in casually, steps light and unbothered. Quiet music played in her ears through a beat-up pair of headphones she had found weeks ago. Her old burner phone, a leftover from mission days, buzzed faintly in her jacket pocket, but she did not check it. She doubted anyone was left in the halls and did not bother using her quirk to hide. She turned a corner lazily, white strands of hair falling in front of her face, and almost collided with someone. She cursed internally at her own bad luck, admitting that if it were not for her quick reflexes she would have crashed into the person turning the corner. An ash-blonde boy turned the corner as well. He had just finished his last class of the day and muttered a surprised sound at the near miss. She swerved at the last second, her body shifting with ease and her hair following in a messy trail of white curls, and they passed each other on the corridor without further incident. Bakugo was already halfway to the gate when he realized, with a groan and a very long string of curses, that he had left his phone in the classroom. He stomped back through the halls, his scowl deepening with every step. The school was practically deserted now, which was a relief. No one would bother him. Just as he was heading back toward the exit, someone nearly slammed into him. He blinked in surprise. His eyes followed the silhouette that brushed past. White, curly hair, unfamiliar. She was not in uniform, wearing low-waisted black jeans and a loose off-shoulder long-sleeve shirt, a backpack slung lazily over one shoulder. Her steps were confident but unhurried, as if she belonged there. Bakugo prided himself on remembering people who stood out, and he had never seen her before. He snapped, demanding who she was and using an insult. She did not respond and kept walking, ignoring him. Bakugo's red eyes narrowed until he noticed the worn-out headphones over her ears and realized she probably had not heard him. He scoffed and called her a weirdo as he turned away. Anya let out a relieved sigh. The music blasting in her ears had been more than a distraction. She had not even heard his footsteps, let alone his words. She had caught only the tail end of his voice asking who she was, but she chose to ignore it and hoped he would drop it. Fortunately, he did. Anya did not think much of it afterward. Tomorrow, everyone would find out who she was anyway. There was no point in stressing over one angry boy. She continued down the hallway toward Nizu's office, just as she had promised. Nizu greeted her warmly as she stepped inside. Izawa, seated on one of the couches with arms crossed and an unreadable expression, watched silently. Anya had done her research on Izawa on her way back and had decided he did not seem bad. His skepticism toward her felt justified and professional. Nizu cheerfully informed her that he had taken care of everything. He explained that her file would be labeled confidential and that she would be introduced to the others as a transfer student. He handed her a small envelope and a sleek black card loaded with enough funds to cover basic needs, and he presented a uniform, saying she would be introduced to her class and officially start tomorrow. Anya stared at the card in disbelief and asked incredulously if he was joking. Nizu smiled and made it clear he was not joking, telling her she was now a student of the most successful hero school in Japan and would need to be equipped. She bowed slightly and thanked him softly. Nizu waved off. Her gratitude, though she could tell he appreciated it. Izawa stood and announced that it was time to head out. Anya nodded and followed him out of the room. The car ride between Anya and Izawa was silent, a silence that felt comfortable to her. Still, she wondered about the dorms he had mentioned and asked when they would be finished. Izawa explained that construction had just started and that it would likely take a couple of months. Anya asked if she would be staying with him until then. He confirmed that she would, saying it was the safest option for now. Not much else was said after that. They pulled up to a quiet neighborhood. Izawa's house was tucked at the end of a row, modest in size with a dark gray exterior, mostly hidden behind tall trees and overgrown bushes. He unlocked the front door and gestured her in. Inside felt warm and lived in, clean but not spotless, with soft beige walls lit by warm yellow lighting, books stacked in corners, and a couple of jackets thrown over a chair. It was not fancy, but it felt real. Something soft rubbed against Anya's leg and she looked down to find a small black cat weaving around her ankles, purring loudly. Izawa introduced the cat as Kuro and explained that she might act like she owned the place because she did. Anya crouched and let the cat sniff her hand. Kuro immediately approved and headbutt her palm. A small smile tugged at Anya's lips. She had always liked cats for their independent yet affectionate nature. Aizawa led her down the hall to the guest room and opened the door to a small but comfortable space. A bed, a dresser, clean sheets, and a small lamp. It was nothing extravagant, but it was more than she had had in a long time. He told her she could keep the door closed if she wanted and that he did not mind if she came and went, but he asked that she not disappear without telling him. He made it clear he was not interested in playing babysitter and warned her not to let Kuro eat anything off her plate, since the cat would try. With that, he left her to settle in. Anya sprawled on the bed, the events of tomorrow weighing on her. She did not want to admit it, but she was nervous. She had even searched for first day of school tips online, though she would have preferred not to admit it aloud. She sighed, turned her phone off, and rolled to her side, eyes landing on the uniform neatly folded on the chair. Earlier she had taken a long, hot shower, letting the steam ease her muscles and taking time to detangle her curls with her fingers, using the last bit of conditioner she had. Her hair was one of the few things she truly liked about herself, soft, thick, and wild, and she always made sure to take care of it. Maybe it was silly, but it gave her a small sense of normalcy. Wrapped in the quiet of the unfamiliar room, she pulled the blanket closer. The sheets smelled faintly of detergent and something else, maybe cat fur. Her eyes grew heavier with each blink. Despite the nerves buzzing in her chest, sleep slowly took her until everything went quiet. Tomorrow came sooner than expected. Anya was already dressed in her uniform, earlier than she needed to be. She stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the collar of her UA blazer. The light gray jacket fit better than she had expected, the sleeves just brushing her wrists and the gold buttons catching the light. Underneath, the crisp white shirt hung loosely over the waistband of her dark green pleated skirt. She had unbuttoned the top few buttons to breathe, and her red tie hung a little looser than it probably should have. It felt like her. Her reflection looked neat but not stiff, formal but with attitude. For a moment, the weight in her chest lightened. She muttered to herself that she did not look bad. She sat at the small desk by the window and took her compact mirror and makeup bag from her backpack. Makeup had once been a skill she had been forced to learn as part of disguises and blending in, but over time she had become good at it. Today, however, was not a mission. It was school. She kept her look simple, a light touch of concealer, soft liner to frame her eyes, a bit of brow gel, and a tinted balm instead of lipstick. She did not want attention. After finishing, she gave her reflection one last glance. The long scar on her calf was hidden beneath her knee-high socks, and she felt quietly grateful not to field questions on her first day. Aizawa knocked gently and called from the other side of the door to ask if she was ready. Anya inhaled slowly to steady her nerves, then stood, smoothed her skirt, and told him she was ready to go. Aizawa led her to the classroom and stopped at the giant door marked 1. The school felt more chaotic than the previous day. Students in the hallway spared curious glances, which Anya worked to ignore. Aizawa explained that he would enter first to inform the class and then call for her so she could introduce herself. He stepped inside as the bell rang and asked the students to settle down. He announced that they had a new classmate starting that day. The room buzzed with curiosity. Some students expressed surprise about a transfer in the middle of the semester and asked where the new student was from. Ida rose to question the timing, asking if accepting a new student this far into the year was against standard procedure, which he suggested should be reserved for exceptional circumstances. Aizawa replied that the details were not for debate and that the principal had approved the transfer. Mineta made an immature comment about hoping for an attractive new student, and Denki added a grin, sharing the immature amusement. Bakugo scoffed and tried to appear indifferent, though his expression betrayed irritation. Aizawa ignored the whispers and called for her to come in. Anya stepped into the bright room and scanned the classroom, quickly memorizing faces, voices, and gestures. Sunlight spilled across the rows of desks. Aizawa introduced her as Anya Kurozaki and mentioned that the principal had personally approved her transfer. A murmur spread through the class at the mention of the principal. Anya offered a casual smile and a sideways smirk as she gave a small salute. Some students found her intense, others admired her appearance. Mina reacted with sparkling eyes, visibly delighted by her presence. Deku leaned forward, curiosity written on his face as he wondered about her quirk. Aizawa directed her to a seat near the middle of the room, indicating that she would be sitting behind Kaminari. As she moved toward the desk, Bakugo barked a challenge from his seat and pointed a sharp glare at her, loudly accusing her of being the person from the hallway. Anya froze briefly, then replied dryly that he was loud. Bakugo erupted further, aggressively challenging her and ready to pick a fight. Aizawa sighed and ordered Bakugo to be quiet. Anya slid into her seat with composed ease, alert and ready for whatever came next. The first day went better than she expected, though a low anxiety still nagged at her. Earlier, when she had first stepped into the classroom, she had used her quirk to read her classmates' initial impressions of her. She could not help it. She wanted to make a good first impression. The students' thoughts were varied. One red-haired classmate assumed that a transfer in the middle of the semester meant she had to be capable and mature enough for UA. The blonde reacted with obvious attraction and hoped she would sit nearby. The green-haired student was consumed with curiosity and seemed especially interested in learning more about her. The trio she had seen in the hallway earlier revealed relaxed, friendly impressions overall. Anya catalogued these impressions quietly, storing them away as she adjusted to the new rhythm of the classroom. He was already scribbling in his notebook, wondering what her quirk might be: illusion, stealth, something worth noting for the future. Nearby, the ash-blonde boy reacted with obvious irritation, thinking she was just another extra, probably a show-off with a flashy quirk, though a small flicker of curiosity hid underneath the annoyance. He still thought about their brief encounter in the hallway, the time she'd passed him without a word. She did not realize he remembered her so clearly. She did not know their names yet, only faces and voices, and some of them were already leaving impressions, both good and bad. The girls' reactions were louder. Mina practically vibrated with excitement, delighted by the new girl and admiring her hair. The elegant girl by the window observed that she seemed composed, perhaps only nervous. The girl with the earphone jacks glanced her over and quietly considered that their quirks might be similar. Anya took it all in: the curiosity, the interest, the suspicion, without trying to impress anyone. She did not like eavesdropping, and she never used her quirk without consent unless necessary, so after a few moments she let their impressions fade. The first few hours of class went surprisingly smoothly. The morning lessons were general academic subjects, and Anya had no trouble keeping up. A few felt almost too easy. History, literature, and language followed, all manageable to someone who already spoke 5 languages fluently. If anything, she was more bored than challenged. At lunch, she avoided the crowded cafeteria and chose a vending machine tucked around the corner. She bought a vaguely fruity carbonated drink and returned to the classroom, leaning on the windowsill and sipping quietly. As the break ended and students filtered back in, a small group approached her: the red-haired boy, the electric blonde boy, Mina, and the dark purple-haired girl with earphone jacks. The redhead greeted her and mentioned they had not seen her in the cafeteria, saying she should have sat with them. Mina introduced herself as Mina Ishido and pointed out Kurishima, Denki, and Jairu. Anya nodded and smiled, asking to be called Anya and explaining she had not been hungry. Anya preferred being addressed by her first name. In Russia, given names were used casually even in formal settings, and hearing surnames in Japan felt distant and tied to a past she did not want to revisit. The name Kurozaki belonged to her father, a name linked to pain and control, and she avoided it. Mina leaned in, sparkling with enthusiasm, and complimented Anya's hair, saying it was very pretty and that she was lucky. Anya answered that it was natural. Mina laughed about her own hair maintenance and expressed excitement about having another girl in class. Before the conversation went further, the tall boy with glasses arrived with purpose. He introduced himself as Tenya Ida, the class representative, and offered assistance with school procedure. Beside him, the green-haired boy, Midoriya, awkwardly stepped forward and asked if Anya would be willing to share her quirk. All eyes turned to her. Anya placed her drink on the desk and lifted her hand toward it. With a subtle flick of her fingers, the liquid inside began to move. It rose through the small opening in the cap and floated in the air like a twisting ribbon of color, hovering and spiraling in an elegant loop before returning to the bottle without spilling. Midoriya gasped and reacted with bright excitement, identifying the ability as a precise form of hydrokinesis and wondering aloud, with energetic curiosity, about the extent of her control and whether it could work on moisture and other, denser fluids. From the back of the classroom, Bakugo shouted at Midoriya to be quiet, the outburst making several people flinch. Uraraka laughed sheepishly, explained to Anya that Bakugo often behaved that way, and introduced herself as Ochiko Uraraka while complimenting the display of control. Bakugo, bristling, unleashed a heated retort and threatened a confrontation, sparks flickering dully at his palms in his agitation. Uraraka rolled her eyes and reassured Anya that Bakugo always overreacted. Anya tilted her head, calm and composed, and remarked dryly that she would survive if yelling was his only tactic. The room reacted with a few gasps and a snort. Ida rose from his seat and declared that he would not tolerate such behavior, reminding Bakugo that threatening a fellow student violated school rules. Bakugo snapped back, angry and defensive. Mina grinned at Anya and told her she liked her, leaning forward with obvious enthusiasm. A classmate remarked that Anya was playing with fire and not even sweating, calling it iconic. Anya shrugged and chuckled under her breath. Before Bakugo could fire back another retort, Aizawa ordered the class back to their seats from the doorway. Anya exhaled quietly, a small smirk still playing on her lips as she moved toward hers. Day 1 had definitely not been boring. The final bell rang through the halls of UA, signaling the end of the school day. Anya packed up her things calmly, though she could still feel a bit of that lingering first-day buzz. A few students waved or called out casual goodbyes as they filtered out. Mina waved cheerfully and said she would see the new girl tomorrow, and Kirishima flashed a wide grin and a thumbs up. She waited by the classroom door until Aizawa appeared, dragging his tired feet as always. Aizawa told her that Principal Nizu wanted to see her. Anya blinked and adjusted her bag strap, agreeing to go. The walk to the principal's office didn't take long. Once she stepped inside, Nizu perked up from behind his desk with his usual cheery smile and invited her to sit in the armchair across from him. He asked how her first day had been. Anya sat with her legs crossed and replied that it was less boring than she had expected, that some students were loud but it was manageable. Nizu clapped his tiny paws together, pleased, and said he was glad. He noted that coming in mid-semester was tricky but that he had expected she'd adapt quickly. When Anya tilted her head and suggested he hadn't called her just to ask about her day, Nizu admitted there was something else. He explained that every student entering the hero course is tested before acceptance, and since she had come through unconventional means he felt it was fair to evaluate her capabilities properly. Anya leaned back and asked if he meant an entrance exam. Nizu confirmed that it would not be a written test. When she asked who she would face, Nizu named Eraserhead himself. Anya raised her eyebrows, mildly surprised but not intimidated, and prepared to leave when Nizu held up a paw and turned his monitor toward her. Nizu played a grainy hallway camera feed from the previous day showing her encounter with 3 boys and how she had slipped past them without being noticed. Anya mentally cursed about the cameras. Nizu asked how they had passed by without noticing her. She stayed silent for a moment and then admitted she had been planning to tell him eventually, just not that day. Anya confessed that she had a second quirk, a mental one. She explained that it was similar to telepathy but deeper. She could project thoughts, manipulate perception, and influence awareness. She had used it the day before to make the boys' minds believe she was not there. She went on to say that it felt like messing with people's heads like mental redirection and that it also let her project thoughts into minds, sense emotions, and move things without touching them. It was a mix of telepathy, telekinesis, and sensory manipulation. Nizu's eyes sparkled as he considered the possibilities. In his mind he ran through observation, strategy, stealth, support, and offensive applications. The sheer versatility of her second quirk was astounding. He could already see how, with refinement and control, she might rival some of the strongest pro-heroes. Anya explained that she had kept it hidden because she did not like using it. It had manifested when she had been experimented on by her father before she had been taken into the Red Room, and she was not proud of it. It made sense to tell Nizu everything now, she thought. He would find out sooner or later, and if she was going to be part of the school she needed to stop looking over her shoulder. Nizu understood and nodded thoughtfully, Acknowledging that such a thing could not stay secret forever in a place like UA, Anya agreed quietly that she would deal with it when the time came. Nizu smiled and then tapped the side of his monitor to inform her that her exam would not be scheduled for another day. It was happening today, and Eraserhead was already waiting for her. Anya blinked and nodded slowly, resigned but ready, and left the office with her thoughts racing. Nizu sat back in his chair, eyes still on the pause screen, impressed not only by her control but by her restraint. He murmured that she could be something extraordinary. Outside, Anya walked toward Aizawa's waiting figure at the end of the hallway. Her shoulders squared. She had a fight to face now, with a pro hero, and she was ready. One thing Anya had enjoyed, other than ballet, was fighting. She could not pinpoint exactly when that love had started, but at first it had not been by choice. It had been survival, training until her body gave out, sparring until her knuckles bled. It had been forced on her day after day until she stopped hating it and started getting good at it. Eventually the dynamic shifted. The more she mastered it, the more control she felt, and the thrill became addictive. Nothing got her blood pumping quite like the rhythm of combat, especially when the opponent could actually keep up. Judging by what she'd read, the Erasure hero, Shota Aizawa, would definitely be one of those opponents. She wore the standard UA training uniform that Aizawa had given her earlier, along with her class schedule. The outfit was simple blue, flexible fabric with white lines running down the arms and legs, not something she would have picked for herself, but it moved well. Now she stood in one of UA's special training zones, Ground Beta, a miniature city built for urban combat and sparring simulations. Across from her, Aizawa stood calmly in his hero costume, his gray capture weapon draped across his shoulders, eyes tired but sharp. A few bandages still wrapped his arms, remnants from the USJ incident where he had been injured fighting a group of villains, including something called a Nomu. After researching him, Anya had a general idea of how he fought. The scarf intrigued her and she was already thinking of counters. Excitement bubbled beneath her composure. She had not been in a real fight in almost 3 years, aside from the messy encounter that landed her at this school. Now she had a chance to spar with one of the most respected pro heroes. She knew they were not alone. Nizu and other teachers were watching, and she had spotted All Might near the observation tower. That knowledge meant she had an audience and a chance to show what she could do. Aizawa explained the rules and told her to prove she was suitable for his class and to give it her all. Anya nodded and prepared to signal readiness, but Aizawa did not wait and moved first. He launched forward in a blur of black, his capture weapon whipping through the air like a snake. Anya reacted instinctively. Her reflexes kicked in before thought. She leaned back, twisted aside, and flipped out of range with precise control. She smirked and told him it was rude to skip the countdown. She considered using her quirk for a moment but remembered it would do no good against him. He would cancel it before she blinked. She decided to rely on hand-to-hand combat, which was her strength. Aizawa registered that choice and narrowed his eyes, impressed that she would hold back her quirk. He advanced again, the scarf lashing toward her legs. Anya ducked under the first swipe and slid aside. The scarf cracked toward her again while she was mid-roll, not to dodge but to grab. She caught the fabric in midair with one hand and yanked it downward, tugging Aizawa off balance. She stepped in fast, twisted her torso, and landed a clean elbow strike to his side. He grunted and shifted just enough to absorb some of the blow. He had not expected her to hit that hard. Had he been going easy? Anya twisted the scarf around her arm and used it to launch herself forward in a smooth motion, pushing off the ground and aiming a low sweep kick at his legs. Aizawa jumped back just in time and disengaged the scarf with a flick of his wrist. He noted how fast she was. She charged. Her feet moved swiftly, weight balanced, her long braids swaying behind her. There was no hesitation, only the thrill of the fight. Aizawa blocked her jab and countered with a strike toward her shoulder, which she barely ducked. She twisted her hips and drove a punch toward his ribs. He caught her wrist. She pivoted and kicked toward his side. He blocked with his elbow and, in the same motion, sent a straight punch toward her jaw that came close before she dodged, twisting low and sweeping a leg. He jumped again. The exchange was efficient and purposeful, both of them reading and reacting quickly. Despite his skill, Aizawa began to notice a shift. He observed that she was not relying on her quirk, yet her instincts and speed were exceptionally sharp. Anya ducked under another strike and slid backward, breathing hard but not tired, focused and calm. Her gaze flicked to the edge of the mock plaza where a metal drainage pipe had a slow leak. It was minor but enough. She did not smile or speak, she simply moved. Fainting left, she dodged another swipe of the scarf, which Aizawa was using less and less, and closed the distance. Her fists moved with speed and precision. She grabbed his arm, twisted, and used it to launch herself upward. In one smooth motion she locked her legs around his shoulders and spun, twisting midair into a tight scissor kick that flipped him backward and slammed him onto the mat. She landed cleanly over him with her knees pinning him. His eyes opened and froze as a shimmering blade of water hovered an inch from his neck, thin and hard and vibrating, held in place by her concentration. Aizawa blinked once and took in the situation. Anya met his eyes calmly, her braid brushing over one shoulder, chest rising and falling from the effort. She asked whether she had passed. After a moment of silence, Aizawa gave a reluctant nod and acknowledged that she had passed. Lying there and watching the trembling edge of water, he replayed the fight and found himself impressed. She had handled herself with precision, patience, and tactical awareness beyond her years. She had studied his style, used his scarf against him, and timed a shift in rhythm to exploit a single opening. She had not relied on raw power or quirks alone. She had thought, adapted, and struck with intent, proving her suitability for his class. As soon as he acknowledged her success, Anya released the water blade and cancelled her quirk. The water settled back into place with no trace. She rose from him, hair damp with sweat, and without hesitation extended a hand toward him. Aizawa looked at it for a moment, then took it without a word. Once he was up, Anya turned her head and scanned the room until she found the camera that had been following the match from the start. With a slight smirk and a playful bow, she stared directly into it for a moment, just for fun. In the staff observation room, several faculty members stood practically frozen, watching the feed. Nizu had a satisfied gleam in his eye. All Might crossed his arms, lips tight, gaze narrowed in thought. Midnight blinked, one hand resting on her hip, and observed that Anya was fast and had not even flinched when Aizawa had moved with his scarf. Cementos muttered that she had fought like a real pro. Snipe scratched the back of his head and wondered whether using Eraser's own weapon against him had been genius or borderline reckless. Present Mike threw his hands up and exclaimed that whoever had been admitted to UA had not only held their own but had outplayed Aizawa, especially with that final move. Midnight added a small smirk and noted that Anya had even helped Aizawa up right after pinning him down, which spoke to her style. All Might finally let out a quiet hum and admitted that he had once had doubts about her stability but no longer felt that way. Nizu turned to him with a smug, knowing expression and asked if he still doubted her. All Might looked back at the screen at the white-haired girl giving a cheeky bow and conceded that he did not. Nizu laughed and explained that Anya was not only a fighter but someone who read people, thought ahead, and calculated her moves yet still had the heart to reach out when a match was done. He suggested that with the right guidance, they might be looking at the chance to shape one of the greatest heroes the school had ever seen. After everything, Anya changed and waited for Aizawa so they could leave. She felt a little nervous, living with the man she had just beaten in combat, and hoped she had not bruised his pride. Not many people took being defeated by a 15-year-old lightly. Aizawa finally spoke and told her they should go. She followed him quietly, unsure of what to say. They made it to his car and the ride was mostly silent until Aizawa complimented her performance. Anya's eyes widened. She had not expected him to say that. She offered a small smile of thanks. Aizawa admitted that All Might and perhaps even he had had doubts about her, but that she had clearly proven them wrong that day. She glanced out the window, still smiling. He then warned her that many classmates relied heavily on their quirks and advised her not to neglect her own abilities in favor of hand-to-hand skill. Anya nodded slowly and said she would keep that in mind. He muttered that it was good and then asked if she was hungry. Her stomach growled before she answered, and she agreed that she was. When he asked what she wanted, she thought for a second and chose cheeseburgers. Aizawa responded with a small, half-amused huff and agreed. A few minutes later they pulled into a small place to pick up food. The smell was inviting, and by the time they were back in the car with warm cheeseburgers in hand, Anya was noticeably more relaxed. Before she could finish eating, Aizawa added that he had intended to tell the class the next day but wanted her to hear it now. He explained that the UA Sports Festival was coming up soon, one of the most important events for first years, a big opportunity and a big target. He also mentioned that the next day they would have a class-wide combat exercise facing off against classmates, a sort of round 2 to her exam. Anya grinned and finished her bite, saying it sounded like fun. Aizawa shook his head but showed the slight amusement that had appeared earlier. Anya woke the next morning calmer than the day before. The anxiety of her first day had eased. She dressed for school and swapped uncomfortable brown loafers for black Converse to match the rest of her outfit. She added light makeup and let her curls fall over her shoulders, accepting a bit of frizz without complaint. She paused in front of the mirror and wondered briefly whether this was her life now, getting ready for school like anyone else. Her thoughts drifted to Dreykov for a moment, imagining how he might ridicule her, but she pushed the thought aside. He was in the past. Heading to the kitchen, she stopped in mild surprise to find Aizawa there, plating a simple meal that smelled inviting: eggs, toast, and grilled vegetables. He slid a plate onto the table for her and then sat down with his own. Anya thanked him, eyebrows slightly raised at his cooking. He replied flatly that he could manage the basics and not to expect anything gourmet. Kuro, his black cat, leapt onto the table with a soft purr and rubbed against Anya's arm. She smiled and scratched the cat behind the ear, joking that at least someone in the house had a soft side. Aizawa grunted and warned that the cat was manipulative and to not fall for it. Anya asked what the day would be like. Aizawa explained that she had regular classes in the morning and would join the others in the afternoon for training, a basic exercise so everyone could get a sense of each other's abilities. Anya summarized that it sounded like a warm-up round, and Aizawa clarified that it would be more of a practical demonstration and that things could get messy, since the students were competitive. He cautioned her not to underestimate them. Some were approaching pro level and had been training together for months. Anya casually assured him that she did not plan on losing, scratching Kuro as the cat stretched across the table. Aizawa finally looked up and approved of her attitude. A classmate warned Anya not to break anyone, and Anya grinned and replied that she could make no promises. Anya sat in her seat, waiting for homeroom to begin. Today, Aizawa would announce the upcoming UA Sports Festival. While she already knew a few things about it, she was still curious to hear what Aizawa had to say directly. A few classmates greeted her as they walked in, and she returned their nods and smiles. As the clock ticked toward the start of class, Ida suddenly stood up with both hands raised and called for attention, telling everyone to stop talking and take their seats. Someone pointed out that they were already sitting, and several voices agreed, causing Ida to sink back into his seat with a sheepish expression. Aizawa entered the room with his usual grumpy presence, and the class fell quiet almost immediately. He announced that the UA Sports Festival was about to begin. Some students shouted in excitement while others exchanged worried glances. Jiro raised a hand and asked whether it was a good idea to hold the festival so soon after the villains had infiltrated the school. Another student added that having everyone in one place might invite another attack. Anya recognized the tension as concern about the USJ incident. Aizawa explained that the administration believed holding the festival would demonstrate that the threat had been handled and that the school was safer than before. He added that security would be increased compared to past years and emphasized that the event was a huge opportunity for all students at UA, not something to be cancelled because of a few villains. Mineta looked like he was about to faint at the announcement. Aizawa went on to describe the festival's history and prestige, comparing its importance to major international competitions and noting how it drew attention from top hero agencies. Anya let her mind drift for a moment, thinking that the sports festival would be televised, which meant competing in front of the whole country. The thought of anyone from her past recognizing her crossed her mind, but she resolved that she would not let her past control her actions. If anything from her past resurfaced, she would handle it herself. Yaoyorozu reminded the class that top heroes would be watching and that the festival was where students could get scouted. Kaminari and Jiro chimed in, and Jiro teased Kaminari, earning a proud smirk from him when the class reacted. Aizawa reiterated that joining a famous hero agency could offer valuable experience and increased visibility, then fixed his gaze on Anya and pointed out that the festival could open a path for anyone who wanted to go pro. He stressed that aspiring heroes could not afford to miss this opportunity and warned the class not to slack off. The class responded in unison with agreement. Aizawa instructed everyone to change into their training uniforms after lunch and head to ground beta for training, then dismissed the class. After a few classes, the lunch break arrived. The hallway buzzed with excited conversation about the festival. Anya returned from the bathroom just in time to see Uraraka cheer that she would do her best, with Ida and Midoriya matching her enthusiasm. Ishido called out to Anya about the earlier offer of joining them for lunch. Anya had planned to use the vending machine again, but she decided the invitation would be nice and agreed. The cafeteria was massive, lined with food stalls offering a variety of cuisines. Anya wandered until she found the American section and smiled at the sight of cheeseburgers. While standing in line, she overheard Uraraka and Ida discussing Midoriya and All Might. Ida mentioned that they had similar quirks and that Midoriya had helped during the villain attack. Anya connected the dots. She already knew about One for All from studying Japan's top hero, and she had been curious ever since learning it had to be passed down willingly. She wondered how capable Midoriya really was. Anya also noticed Shoto Todoroki at the other end of the line, listening without seeming to realize he was being watched. She knew his name and his family history from research she had done. She had a low opinion of his father because of what he had done to his family. A staff member called Anya's number, snapping her out of her thoughts, and she grabbed 3 cheeseburgers, small fries, and some juice before following Ishido and the others to a table. To her surprise, Bakugo was already sitting with them. Kirishima sat across from her with Bakugo, Shiro, and Kaminari. Anya slid into the open seat between Ishido and Jiraiya. Bakugo barely glanced in her direction before turning away, as she had expected. Kaminari commented on her appetite, and Jiraiya admonished him for being rude to a girl. Anya explained that food built muscle, especially for someone planning to be a hero, and took a bite of her burger. Ishido asked where Anya was from, noting that she did not seem local. Anya explained that she was half Japanese and half Russian, born in Japan but having spent most of her childhood in Russia. She added that in her upbringing people often used first names, so she might slip and address classmates by their first names. Ishido encouraged her to use first names freely. Jiraiya asked whether Anya spoke the language, and she revealed that she was fluent in 5 languages, Russian among them. The group reacted with surprise, and even Bakugo's eyes widened slightly at the revelation. Anya sipped her juice and blinked at their astonished reactions, settling into the lunchtime chatter and the familiar hum of the school as everyone prepared for the trials ahead. Anya insisted it was not that crazy, and Kirishima groaned that he could barely speak 2 languages. Shiro agreed, shaking his head. Ishido laughed and declared Anya the coolest new girl they had. Bakugo finally spoke, his voice low and slightly annoyed, insisting that being smart did not mean she could fight. Anya turned to him with a half smirk and made it clear she could do both, which piqued Bakugo's interest despite his irritation. Kirishima nudged Bakugo and reminded him that Anya was just answering a question without bragging. Bakugo clicked his tongue and muttered something under his breath that no one quite caught. Anya raised a brow, amused, and decided not to start proving herself then. The next lesson would take care of that. Right on cue, the bell rang loudly, signaling the end of lunch and the start of their next activity. Kaminari stretched with a groan and joked about burning off calories. Ishido grinned at Anya, clearly hyped, and Anya stood with a small smirk, nodding. In the girls' locker room, chatter and laughter filled the air as everyone changed into training uniforms. Anya kept her head down and moved quickly, uncomfortable changing in front of classmates because of the faded scars that traced the story of a life no one here would understand. She faced the wall as she pulled off her uniform shirt, and when she reached for her training top, Azui asked curiously whether the mark on her back was real. Anya paused, aware that the room had grown quieter and several eyes were locked on her. A bold black widow spider tattoo was in full view, inked across her mid-back between her shoulder blades, its legs splayed as if poised to descend. The details were sharp and deliberate. Anya admitted the tattoo was real but said she was not proud of it. It was more than body art. It was a permanent reminder that she had once belonged to a place that had shaped her into something she had not expected to become. Hagakure whispered that it was cool, Jer called it badass, and Mina bounced excitedly, saying Anya had just gotten even cooler. Anya offered a faint smile and tied her hair into a tight braid, a habit from her past that kept her hair out of the way during combat. She wished she could stop treating everything like a mission, but some instincts never faded. The girls exited the locker room and stepped onto ground beta, where the rest of the class waited in training uniforms. Mineta made an inappropriate remark about Anya's appearance, and Azui immediately shut it down with a swift flick of her tongue that knocked him flat. Anya wrinkled her nose in disgust and muttered that he was a creep. Aizawa stepped in, clipboard in hand and scarf coiled around his shoulders, and told the class firmly that today was about gauging where everyone stood before the sports festival, which meant sparring. He reminded them they would face opponents from other departments and classes, so they needed to be ready for anything. A few murmurs of anticipation spread through the students, then quieted when All Might stepped forward, his towering frame and iconic smile lending gravity to the group. Aizawa looked at Anya and indicated that she was up. The class murmured in surprise. Kaminari blinked and called it fast. Siro questioned whether she should ease into things, and a few students expressed concern. All Might reassured them that there was no need for worry, noting that Anya had already proven herself in her entrance exam. He suggested that if she could hold her own against one of their top pro heroes, she had earned the right to go first. Aizawa confirmed that her opponent would be Todoroki. The announcement drew immediate reactions. Mina gasped, and Ida voiced concern, wondering whether Anya should start with someone less intense. Aizawa replied dryly that she did not need special treatment and reminded them that at the sports festival she might have to face far stronger opponents. Anya stepped forward, her braids swaying, rolling her shoulders and cracking her knuckles as she prepared. Bakugo leaned back with his arms crossed and narrowed eyes, annoyed that Anya had already received praise from Aizawa and All Might in less than 2 days. He expected at least some nervousness from most people, and he was skeptical of Anya's calmness, thinking she would need to back up her confidence or become another disappointment. He clicked his tongue but kept his eyes on the field, anticipating either a total flop or an impressive show. The class fell silent as Anya and Todoroki faced each other, waiting for the signal. At first glance, anyone would have thought the stoic boy with a powerhouse quirk would dominate the new girl, and many exchanged nervous glances out of concern for her. Anya noticed their worry but understood why. They knew what Todoroki could do. A short, neutral pause followed as both prepared for the match. They had no idea what she was capable of. Izuku Midoriya stood among them, unsure what to expect. He did not know much about Anya yet, but if All Might had told him not to worry, that meant something. And then there was the earlier comment about an entrance exam, which made his eyes widen at the thought that she might have actually confronted Mr. Aizawa. His analysis brain kicked in instantly. His notebook appeared in his hands and he flipped it open, scribbling rapidly. Quirk, unknown full classification, but possibly hydrokinetic or elemental based. Can manipulate water. Todoroki's ice contains moisture. If she could use that, their quirks might overlap in interesting ways. He trailed off as realization dawned. Aizawa ordered the match to begin. Todoroki did not hesitate. A massive sheet of ice erupted from his right side and thundered toward Anya like a frozen tidal wave. At the last second, she moved, flipping backwards and avoiding the attack by inches, landing lightly on her feet. Todoroki was already sending the next wave, freezing the floor beneath her to try to trap her movements. She thought the move predictable. She ducked again, weaving past the incoming ice and letting it graze past her legs. She stayed on the defensive for now, letting him believe he had control. On the sidelines, Kaminari leaned forward and noted that Todoroki was not holding back. What no one saw, except maybe Midoriya, was the way Anya's fingers twitched ever so slightly as she kept her hand close to the ice. Todoroki narrowed his eyes and switched angles, sending another volley of jagged ice spikes hurtling her way. Anya ducked and flipped between them, barely brushing contact. The arena trembled beneath the force of his attacks, mist curling in the air from the cold. Still, Anya kept moving, reactive and observing. Then she paused for a second, long enough for Todoroki to notice. He raised his hand again and another wall of ice exploded forward, but before it reached her it suddenly stopped. Todoroki blinked, surprised. Anya moved her fingers again and the ice bent unnaturally, crashing into the wall beside her rather than swallowing her whole. Midoriya scribbled frantically in his notebook, noting that she was manipulating water through existing ice and disrupting it, internally redirecting his attack from the inside. His eyes gleamed. This was more than a simple counter, she was turning his power against him. Anya slid her feet forward, one hand dragging through a sliver of ice as it melted and reshaped under her control. Slowly she shifted the tempo. Todoroki sent another sharp, jagged sheet of ice, fast and wide. This time, Anya did not dodge. She pressed her palm flat against the incoming wall and twisted her fingers. The wall burst into mist and harmless shards, steam hissing into the air. The class gaped. Todoroki frowned. His attacks were not landing and worse, she was making it look easy. Anya called out calmly that he was going to make her do all the work if he kept this up and suggested he try something more creative. Todoroki did not respond aloud, only narrowed his gaze and slammed the ice down harder. The field began to freeze across its breadth. Anya lifted her hands and formed long, narrow blades of water that circled her fingers like a dancer. She observed that he had power but was too rigid, and she urged him to be more inventive. She smiled and then charged. Her body flowed like liquid itself, fast and unpredictable. One moment she was running, the next she was sliding across a thin stream of her own water like a skater, flinging two razor-sharp whips of water at him. Todoroki summoned a wall of ice again, but too late. One of the whips cracked against his side and knocked him slightly off balance. She twisted, using the trail of water to vault herself behind him, then moved in for another strike. Todoroki retaliated with a spiked frost blast that caught her off guard. A jagged edge grazed her arm. Instead of faltering, she grinned and said under her breath that she was done playing. She dodged, but he anticipated her. As she landed, the ground around her rose into a thick prison of ice. A tiny smirk crossed Todoroki's face as he thought he had her. It did not last long. Anya asked if he was looking for someone. Todoroki spun around in surprise and realized she had moved behind him. He had been ignoring his left side. She did not give him a second to process. One leg hooked behind his knee, sweeping him off balance, while her elbow shot toward his ribs in a precise takedown. He barely had time to brace before she twisted midair, grabbed his arm, and flipped him straight onto his back with practiced, surgical precision. The world spun for him. His back hit the ground hard. When his eyes opened, Anya crouched over him, calm and unfazed, a sharp ice shard floating inches from his forehead. She declared that it was checkmate. Todoroki did not answer. He simply stared and breathed heavily. Half the class watched with jaws dropped. Midoriya muttered that she had redirected his ice, predicted his patterns, and even used a decoy, and he studied his notebook, impressed that her performance was not just strength but a full strategy. Bakugo narrowed his eyes across the field. His scowl softened slightly as he considered that this transfer might actually be a threat. Aizawa called an end to the match. Anya stood up slowly and let the ice dissolve around her fingers. She offered Todoroki a hand, but he slapped it away and got up by himself, his expression unreadable and edged with irritation. He gave her a glare that said enough. The class buzzed with murmurs of disbelief and awe. Kaminari told the others that she had been insane. Jiro added that Anya had made Todoroki look slow. Ashido said it had been awesome, and Siro whistled low, saying he would not want to anger her. Anya shrugged and kept her expression steady, pleased with their reactions. She muttered under her breath a curt dismissal directed at Todoroki. She turned to face her classmates, braids swaying and jaw tight but chin held high. Their wide eyes and stunned silence were reward enough. Bakugo stepped forward, cracking his neck and eyes wild with challenge, and he challenged her to face him one-on-one. Anya raised a brow, clearly amused, and tilted her head, noting that he was impatient and could have asked her out to dinner first. Several girls behind her snorted with laughter. Ashido elbowed Jairu and murmured that Anya was fearless. Bakugo, oblivious to the teasing, growled that he was not impressed by the little show and dared her to try that on him. From the back, Kaminari muttered that Bakugo had not heard what she had said. Shiro leaned in, grinning, and pointed out that it had gone completely over his head. Bakugo's brow twitched as he tried to piece it together. Then realization hit him. His eyes widened and a faint flush rose in his cheeks before he barked angrily at her to shut up and fight him. Anya smirked, clearly enjoying the moment. Aizawa sighed deeply and stepped between them, instructing that it was enough. Bakugo growled but did not argue with Aizawa. The teacher told him he would get his chance at the sports festival and to save his explosions for then. Bakugo clicked his tongue, shoved his hands into his pockets, and stepped back, still fuming. Anya watched him go, the corner of her mouth twitching in amusement. The tension lingered, but the match was over, and she had made her mark. Aizawa crossed his arms and addressed the class. He told Todoroki that he had relied too much on brute force and had failed to adapt once that approach did not work, warning him not to assume his quirk alone would carry him through every fight. Todoroki did not respond aloud, but his brows drew in slightly. He understood. Aizawa then shifted his gaze to Anya and commended her composure and ability to read the situation, while cautioning her not to let confidence become arrogance, because arrogance gets people hurt. He noted that she had missed opportunities and warned her that one match did not prove anything. Anya gave a small nod, jaw tight, quietly taking the criticism and wondering if she had gone too far with her performance. She resolved to be more measured next time, especially after Todoroki's reaction. Aizawa addressed the rest of the class, reminding them that their quirks were tools and that their brains were their true weapons. If they did not think, they would lose. He checked his clipboard and called for the next pair. After training, Class 1A returned to their homeroom. The day wound down and exhaustion hung over the students as they chatted and packed up. Anya leaned back in her chair, arms loosely crossed, eyes half-lidded as she watched through the window but continued analyzing every fight she had seen. She memorized stances, hesitations, and overused moves. Some students impressed her, others showed potential. She considered Bakugo, the boy who had challenged her so boldly. He had been silent since the match, glancing at her now and then like a puzzle he had not yet solved. She assessed him as hot-headed, impulsive, and reckless, yet disciplined in his chaos like a fuse that never quite burned out. His quirk matched him perfectly, loud, explosive, and aggressive. His fighting style was not only brute force, he was tactical under the shouting and hated losing. Her eyes flicked to Midoriya's desk. He had already left, but she remembered how his pen had raced across his notebook the whole time. He radiated nerves but was clearly not unintelligent. She observed how he watched, putting things together faster than he let on, and noted that his gaze lingered on her movements more than anyone else's. The fact that he was All Might's successor intrigued her. She judged him curious and observant but way too nice, and worried that his kindness might put him at risk unless he toughened up. She glanced at others. Yaoyorozu showed clear skill but too much hesitation. Kaminari was flashy and overly reliant on his quirk. Kirishima had heart, which she respected. Todoroki remained harder to read, cold, reserved, guarded like his ice. She was unsure whether he hated her or himself more, but she believed his fire ran deeper than his quirk and that it would surface in time. Anya stood, slung her bag over one shoulder, and headed for the door, stopping when she noticed a crowd of unfamiliar faces waiting outside the classroom. Uraraka asked nervously why they were all there. Anya blinked. She did not recognize a single person. Ida asked stiffly whether the students had business with Class 1A as he adopted his usual formal posture. Bakugo strode past them, declaring that outsiders were scouting the competition because Class 1A had survived a real villain attack. He stated that those people wanted to see them with their own eyes and told them to move, calling them extras. Anya noted that Bakugo had no shortage of confidence, perhaps too much. Ida protested that they could not call people extras simply because they did not know them. A boy with purple hair stepped forward and told them that while he had heard they were impressive, Bakugo simply sounded like an arrogant person. Anya tilted her head, uncertain of the boy's intent. The purple-haired boy questioned whether everyone in the hero course was delusional or if it was just Bakugo. He explained that he had wanted to be in the hero course but had been forced onto a different track like many others. He said that if any of them did well at the sports festival, teachers might transfer them into the hero course, and that transfers could require kicking people out. His statement made the room tense. Anya remained unbothered. The boy narrowed his eyes and framed his remarks as a declaration of war. Anya glanced at Bakugo, who simply gave the boy a hard stare. Another voice chimed in from Class B, but Bakugo ignored it. Kirishima urged Bakugo to speak up, blaming him for the crowd's ire, but Bakugo muttered that those people did not matter and that the only thing that mattered was that he beat them. He then walked away. Anya crossed her arms and offered the purple-haired boy a small, nonchalant smile, implying that if he hoped to rattle them before the festival, he would not succeed. A classmate commented that her DLVY had been lacking. Anya turned and followed Bakugo toward the teacher's lounge to wait for Aizawa, muttering that so much for a friendly competition. After Anya left, the rest of Class 1A exchanged glances. Uraraka remarked that they were kind of alike. Mina grinned and said they would either kill each other or make a terrifying team. Outside, the crowd watched Anya disappear down the hallway with mild confusion. A student from Class 1B asked who she had been. Another student answered that she must be the new girl, mentioning that the principal had accepted her and that she had put on a show during training. Shinso observed her for a moment, arms crossed, thinking with a hint of intensity and a touch of jealousy that a new student had joined the hero course. With the sports festival only 2 days away, the competition was already beginning to take shape. On a quiet Saturday morning, the apartment was still. Anya lay stretched across her bed, one leg dangling over the edge, freshly woke but not in any rush. She scrolled through her phone, squinting at the daylight creeping through the window. The house was quiet. Aizawa had already left earlier that morning to finish final preparations for the festival. The weekend felt almost out of place after the chaos of the past few days. With a sigh, Anya pushed herself up and swung her legs over the bed. She had no plans for the day, but she decided she could change that. Her eyes drifted toward the card Nizu had given her upon acceptance, the one meant to help her settle in. She had not used it yet. The idea of shopping felt unfamiliar and almost funny. She had never really gone shopping before in the ordinary sense. Clothes, gear, and other choices had usually been decided for her. The notion of choosing for herself still felt strange. After a quick shower, she dressed in the same outfit she had worn 2 days earlier, low-waist black jeans and an off-shoulder long-sleeve black top, her hair twisted into a loose bun with a few shorter strands escaping. She texted Aizawa to say she was going out and joked that if she did not return it would be because she had been scammed by capitalism. Then she slipped Nizu's card into her pocket and headed for the nearest mall. The city hummed with weekend energy. Families wandered, couples strolled, and children darted between storefronts laughing. Anya walked through it all quietly, hands in her pockets, scanning the area out of habit. Old instincts did not die easily. Once inside the mall, she wandered at first, letting the colorful displays catch her eye. She ducked into a clothing store and began browsing racks full of things she had never been allowed to wear: crop tops, oversized hoodies, fitted jeans, patterned skirts. She selected a few basics, some loose sweaters, and a plain black dress that she could not explain why she liked. She visited an undergarment shop briefly, but the experience felt ordinary in a way she was still getting used to, so she kept it simple and left with comfortable basics and practical items. After a couple of hours, arms lightened and then slightly full with shopping bags, she moved into the grocery store attached to the mall to pick up a few snacks. She thought Aizawa lived on instant meals and black coffee and that she could at least try to balance things out. She browsed the aisles quietly, occasionally inspecting unfamiliar items as if they might explode. Near the counter, she picked up a pack of cigarettes, a habit she had picked up during long missions when stress blurred everything. She did not smoke often anymore, but the comfort of having them felt familiar. After paying for everything, she paused outside the automatic doors, card in hand, frowning slightly because she still did not know how much Nizu had loaded onto it. The card had not declined, so she assumed it was sufficient. She turned to leave and then stopped. Her intuition flared a twist in her stomach. Something was wrong. Her gaze drifted toward a storefront window, not looking for her own reflection but scanning the space around it. Nothing seemed out of place. No one had followed her. No one was staring. Then the static crept in, faint whispers, not voices but thoughts. Her quirk flickered to life without her permission. The only time it reacted like this was when her system went into defensive mode. She picked out a presence and the thought reached her. The man nearby thought that she was a Red Room project and that Shigaraki had mentioned her as someone important. He sounded amused and curious, his mental tone dry and disinterested. Anya felt her blood run cold. She found him near a smoothie stand, a lean young man in his early 20s, beanie low over dark hair, hoodie zipped up, a straw in his mouth as he sipped. His eyes were fixed on her. His expression was neutral, bored, but the deliberate stare carried weight. He knew who she was. He thought about her quirk and wondered whether she could hear him. He concluded that she probably could not and reasoned that there was no reason for her to use it in such a public place. Anya heard him clearly in her head but kept walking, stepping one foot in front of the other. He would not make a move here, not in public. It was not just his presence that unnerved her, it was that he knew her past, and that someone named Shigaraki knew her too. Who else did? Anya slipped into a less crowded hallway between two stores to lose him. She did not run. That would only confirm his suspicion. Instead she focused, anchoring herself with the bags she held as she tuned in deeper and dipped into his thoughts again. This time she dug a little further and caught a flicker, a sudden mental image of bright flames. The unmistakable silhouette of endeavor filled the man's mind, followed by a sharp, blinding rage. The hatred felt personal enough to take his breath away. It was not aimed at her, but at the hero. He seemed to carry a connection to endeavor more like a vendetta. She did not linger to learn more. What mattered was slipping away without a trace. She leaned in one last time, brushed the edge of his consciousness, and gave it a subtle twist. It was not a full illusion or a lie, only a nudge, a planted mental suggestion that she had turned left, walked into the crowd, and vanished. She shaped it carefully so it would blend with the mall's noisy blur. Calm and unhurried, she actually slipped the other way, ducking between escalators and disappearing into the underground lot where her train line waited. By the time the man looked again, she was gone. He cursed under his breath, swearing that Shigaraki would reduce him to ashes. The house was quiet when Anya returned. She shut the door with her foot, dropped her bags by the entrance, and sat on the couch with her legs tucked beneath her. Her fingers hovered over her phone as she replayed the mall incident in her head. She had been careful on the way back, certain no one followed her, yet someone was poking where they did not belong. The name Shigaraki sounded almost too convenient. She suspected he was not the true hand behind it. She considered whether to tell Aizawa, but hesitated. There was no proof. This kind of intrusion was not new. She could handle it for the moment. Her phone buzzed. Aizawa had sent a text directing her to UA, saying the support department was ready to help build her hero costume and asking her to bring anything she needed. She exhaled, then opened the small duffel she kept under her bed. Inside lay her old Black Widow. Suit matte black, flexible with reinforced panels, edges worn and fabric slightly scorched in places, a faint dried stain marking the left shoulder. She had not touched it since arriving in Japan. Her fingers hovered over the material before she smoothed it, zipped the bag closed, and slung it over her shoulder. Kuro, Aizawa's black cat, padded into the hallway and fixed her with golden eyes. Anya crouched and scratched the cat's head. Kuro rubbed against her ankle, then slipped off toward the couch and disappeared beneath it. She felt a surprising attachment forming. 20 minutes later, she stood inside one of UA's high-tech labs. Mechanical limbs, armor plating, gadgets, and fabrics lined the walls in organized chaos. Aizawa stood in the corner with his arms crossed and nodded toward her, indicating that the team expected her. A young inventor with wild pink hair and goggles perched on her head introduced herself as Hatsum Mei from the support course and said she would help prepare Anya's gear. She bubbled with excitement as she inspected the duffel. Aizawa remarked that Hatsum's enthusiasm was genuine and warned her to keep Hatsum from attaching anything overly explosive to her boots. Hatsum asked about designs and quirks. Anya removed the suit and placed it on the table, explaining that she had something usable but damaged. She requested something light and mobile, nothing flashy. Hatsum leaned in, delighted by the vintage look, and asked permission to add components. Anya granted it. Hatsum immediately began circling the suit, muttering measurements and collecting fabric swatches. As Anya watched, a feeling settled in her chest, part closure, part something heavier. The past was coming with her into this new life, stitch by stitch. She muttered that her life felt like a mess and then focused on moving forward. The day of the UA Sports Festival arrived. The campus entrance teemed with people, reporters, vendors, pro heroes, and the families of competing students, and the noise overwhelmed Anya. Security was tight. Several pro heroes watched the crowd. Anya waited in Class 1's room with her classmates. The air thrummed with tension as students stretched, checked gear, and exchanged nervous chatter about their training. Everyone had worked hard. Anya had not trained in the same way. She had spent the extra day studying recordings of past tournaments, noting which pros might attend, and finding small moments of rest and ballet to keep herself steady. Ida burst into the room and announced that they would head to the arena shortly, performing a dramatic hand chop for emphasis. As the group prepared to move, Todoroki addressed Midoriya, stating flatly that from an objective standpoint he believed he was stronger. Midoriya laughed nervously and acknowledged the point. Todoroki added that Midoriya had all might in his corner, narrowing his eyes slightly. A murmur of interest rippled through the room. Anya thought she had been busted as she folded her arms. Todoroki told them he was not there to pry into their affairs but warned he would beat them. He then looked at Anya and said the same applied to her, acknowledging her previous win and the principal's favor while making it clear he would not go easy this time. Anya met his cold gaze with a flat, almost bored expression and offered a nonchalant affirmative. Todoroki blinked, thrown off by her lack of tension, then nodded stiffly and turned away. Kaminari asked what all the dramatic declarations of war were about. Kirishima added that it seemed odd to be starting fights just before they left, laying a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Todoroki shrugged off the concern and reminded them that they were not here to be friends and that this was not a team effort, then walked off. Midoriya looked down for a moment and then nodded, agreeing that Todoroki had a point. He noted that the other departments would come at them with everything they had and that everyone would have to fight to stand out. He looked up with confidence and declared his aim for the top. Anya hummed softly, approving of his energy and thinking it was good for him. Todoroki glanced back at her briefly, his expression unreadable. Anya stretched above her head with a yawn and suggested they get going before President Mike started his loud introductions. She clapped once and urged everyone to move, offering a casual push to stop lingering. She grimaced and wondered when she had become a babysitter. Some of the class chuckled nervously, easing the tension a little. Ida adjusted his glasses and urged them to proceed in an orderly fashion and not be late for the opening ceremony. With that, the group followed him out of the room toward the stadium. Izawa and President Mike sat in a glass commentary booth overlooking the arena where they would voice the festival. Izawa had finally removed his bandages and slouched in his chair, looking bored, the opposite of his energetic companion, who was practically vibrating with excitement. President Mike boomed into the microphone and asked if the crowd was ready, urging everyone to cheer as the students made their way to the main stage. All the UA students stepped into the stadium. Some looked confident, others nervous. A few tried not to show how scared they were. Anya moved with her class, her eyes flicking over the crowd. The noise was deafening, and she subtly turned down her hearing aids so no one would notice. President Mike delivered his explosive welcome and introduced Class 1A as the Hero Corps students known for withstanding a villain attack. The crowd roared as the other classes filed by. 1B, the general studies students from classes C, D, and E, and so on down the line. Pro Hero Midnight took the microphone and announced that Katsuki Bakugo would deliver the pledge this year. Anya blinked, intrigued that he had finished first in the entrance exam. Siro muttered his surprise at that fact. Bakugo approached the microphone with a flat expression and bluntly declared his intention to win. Anya nearly laughed at the straightforwardness, and loud boos erupted from around the stadium. Ida scolded Bakugo for being disrespectful and reminded him that he was representing everyone. Bakugo dismissed the complaint and remarked that the others were merely stepping stones on his path to victory. The crowd's reaction painted a clear target on his back as he stepped down from the stage, attracting glares and murmured threats from students of other classes. Midnight moved the event forward, announcing the first competition, a 4-kilometer obstacle course outside the stadium. She instructed the participants to do whatever they wanted as long as they stayed on the course and then told the contestants to take their places. Anya rolled her shoulders, deciding this was manageable. Her goal was simply to make it to the next round, nothing flashy. She took her stance. Midnight shouted for the beginning, and everyone surged forward at full speed, limbs a blur and voices raised. The narrow exit tunnel quickly jammed as the crowd pushed, but Anya hung back slightly, conserving energy and watching the chaos. When the flow cleared enough to move, she slipped into the gap, close enough to keep an eye on what lay ahead. Todoroki made the first move by freezing the ground and sliding across it with precision. Some classmates leapt into action. Bakugo launched himself with a powerful burst, Aoyama and Yaoyorozu followed with their own styles, while others struggled to keep pace. Anya inhaled slowly, adjusted her approach, and used the moisture in the frozen surface to create a smooth glide beneath her feet. She dropped into a controlled slide, gaining steady speed with efficient, fluid motions rather than flashy displays. Mineta bounced ahead using his sticky projectiles, calling out as he tried to keep up. Then a massive shadow loomed overhead and a huge robot arm came down with a thunderous impact, sending Mineta flying out of the path. Present Mike announced over the arena that robot interference had appeared, a whole fleet of mechanized units similar to those from the entrance exam. Towering machines blocked the track ahead, their heavy arms swinging and sensors glowing. Todoroki reacted quickly, freezing the base of one robot to trap its legs and dart past. Present Mike called out Todoroki's move as he seized the lead, and Aizawa noted the efficiency of the maneuver. Anya let the ice carry her forward for a few meters, then launched herself off in a single fluid motion. Deciding to proceed smartly, she ducked under a swinging arm and twisted around the robot's leg, using quick, precise movement to keep advancing. Water shimmered beneath Anya's fingers as she flicked a blade-thin arc of moisture to sever a cable. Sparks danced in the air. She took a short run up and vaulted up the side of one robot's leg, boots finding narrow footholds as she climbed. A mechanical arm reached to grab her, and she slid beneath it, crawling onto the joint and then up to its shoulder. Her heart pounded with focus rather than fear. She breathed deeply, reached behind her, and let the moisture gather. A swirl of compressed water spiraled into her palm, dense and shaped like a drill. She struck the robot's neck joint. A high metal screech was followed by a plume of steam. She pushed off and leapt. The sudden release of pressure knocked the robot off balance, and it stumbled before collapsing. Present Mike announced into his microphone, excited that a Class 1A student had just taken out a zero-pointer solo and was already making a name for herself. Aizawa, not looking up from the screen, identified her as Anya Kurozaki, a transfer student accepted by the principal, and noted her quirk was water manipulation. Anya hit the ground in a three-point landing and sprang forward again. Ahead, she saw a girl she did not recognize trip while dodging rubble and a second robot approaching with its arm raised. Without hesitation, Anya twisted mid-run and launched herself across the track. A quick blast of water lifted her just enough to grab the girl by the collar and pull her clear, tumbling to the side as the robot's massive hands struck the spot where the girl had been standing. The girl expressed gratitude, and Anya tersely said it was unnecessary before moving on. Present Mike remarked to the crowd that rescuing another student while sprinting showed hero instincts, and Aizawa watched Anya more closely. She reached a wide canyon with a single line of ropes stretched across as the path forward. Wind howled through the gap, but Anya's eyes measured the cable distance, weight, tension, and she allowed herself a small smile. Her ballet practice was proving useful. She stepped onto the rope with steady feet and precise balance, moving almost as if walking on air. Ahead, Todoroki was freezing the ropes as he went, sliding with precision. Bakugo cut through the air with furious bursts, blasting himself forward. A flash of pink announced Mei Hatsum, who launched herself onto the ropes with the help of her support gear and laughed that her creations needed to shine. Anya let out a quiet, amused snort and cracked a smile before continuing. They reached the final stretch before the goal, a minefield buried with traps. Present Mike explained to the crowd that reflexes and guts would decide this section. Anya stopped at the edge and watched a couple of students get blasted into the air by sharp blasts. One landed on his back with a groan, another spun through the air with smoke trailing from a shoe. The field was uneven, with faint craters and some mines barely visible. She stepped in and moved lightly like a dancer, gliding between danger spots. Her quirk gave her a subtle awareness of the shifts beneath the surface, and she twisted and balanced instinctively. Todoroki and Bakugo were locked in their rivalry ahead, exchanging ice and explosions and barely noticing anyone else, which made Anya notice the sound behind her, a faint crunch of dirt too close for comfort. A boy from General Studies lunged at her, aiming to shove her toward a mine, but Anya sidestepped with ease, grabbed his arm mid-lunge, and redirected his momentum with a sharp pivot. He stumbled into a hidden charge and was propelled off the course as smoke curled upward. Anya did not flinch. She scanned the field and realized Midoriya was not in sight. Then she saw him gathering explosives onto a metal plate, arranging them like a makeshift launching device. She thought it was a clever move and pressed on. Bakugo launched another blast at Todoroki, who responded with ice. Midoriya burst from behind, detonating the plate in a controlled explosion that sent him high into the air. The force startled both Bakugo and Todoroki just enough for Anya to slip between them after she tugged at the backs of their uniforms and dragged them slightly off course. Bakugo snarled as he accelerated, and Todoroki's eyes narrowed. They surged forward again, Bakugo propelling himself with fierce momentum and Todoroki sliding on newly formed ice. Midoriya twisted in midair and planted his feet on the backs of both boys, using them as springboards. The impact destabilized them and launched Midoriya forward. That was Anya's cue. She burst across the last stretch, feet flying through the chaotic field while the crowd's cheers blurred around her. She crossed the finish line in second place, right behind Midoriya. Just like she wanted, she finished not first but not last. Maybe she had gone overboard by passing the two boys, but her competitiveness sometimes got the best of her. Present Mike called out in surprise about what Aizawa was teaching his students, but she ignored the bickering about Aizawa being a bad teacher. Her chest rose with steady breaths and a light sheen of sweat sat on her brow. She turned her head just in time to see Bakugo and Todoroki land behind her, both glaring. She smirked and gave them a lazy two-finger salute to mark the moment, then muttered to herself that's so much for not standing out. Present Mike then announced that the first-place winner was Izuku Midoriya, and the crowd erupted in cheers. She came up behind Midoriya and told him he had done a good job. She was a little impressed by the boy's effort, especially after Todoroki's earlier declaration of rivalry. Midoriya froze, wondering if a girl was complimenting him, and he thanked her shyly while stammering. He then wondered how she had gotten there and why she had not pushed harder to win. Midnight moved on to announcing the standings. She checked the results and noted that Izuku had come first, Anya second, Todoroki third, and Bakugo fourth, which drew loud grumbles from Bakugo. Present Mike fumbled as he read the screen and exclaimed in astonishment that second place seemed to be Todoroki, then corrected himself and asked when Anya Kurozaki had gotten there. Aizawa, barely looking up from his monitor, dryly explained that she had been there the whole time. Present Mike accused him of playing games, insisting the girl had come out of nowhere. Aizawa calmly corrected him, saying she had waited for the right moment, conserved energy, observed the field, and taken the opening when other top contenders were distracted, calling it strategy. Present Mike recovered and praised the style and flair she had shown. This level of recognition was the opposite of what Anya wanted. Being noticed so much had not been part of her plan. People in the crowd began to stare and murmur as they watched her, and she resolved to hold back in the next round. Down on the field, Bakugo barely let the scoreboard finish before storming toward Anya, sparks beginning to crackle in his palms and his teeth gritted tight with anger. He pointed a gloved hand at her and accused her angrily of yanking him back, demanding what that had been. Anya did not flinch. Still catching her breath with hair sticking slightly to her forehead, she blinked at him and told him he had been in her way. Bakugo insisted that he had been winning, eyes twitching with irritation. She tilted her head, unimpressed, and questioned whether he really had been. A few nearby students chuckled, and Kaminari made a small impressed exclamation behind his hand. Bakugo growled and took a step closer, but Todoroki placed a quiet hand on his shoulder from behind and said that she had outplayed them both, advising him to let it go. Bakugo swatted the hand away but did not advance. His glare shifted between Midoriya, who was awkwardly basking in his win, and Anya, who stood as if she had not just executed one of the most chaotic, tactical finishes of the race. He vowed that this was not over. Anya said nothing more, shrugged, and walked off toward where the rest of the class was gathering. In the announcer's booth, Present Mike whistled low and commented that the students were intense this year. Aizawa sipped his coffee and agreed that he had noticed. Midnight then announced that the real fight was about to begin and that this was the chance to step into the limelight, urging everyone to give it their best. The giant screen above the stadium flickered and displayed the words Cavalry Battle. Groans, gasps, and a few confused murmurs spread through the stands as she began to explain the event. Participants would form teams of 2 to 4 members as they saw fit, playing a version of the classic playground game where one person rides on the others and tries to steal headbands, but with a twist. Uraraka leaned toward Mina and explained some of the details, and Mina nodded. Midnight interrupted to insist that she would explain the rules herself. The screen shifted to show all the contestants with point values based on their placements in the obstacle course, and Midnight announced that the point value assigned to the first-place contestant was 10 million points. The crowd roared at the revelation, and Anya blinked in surprise, glancing toward Midoriya, who had visibly gone pale. He had become an obvious target. Midnight continued, explaining that survival of the fittest would apply and that this was a perfect chance for those lower on the list to rise. The screen displayed diagrams of the headbands and how they would be distributed. Each contestant would wear their assigned point value as a headband, and the team with the most points at the end would win. She clarified that even if a headband was stolen or a teammate was taken out, contestants could keep playing until time ran out, but warned that intentionally making a team fall would result in a red card and immediate disqualification. Students reacted in mixed ways. Bakugo scoffed. Anya crossed her arms and scanned the crowd, calculating. 42 contenders meant roughly 10 to 12 teams. She would need at least one partner, possibly more. The smart move was to pair with someone fast and someone who could defend, but crucially someone who would not annoy her. A timer on the screen began a 15-minute countdown for team formation. Students scrambled across the field, calling out to friends and to quirks they trusted. Anya did not rush. She watched the chaos like a spectator at a circus. A large group clustered around Bakugo, eager to be chosen, while he stood in the center with arms crossed and a twitching brow. He asked flatly about names and quirks, looking straight ahead. Anya snorted to herself that he did not even know their names. Typical. Kirishima pushed through the crowd, raised a hand, and offered to team up with Bakugo, explaining enthusiastically that he could tank hits and hold Bakugo steady. He introduced himself and said that he was a solid choice for the role and referenced the value of the points on offer. Bakugo raised an eyebrow and smirked at the pitch. Then his gaze snapped toward Anya, who had turned to walk away. Bakugo called out to her. Anya thought of the nickname Water Witch and then stopped. Bakugo took a step forward, voice gruff and focused, and ordered Anya to join his team, insisting she was far too skilled to be on the opposite side. Anya turned slowly, quirking a brow and declining his offer, calling him Sparkplug with a faint, cool smile and saying she had her own plans and would rather not be hurled like a projectile in the middle of a battle. Some students froze mid-step. Even Kirishima blinked in surprise. Kirishima demanded to know what she meant. Anya replied that she had her own plans. Bakugo grunted that it was her loss, and Kirishima laughed, patting Bakugo on the shoulder while teasing that he needed to work on his recruitment skills. Bakugo told him to shut up. Anya resumed scanning the field for her next move and noticed Todoroki had already formed his team. She also saw Midoriya standing alone with Uraraka approaching him, which made her inwardly mark a win. Everyone would come for the 10 million points he was defending, so Anya could play mostly on defense, exactly how she wanted to handle the round. Midoriya and Uraraka approached Ito with their plan, but he refused, invoking rivalry. Midoriya mulled over options, then turned to Uraraka and proposed a strategy that would work if they had her quirk and one other teammate. His eyes brightened as he realized who they needed. He suggested recruiting Anya. At that moment, Anya appeared behind him and offered to team up. Midoriya jumped in surprise, asking when she had gotten there, then blinked back tears of relief and gratefully accepted. Mei Hatsum then burst onto the scene, introducing herself as a support corps student and dramatically offering to team up with the person in first place so she could showcase her inventions. She displayed the array of gadgets strapped to her arms and legs. Uraraka looked confused, and Anya clarified that Mei meant her inventions. Mei rattled off the functions of each gadget: hover saws, grappling hooks, telescopic visors, while Midoriya grew increasingly overwhelmed. Anya stepped forward to take the steady role, volunteering to hold the ground while Midoriya rode one of Mei's devices. Midoriya hesitated and asked if she was sure. Anya pulled her braided hair into a bun and confirmed. As they prepared, Anya glanced at the headband clutched in her hand, her 800 points from the obstacle course, and felt her stomach tighten. With her points combined with Midoriya's, they were an even bigger target, but most competitors were fixated on the 10 million points, and Anya planned to use that distraction to her advantage if needed. Present Mix announcement boomed across the stadium to signal the start of the cavalry battle, and the crowd erupted into dramatic screams. Midnight raised her whip to mark the countdown, and then the match began. Chaos unfolded instantly. Teams charged from every direction before many could catch their breath. Midoriya had his and Anya's headband wrapped tightly around his head. His expression was determined but panicked, and he called for them to run. A member of Class 1B shouted that they wouldn't get away, and their team closed in. The ground beneath the group suddenly sank like quicksand, a trap, and Uraraka struggled to lift them free. Midoriya warned everyone to cover their faces. Mei's gadgets were activated at once. A pressurized air launcher blasted the team upward, narrowly escaping the sinking patch, but there was no time to relax. Jiru launched the next attack, sending earphone jacks toward Midoriya like wires. Anya reacted instinctively. Unable to use her legs without upsetting the balance, she instead shaped a dense, circular barrier of water around them by drawing condensation from the air. The wires struck the spinning shield and bounced off harmlessly. Anya then snapped her fingers and sent the water outward in a ripple, non-lethal but effective at disrupting their attacker's stance. Midoriya praised the maneuver as they held steady. Another team, Mineta, Shoji, and Tsu, attempted to flank them from the left. Mei hit another control on her wrist and fired the air launchers again, rocketing the team upward to avoid the pincer. Midoriya watched in awe at their quick reflexes. From the corner of her eye, Anya caught sight of a red-hot explosion SNG through the air. Bakugo had launched himself, aiming straight for the headband like a heat-seeking missile. Anya tightened her grip around Midoriya's leg and called for him to hold on. She moved her hand toward the grass, drawing moisture from the soil, and a slender stream of water surged up, coiling around her arm. With a precise flick of her wrist, she sent the water splashing into Bakugo's face just as he closed in. The unexpected strike threw his aim off, and the blast he had been preparing went off course. For a moment he spun out of control and began to fall. Before he hit the ground, Siro's tape shot out and snagged him, pulling Bakugo back midair and swinging him into a safe landing. The stadium reacted with a collective gasp, and Present Mike loudly questioned whether that move was even allowed. Midnight splashed him in the face, and all eyes turned to the sideline as she raised her mic with a shrug. Midnight noted that he hadn't hit the ground, so technically it was okay. Bakugo's eye twitched as he wiped water from his face, teeth clenched in fury. Anya, steady with one hand gripping Midoriya and the other raised defensively, smirked and told Bakugo he was welcome for the splash. Mei hooped that it had been awesome. Midoriya stared down at Anya, completely stunned, and asked how she had managed that while holding him up, wondering what kind of strength she possessed. Anya did not answer. Her eyes darted across the field as Present Mike announced that Class 1A was falling behind and even Bakugo's team was at 0 points, questioning what was going on out there. Anya scanned the chaos below. A blonde kid from Class 1B zipped around the field, stealing headbands from unsuspecting teams with shocking precision. He danced out of Bakugo's range, twirling a headband around his finger and taunting him about some sludge villain accident that Anya did not fully understand. Midoriya exhaled sharply and told everyone he thought they were good, but Anya's body suddenly tensed and she stopped moving. Midoriya called her name. She did not respond immediately, her eyes were locked forward on Todoroki and his entire team, who stood directly in their path like an ice-cold wall of power. Anya muttered that they were coming. Midoriya followed her gaze and felt the chill in the air spike. He warned everyone to watch their surroundings because it was not just Todoroki, everyone was after them. Denki then shouted that he was unleashing 1.3 million volts. A massive surge of electricity shot out in every direction, incapacitating many teams in range. Screams and sparks erupted across the field, except from Todoroki's team, who had shielded themselves with thick, insulating fabric. Yaoyorozu's preparations had been effective. Midoriya, Mei, and Uraraka clenched their eyes shut, bracing for the shock, and then realized moments later that they were fine. They opened their eyes to see a shimmering wall of water floating around them, gently humming with energy. Anya stood at the center with her hand raised as the last of the barrier dissolved into mist. Uraraka breathed in awe. Midoriya exhaled in relief and thanked Anya, but Anya warned them not to be relieved yet. Todoroki's team was still advancing and had trapped others in ice. Uraraka cried that they were too fast and could not get away. Anya reacted quickly by sending a sharp water strike toward Todoroki's team, but Yaoyorozu blocked it with a solid shield. Midoriya warned that Anya was too skilled with her creation quirk and that they had to be careful. Uraraka pointed out that Kaminari remained a bigger threat after electrifying so many teams. Anya's expression shifted as electricity and water clicked together in her mind. She asked her teammates to remind her what her quirk was. The team blinked, and then Midoriya realized that Anya's water abilities could counter Kaminari's electricity completely. Anya confirmed that Kaminari would be neutralized while she was present. With only a minute left on the clock, Anya's mind raced. Minoma's team was closing in and Bakugo was not far behind, still chasing them, eyes locked on getting his points back. Ida, however, caught her attention by being unusually quiet. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Midoriya, who was completely focused and desperate to win. Anya made a choice. She dove briefly into Ida's mind and glimpsed his plan, a powerful move that would cost him everything for a chance to succeed, his last trick even if it would leave him depleted afterward. She moved quickly. Wasting no time, she scanned the nearby mines and cast a subtle illusion to mask her headband completely so no one would see the smaller band she wore. All attention remained on the million-point band, exactly as she predicted. Then, Ida's engines roared to life. In a flash, his team shot across the field and yanked the 10 million-point band right off Midoriya's head. The crowd gasped. Present Mike shouted in surprise, asking what had just happened, and someone in the crowd wondered aloud if the team had been holding back that much power. There was no time to process. Out of nowhere, Minoma slapped his hand down on Anya's shoulder and announced smugly that he was going to borrow her quirk because it should be fun. Anya's eyes widened and she protested, but it was too late. Minoma's confident expression faltered, and then he screamed. Everyone froze as his voice echoed through the stadium, raw and agonized. He clutched his head, staggered backward with ears ringing, eyes wide with alarm, and then collapsed to his knees before going limp and unconscious. The crowd fell silent. Present Mike asked, his voice cracking, what had just happened and suggested it might have looked like a copy quirk feedback loop. Aizawa moved instantly. His scarf whipped through the air and his eyes flashed as his quirk activated. Anya gasped, suddenly feeling the effect too. The water sensation vanished from her like a plug pulled from a drain, but her second quirk remained active. She met Aizawa's glowing stare and felt her heart pound with guilt as her mind went blank. 10 seconds remained on the clock. Minoma lay slumped and unconscious. In the chaos, Bakugo seized the opportunity, launching himself at Minoma's team and ripping the headband back with a powerful blast. Bakugo snarled that it was his. The last seconds blurred for Anya. She saw everything unfolding but felt numb, as if moving on autopilot. Her team scrambled to retrieve their headband while Bakugo changed direction toward Todoroki's team when he realized who had the 10 million points. It became a chaotic storm of quirks and effort. A loud buzz announced that time was up. Bakugo collapsed face first and slammed his hand on the ground in frustration. Midoriya's shoulders slumped under the weight of defeat. An announcer declared that the second round was officially over and that they would review the top 4 teams. Anya clutched her shirt, heart pounding. She knew she had made a mistake and rushed to Monoma's side, checking his pulse and breathing a relieved sigh when medics arrived. Midoriya turned to the team and quietly apologized, saying he was really sorry. Anya snapped her head toward him and asked what he was apologizing for. Everyone looked confused, having almost forgotten an important detail. Anya pointed to Monoma's neck, where the headband was still fastened. Their eyes widened. Anya said flatly that they had seriously forgotten. The announcer's voice then announced that 4th place went to Team Midoriya. Not only Anya's team but everyone else reacted in surprise as the scoreboard flickered to confirm the unexpected result. Todoroki thought suspiciously that he must have missed something. He was certain the headband had not been there before, otherwise he would have taken it. Midoriya burst into tears and moved to hug Anya, and Anya quickly sidestepped and told him to calm down. Midoriya fell forward, continued crying, and thanked her repeatedly. Anya's mind was elsewhere. Present Mike announced cheerfully that they would take a break before the afternoon festivities. Some students called for food and others said they were taking a nap. Aizawa said he was taking a nap. Anya could still hear voices echoing through the speakers as she exited the arena. A few students glanced her way with lingering stares, but she ignored them. While everyone else headed outside for the break, Anya went to the medical wing. She stopped just outside the door, hesitated for a moment, and then knocked before cracking the door open. Inside, Monoma Nito lay on a cot staring at the ceiling, bandages wrapped around his ears. He did not react to the sound of the door at first. Anya stepped inside, pulled a chair close to his bed, and sat. Monoma jolted upright and snapped at her, asking angrily what kind of terrible quirk she had. Anya flinched but held her ground and apologized, saying that she knew he had questions but she had not come to argue, she had come to apologize. Monoma narrowed his eyes and demanded an explanation, describing how overwhelming the experience had been, as if every whisper on earth had been forced into his head. Anya told him softly that she did not mean for it to happen and that she had tried to warn him. Monoma admitted that he had thought he was going to die because he had felt everything around him all at once. Anya explained that his experience was not how her ability usually worked. For her it was more like tuning into one station at a time and that she had control, which he had lacked. When Monoma questioned how her waterbending could do something like that, Anya said quietly that it had not been the water this time. She told him she had a second quirk and that she showed the waterbending to the world, while the other ability was private and better left unshared. Monoma appeared curious and unsettled, and Anya, after a long pause, tucked her hair back to reveal the small hearing aids behind both ears. Anya explained that what he had experienced was connected to that other ability and that it had cost her to keep it hidden. She asked him to keep it to himself. Monoma absorbed her words and, without his usual sarcasm, nodded slowly. Anya stood, brushed her uniform, and told him that now he knew. When Monoma asked why she had told him, Anya said that since he had copied it and gotten hurt she owed him an explanation and that she would not let it happen again. She also admitted that she felt a little bad. Monoma muttered that she was not entirely horrible, and Anya rolled her eyes at his faint praise. After the conversation, Anya felt slightly better. As she left the medical wing, she nearly bumped into Aizawa in the hallway. He stood silently watching her and asked how Monoma was. Anya said softly that Monoma was doing well and that they had sorted things out. She thanked Aizawa for stepping in earlier with his ability. Aizawa nodded and told Anya that he would not ask questions about what had happened in the medical room. As her teacher, however, he said he had a duty to notice when a student was holding back. He observed that he had seen Anya's capabilities during the first test and in the obstacle course and cavalry battle. She could have taken first place but had not. Aizawa admitted he did not know whether it was guilt, fear, or her past causing her restraint, but he wanted her to understand that the festival was the best chance she had to show people who she really was, not just who she had been. He told her she had potential and urged her not to hide it. He wanted her to give everything in the finals and to win. President Mike announced before the last round that there was good news for everyone who hadn't advanced. Since it was a sports festival, side games had been prepared for everyone to participate in. Anya stepped into the stadium just in time to hear the announcement. She scanned the area for her classmates, then paused, narrowing her eyes. Aizawa mumbled that he wondered what was going on. Anya wondered what she had missed. The announcer joked that Class 1A was putting on a show. Anya approached the group, confused, and asked what had happened. Yaoyorozu sank to her knees and complained that she always fell for that little troublemaker's schemes, admitting she had even used her quirk to make the outfits. Anya glanced toward the culprits and saw Mineta and Kaminari high-fiving each other, beaming with pride. Of course, she thought. She found a water bottle on the ground, snapped it open, and bent the cold water into a small arc, directing it over the boys' heads. The chill froze them in place. Their heads whipped around and locked on Anya's glare. In a wordless panic, they scrambled away. Anya shrugged and told the girls they still looked good. They blinked, then smiled and laughed, thanking her. President Mike announced that after the side games, the top 16 contestants would move on to a classic one-on-one tournament. Midnight moved to the center to announce the matchups but was interrupted when Ojiro raised his hand and declared his withdrawal. Ojiro explained that he did not remember anything from the cavalry battle and that it felt wrong to continue. A collective gasp rippled through the audience and contestants. Anya glanced to her left and noticed a tall boy with purple hair standing silently near the back, eyes half-lidded and expression unreadable. She realized he was the one who had affected Ojiro. In a strange way, his quirk reminded her of her own. Another student from Class 1B also withdrew for the same reason, which moved Team Tetsu forward. The bracket lit up on the screen. Midoriya vs. Shinso. Todoroki vs. Shiro. Ida vs. Hatsum. Kurozaki vs. Kaminari. Tokoyami vs. Yaoyorozu. Bakugo vs. Uraraka. Kirishima vs. Tetsu. Ibra vs. Ishido. Anya almost smirked. This was the worst matchup possible for Kaminari. She watched him glance away, pretending to tie his shoe. Her eyes returned to the bracket and she worried that if Midoriya beat Shinso he would have to face Todoroki next. That would be messy. When the side games began, Anya decided not to join. She slipped into a quiet waiting area and sat staring at the wall. Left with her thoughts, she drifted to memories of the girls she had grown up with in the Red Room. She wondered whether they were watching and whether they would recognize her. Guilt twisted in her chest despite knowing they were free. Some had scattered and tried to start over, but the scars they carried remained. Anya reminded herself that she was here now, in a hero school, building something close to a normal life, and that she had been lucky. She closed her eyes. When she opened them, one of the chairs lifted into the air. With a flick of her fingers, she sent it toward the wall with a thud. She hummed and lifted more chairs, letting them hover like small satellites before lowering them gently. Slamming them would have made too much noise. She crossed her arms and smirked to herself, thinking she still had it. President Mike asked the crowd if they were ready and declared that the real battles were beginning. Anya returned to the stands with 2 bags of popcorn and sat down a seat away from a familiar ash-blonde classmate. Mina called up from the row below that she had not seen Anya in the side games. Anya shrugged and said it was not her thing. President Mike then announced the first match, Izuku Midoriya vs. Hitoshi Shinso. The arena quieted as the 2 boys entered. Shinso stood stiff and focused, while Midoriya looked wary. Anya leaned forward. As the match began, Shinso tried to provoke Midoriya and bait him into giving up the ring. Midoriya froze for a moment, then stamped his foot and snapped out of the influence. Anya, confident she had anticipated the move, smirked inwardly. Shinso tried another bait, but Midoriya did not respond. The 2 closed and clashed. Their fight was not flashy, but the tension between them was taut. Midoriya used smarter footwork and, in one clean motion, twisted and flipped Shinso over his shoulder so that Shinso landed just outside the boundary. Midnight raised her hand and announced that Shinso was out and that Midoriya advanced to the next round. The crowd cheered, but Anya barely heard it. Her quirk twitched, sensing a powerful emotional spike. She picked up Shinso's thoughts like static. He felt he should have won, he had thought Midoriya was his to beat, and beneath that there was a persistent feeling of not belonging. Memory echoes washed over her, glimpses of Shinso as a child, teachers whispering, students keeping their distance, the sting of being treated like a villain because of his quirk. Anya clutched the armrest, the popcorn forgotten. Her quirk was picking up more than surface thoughts. It was catching reverberations of memory. Flashes continued to surge through her mind and a dull ache spread across her temple. She pressed a hand there and wincing, tried to steady herself. A low pounding buzzed behind her eyes. Bakugo side-eyed her from one seat away, brows furrowed, but remained silent. The next match was Todoroki against Zero. Anya muttered that she was bracing herself, feeling a familiar anger that had nothing to do with Zero. Memories of endeavor and fragments of fire, cold, and resentment pressed at the edges of her mind, echoing Todoroki's past in the same way Shinso's had. In moments like that, she found her quirk a burden all over again. Zero launched his tape with a grin and promised he would end the match quickly. Todoroki did not react at first, then raised his hand and unleashed a vast expanse of ice that surged across half the arena, freezing Zero in place. The crowd reacted as the ice crept toward the stands. At the last second, Anya manipulated the frozen moisture, unraveling it on a molecular level so the wall of frost hissed and melted into harmless puddles before it could reach her classmates. Midoriya stared, impressed, and scribbled the maneuver in his notebook. Bakugo muttered that she was a show-off. He had been eyeing her popcorn the whole time, trying to look disinterested but failing. Without a word, Anya held the bag out between them. He clicked his tongue, glared, and grabbed a handful. Her match was coming up next. Present Mike announced that the arena was ready again and credited Anya Kurozaki with helping to clear the ice with her quirk. Anya groaned at the acknowledgement. The announcer then introduced the third match, transfer student Anya Kurozaki with her waterbending quirk versus Denki Kaminari, a contender known for his electric abilities. Anya stepped into the light and saw Kaminari across the field, hands on his hips and a confident grin masking a flicker of nerves. His quirk sparked faintly at his fingertips. Kaminari called across the arena, offering to take Anya for a meal after the match and teasing that the contest would be over quickly. Aizawa groaned from the announcer's booth. Present Mike laughed that Kaminari's move was bold or foolish, and Aizawa dryly judged it foolish. Anya blinked slowly, then raised an eyebrow and gave a tight-lipped smile while noting that he talked a lot for someone risking his own quirk. Midnight signaled the start of the match. Kaminari acted immediately, electricity crackling from his hands as he unleashed a massive electrical attack that spread through the arena like a web. The crowd reacted with shock. The lightning struck Anya directly in a brilliant flash. She remained still, not because she was unafraid but because her training in another life had taught her not to flinch. Years of conditioning had made pain into something that registered differently. Her body remembered rules carved into muscle. Stay still, do not show weakness. Beneath the surface, old memories stirred but did not overwhelm her. A faint scorch marked the fabric of her shoulder, but her expression stayed composed, as if caught in a strong wind rather than struck by a storm of volts. Kaminari stared at her in disbelief. Anya met Aizawa's eyes for a heartbeat and then let water from the melting ice at her feet rise and snake around her, forming thin streams that coiled like silver-blue ribbons. She flicked her wrist and sent them toward Kaminari. The water wrapped around his legs and arms, immobilizing him before he could react. Kaminari began to panic as his own residual electricity found the water. The charge ran through the streams and back into him, causing him to convulse and collapse to the arena floor, disoriented and muttering nonsense. Midnight pointed at Anya and declared Kurozaki the winner of the match. The crowd erupted into noise. Bakugo, usually quick to shout, was momentarily stunned. Silence hung over Class 1A for a beat as every student watched Kaminari on the ground and Anya standing calm amid the settling mist. Kirishima whispered that she had taken the hit as if it were nothing. Zero reminded everyone that the attack had been immense. Jiraiya muttered in disbelief. Todoroki clenched his fists, jaw tightening as he watched. Mina half-joked about whether Anya was even human, and Mineta made a nervous, speculative comment. Ida adjusted his glasses and noted in a low voice that there was far more to Anya than they had seen so far. Bakugo leaned forward, eyes narrowing as he studied Anya's retreating figure. She was becoming a problem. Or maybe it was a challenge. The announcer roared for the crowd to give it up for Anya Kurozaki, making her sports festival debut a memorable one. He paused, then added that he did not know what was in Class 1 as drinking water, but they kept breeding monsters. The announcer demanded to know what Aizawa was feeding the kids, remarking that Anya had taken 1,000,000 volts like it was a breeze. Aizawa said dryly that he was not feeding them anything and that she was simply resourceful. The other commentator sighed and asked to be reminded why he had agreed to co-host in the first place. A few minutes later, Anya stepped back to where her class was sitting, a towel draped over her shoulders and an annoyed scowl on her face. She raked her fingers through her hair, trying to smooth it down, though the static still clung to it, strands frizzing wildly in every direction. She muttered that Kaminari had ruined her hair as she checked her reflection in her phone and vowed she would not look like this in the next match. Mina turned, blinked once, then burst into laughter at the idea that Anya had been electrocuted in front of the entire stadium and was complaining about her hair. Anya gave Mina a flat look through her puffed-out bangs and complained that she looked like she had wrestled a thundercloud and lost. Uraraka giggled and pointed out that technically Anya had won. Anya deadpanned that she was not sure because her hair said otherwise, flicking a stubborn lock that refused to lay flat, and grumbled that next time someone wanted to throw a lightning storm at her she would at least like to bring conditioner. Mina poked at the rebellious strand, whistled, and joked that the hair seemed to have its own personality and might be starting a rebellion. Anya declared the situation a national crisis. Mina laughed and suggested she needed industrial-strength conditioner, then turned to Kaminari on the bench. Kaminari gave a weak thumbs up and slouched with a goofy grin, indicating it had been worth it. Anya rolled her eyes and tossed the towel at his face. He did not duck. Shiro asked how she had survived that. Kirishima added that they had all experienced Kaminari's quirk at least once and that Anya had taken full power without even flinching, calling it really manly. Anya shrugged, cracked a sarcastic smirk, and claimed she was just built different. The group laughed it off without pressing further. Todoroki sat quietly on a nearby bench, hands clasped and eyes narrowed. Bakugo leaned against the wall and scoffed under his breath, calling her a show-off. Anya smirked faintly and suggested that if Bakugo was jealous, he should just say so. Bakugo snapped back with a curt insult aimed at her static hair. Anya's eye twitched. She slowly turned her head, then flicked a small stream of leftover water from her sleeve at his face, hitting him squarely in the face. Bakugo growled and wiped his cheek, asking what that had been. Anya dryly called it hydration and told him he was welcome. Mina grinned and declared Anya officially her favorite person. The announcer then announced the fourth match, Tenya Ida from the Hero Course versus Mei Hatsum from the Support Course. Anya dropped into her seat with a dramatic sigh, arms flailing, and searched for her popcorn only to find the empty bag suspiciously close to a certain ash-blonde boy. She groaned and glared. Bakugo flipped her off casually without turning. An irk mark popped on her forehead and she muttered the expletive under her breath. Sato asked what was up with Ida. Anya followed the gaze to see Ida standing tall, decked in extra flashy gear. Midnight gave him a warning look and questioned the equipment. Ida stiffly explained that the gear had been a generous offer from his opponent. Midnight allowed it, but Anya narrowed her eyes and realized that was Mei's strategy. As the match began, Ida charged forward with precise momentum. Mei's voice blared across the stadium, teasing Ida about how fast the gear made him. Anya wondered when Mei had gotten a microphone. Mei proceeded to deliver a detailed breakdown of her gadgets live, mid-match, pointing out every feature. Ida chased her, but she used her attachments to dodge with ease, turning the bout into a walking demonstration of her inventions. Anya could not stop laughing. The announcer noted that all the items had been developed by Mei Hatsum, Support Course prodigy. 10 minutes passed and Mei stepped out of bounds on her own, casually waving to the crowd. Anya shouted that Mei was awesome using course language. Mei smirked and gave a two-finger salute. The next match was announced, introducing Ibra Shiozaki from Class 1B. Ibra politely interrupted the announcement to correct the term assassin, explaining softly that she had come to the festival in search of victory, not to take her opponent's lives. She spoke with the calm conviction of someone delivering a sermon, insisting she had not entered UA for wicked or selfish reasons but to offer salvation to others. Anya had already stopped listening and mumbled that she saw nothing wrong with being an assassin. Hagakure perkily agreed that Ibra sounded like she was speaking about something cool. Kirishima admitted he had never thought about it that way but that it did sound kind of cool. Midoriya murmured with a thoughtful look about underground heroes who had been trained in extreme, isolated programs, survival drills in harsh conditions, training to operate without being detected, silent movement, and endurance tests. His voice grew quiet and intense as he described how some training required learning to endure hardship and remain composed in difficult situations. The group stared, some reacting that it sounded intense. Midoriya's eyes suddenly lit up like a switch had been flipped. Midoriya pointed at Anya and said that, honestly, it reminded him of her. Anya blinked, caught mid-sip of her drink, and slowly broke into a sweat as she realized what he had just compared her to. Anya thought, what the heck, Midoriya? But then she snorted and leaned back with a grin, taking the remark as a compliment. Hagakure brightened and noted that Anya did sometimes sneak up on people, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Kirishima agreed, surprised, that one moment she was gone and the next she was right behind someone, which made him call it somewhat assassin-like. Anya shrugged, wondering how they would react if they ever learned about her second quirk or her past. On the field, Mina launched into the match with a spray of acid, skating across the arena with wild energy. Shiozaki reacted with surprising speed, her vine-like hair twisted and ensnared Mina, halting her mid-move before she could recover. Jiraiya muttered that Shiozaki was impressive. Monoma suddenly emerged, grinning smugly and claiming that Class B had superior talent. Kendo appeared like a shadow and delivered a quick, precise karate chop to Monoma as a warning, then apologized quietly for the interruption. Everyone silently registered their dislike for Monoma, everyone. Except Anya, who kept munching her salty sticks and narrowed her eyes. Azui turned to the group and asked what had happened during the cavalry battle, noting that Monoma had just passed out. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Kaminari added that Monoma had simply passed out unexpectedly. Monoma froze, glanced around, and flinched when Anya leveled him with a clear, warning glare. He admitted that he had overused his quirk, then tried to regain his smugness by insisting Class B was still superior, before Kendo escorted him away again. The next match was Tokoyami versus Yaoyorozu. Anya did not know them well, but they both seemed smart and tactical. The match ended sooner than she expected when Yaoyorozu accidentally stepped out of bounds during a dodge, giving Tokoyami the win. He bowed politely and slipped back into the tunnel. Anya watched Yaoyorozu leave with disappointment radiating from her. The girl had not had the chance to showcase her full potential. Her gaze shifted and caught movement at the edge of the stands. Uraraka slipping away quietly. Anya assumed she was nervous about an upcoming match against Bakugo. The next fight was Tetsu versus Kirishima. Anya found herself rooting for Kirishima, but with their similar hardening quirks she expected a close, macho exchange likely to end in a draw. As the crowd leaned in, Bakugo slipped away with a scowl. Anya sarcastically told him to break a leg. Bakugo snapped back harshly that he did not need her encouragement, his anger flaring in an instant. Anya stuck out her tongue, unbothered. The boys' match ended as predicted, a draw. Both Kirishima and Tetsu knocked each other out with a spectacular double finish. A few minutes later, Mina and Yaoyorozu returned to the waiting area with slumped shoulders and downcast eyes. Anya offered a faint, sincere smile and told them they had done well. They managed small, tired smiles in return, grateful but not convinced. Anya crossed her arms and pointed out that Momo's creation quirk was incredibly versatile and Mina's quirk was powerful too. In a real combat scenario things could have gone differently. She added bluntly that the festival did not define them and they had time to improve. They nodded slowly and sat beside her. Present Mick's voice then boomed through the speakers to announce the next bout, Bakugo versus Uraraka. Azui muttered that it might be the most unsettling matchup, and Jairu admitted she almost did not want to watch. Anya felt the opposite, curiosity fixing her to the screen. She leaned over and offered snacks to Mina and Momo. Mina glanced at her and commented on how Anya had been munching all day. Anya smirked and popped another chip into her mouth. Ida and Midoriya discussed tactics nearby. Midoriya observed that if Uraraka touched Bakugo she could make him float, but Bakugo had improved at keeping distance with his explosions, so it would be difficult. Anya leaned back and mused that Bakugo would likely avoid being touched, though she would not mind being surprised. The match began. Uraraka charged forward and Bakugo unleashed an explosive blast without hesitation, creating a wave that tore across the arena. The smoke cleared to reveal only Uraraka's jacket at first, and then she reappeared behind him attempting to claim success, but Bakugo spun and knocked her back again. Observers murmured at Bakugo's reaction time and how hard it was to catch him off guard. They clashed again and again, more smoke, more feints, more explosions. Uraraka refused to relent, pressing forward each time with the same determination and plan. Present Mike noted that she was not resting between attacks despite being repeatedly blasted. A voice from the crowd demanded a teacher intervene and criticized the match as shameful, saying that if someone truly wanted to be a hero they should not act like a bully. Boos rolled through the stands. Aizawa rose, his sharp gaze cutting through the stadium as he demanded to know who had started the uproar. He challenged anyone who was serious about being a pro to consider a different path rather than creating chaos from the stands. Anya agreed inwardly that life could be brutal and indifferent, and if Uraraka wanted to be a hero she would have to push through hardships like this. Her classmates exchanged uncertain looks about the matchup. Anya told them firmly that Uraraka was not losing because Bakugo was a bully. Anya noted that he was treating Uraraka like a real threat, which meant she had earned his full effort. Momo murmured that they would not be booing if it had been two guys. Anya agreed, then admitted she wished Uraraka had some kind of advantage or strategy. She told the others to look up. Present Mike announced a sudden meteor shower. Hundreds of debris chunks created by Uraraka's quirk rained down from the sky toward Bakugo. Bakugo was not caught off guard. One massive explosion sent a shockwave through the air, scattering every floating piece and knocking Uraraka off her feet. The announcer declared that Bakugo remained unscathed. Uraraka forced herself up, arms trembling as Bakugo charged. Her body finally gave out and she collapsed just before impact. Midnight declared that Uraraka was down and the medics rushed in. Anya flinched, her chest tightened as fragments of memory bled through from Uraraka's mind, images of her parents, their shop, and her promise to become a hero. The announcer confirmed that Bakugo would advance to the next round. The crowd erupted again, but the energy felt shaken rather than wild. Bakugo turned and left the stage without fanfare. Uraraka was carried away on a stretcher, still conscious but barely. Present Mike tried to rally the audience and announced a short break before the next matches began. Anya stayed seated, watching the empty field below. She passed her snack bag to Mina without speaking. Mina joked about whether Anya was hiding a convenience store in her shirt, but Anya only snorted. Her thoughts remained with the brunette girl. Bakugo returned to the stands, clearly annoyed. Siro teased him about playing the villain, and Azui noted that, even if it had been because of who he faced, he had made a convincing opponent. Bakugo snapped at the others to be quiet with a harsh insult. Kaminari muttered that he could not understand how Bakugo could go full force against someone who seemed fragile. He admitted he had held back against Anya. Azui pointed out that Anya had completely overpowered Kaminari, and Kaminari asked to be allowed to bask in the moment. Anya rolled her eyes and called, "The others idiots." She leaned forward, resting her chin on her crossed arms, and stated flatly that this was a tournament, not a charity event. She explained that if someone made it this far, they deserved to be treated like a real opponent. Uraraka had known what she was walking into, and Bakugo had given her the respect of taking her seriously. Momo found that harsh, and Anya shrugged but insisted it was true. Bakugo clicked his tongue, and Anya shot back that he was still in but. The others murmured agreement with her observation. Present Mike announced the full lineup for the next round and urged everyone to get ready. The next match would be Todoroki versus Midoriya. Anya muttered that it would not end well and prepared her popcorn. When the match began, Anya felt Todoroki's emotions like a pressure in her head. Bakugo, sitting beside her, noticed her discomfort and muttered about it, more curious than genuinely annoyed. Anya said it was just the noise and straightened up. Beneath Todoroki's anger, determination, and resentment, Anya sensed a small flicker of sadness tied to images of a white-haired woman who might be his mother. Todoroki launched a massive wall of ice and Midoriya countered, repeatedly striking back with bursts of power that cost him. The clash sent a cold wind through the stadium and lifted Anya's hair. The sequence repeated, Todoroki attacking, Midoriya answering, and each counter taking a visible toll on Midoriya's hands. Anya watched carefully and realized Midoriya was planning something despite his injuries. Kirishima dashed in, breathless from missing the start, and Shiro congratulated him for making it to the next round. He reminded Kirishima that his next opponent would be Bakugo. Bakugo calmly addressed the group, explaining that using quirk powers carelessly could lead to muscle strain and exhaustion. Quirks were physical abilities with limits. Anya silently acknowledged the truth of his words and wondered what her own limits might be. The fight escalated as Todoroki trapped Midoriya and forced him to rely on more of his hand for each counter, leaving the smaller fingers injured one after another. Anya noted that if Midoriya continued like that, he risked losing the use of his fingers. She watched Midoriya carefully and admired his resolve. Whatever had shaped him had also made him capable of endurance. Todoroki taunted that Midoriya could not win with only half his strength. Midoriya shouted back that Todoroki had yet to land a meaningful blow and challenged him to come at him with everything. Todoroki moved forward more slowly but with greater anger, shaking as if something inside him was holding back. Midoriya charged and struck Todoroki in the gut. Anya munched her popcorn, fully engaged. Todoroki recovered quickly and the exchange of blows continued. Despite his wounded hands, Midoriya refused to back down. He spoke about not knowing what Todoroki had been through, and in that moment Todoroki's thoughts spilled outward, drawing Anya along with them. She saw a 5-year-old boy crouched on the floor. Endeavor stood over the boy, flames flickering around him, and he ordered the boy to get up in a cold voice. A woman nearby pleaded for the child, saying he was only 5. Endeavor pushed forward and demanded that people get out of his way. The scene shifted to a small boy crying in his mother's arms, begging not to become like his father, and the mother soothed him with a soft, loving voice. Anya's head pounded as images flashed too fast to follow. A kitchen, a woman with white hair, and then a sudden, anguished cry. Anya flinched and brought her hand to her right eye as if reacting to a remembered sting. She was so deep inside Todoroki's mind that she had not noticed her surroundings. Endeavor erupted and insisted that the ability belonged to the boy himself, not to anyone else. Todoroki's flames flared, casting dramatic light across the arena in a theatrical display. He had finally embraced that part of himself. Anya blinked hard and pulled herself back to the stands as Endeavor marched down the steps, loudly declaring his approval of Shoto and speaking about making him his successor, words Anya did not care to hear. Suddenly drained and exhausted, Anya stood without comment and slipped away. She did not need to watch the rest of the match. Present mix commentary was loud enough to fill in the gaps. Bakugo watched her leave, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Anya found a quiet corner and sank down with her knees pulled to her chest as her own emotions finally crashed over her. Anya did not return for a while. She let the memories consume her. Todoroki's life had taken a heavy toll on her, and she realized they were more alike than she had wanted to admit. A short time later, she gathered herself and stood, ready to move on. The trainer demanded they go again, and the boy cried out in pain. The scene felt painfully familiar to her. The trainer ordered her to get up, but the voice echoing in her head was not Endeavor's. It was a memory, her memory, of Dreykov calling her name. She had been struck again by a Red Room trainer, once more and again. Her body was bruised and battered, with a swollen lip and dark marks along her neck. She blinked, forcing herself to steady her breath and rise. Dreykov snapped for her to speak, and Anya answered more firmly. She reminded him that he had said pain was a weakness, an illusion. Dreykov smiled coldly and approved. He flicked 2 fingers at the man nearby, who obeyed instantly and delivered a heavy strike to Anya's abdomen as she began to stand, knocking the air from her and sending her crashing back down. She collapsed with a thud. The room went quiet except for her ragged breathing. Dreykov clicked his tongue and said they would continue tomorrow, then turned away. Something stirred behind him. Anya grunted and pushed up on trembling arms. A small trickle of blood at her nose marked the impact, and she pressed a hand to her ribs, then rose slowly and painfully and met Dreykov's gaze with fierce refusal. She then charged the trainer. The memory shattered and another took its place. Madame Galina gave a sharp, cold order to go again. Anya's ballet instructor struck the back of Anya's ankle with a long wooden rod. The rod struck her calf, hard enough to sting and buckle her stance. Anya clenched her jaw, arms raised, sweat dripping down her temple. Galina barked that she must fix her posture and that she looked like a sack of potatoes. Anya adjusted despite the ache in her arms. Her feet were sore and the slippers were barely holding together. She had not eaten that day, again. Still, she lifted her chin and waited for the command to hold. Galina ordered her to hold, then to hold longer, and finally told her to hold until she broke. Her legs trembled. The stick cracked against her calf again. Galina reminded her that pain was temporary and perfection was eternal as she circled Anya like a hawk, demanding whether Anya wanted to be weak or replaceable. Anya could not answer aloud, but she whispered that she would not. Galina told her to prove it and Anya did. Again and again she was pushed to her limit, collapsing only to be forced back up. Each fall left her battered, but she steadied herself beneath her pristine white tights, held together by determination and fear. Back in the present, Anya stared blankly at the wall ahead. She had not expected to be triggered so strongly, but the old memory clawed at her ribs. She listened to everything happening outside through present mix announcements. Midoriya had lost after stepping out of bounds in a clash with the dual-haired boy, and Cementos had intervened to prevent the situation from getting worse. The matches came one after another, faster than she would have preferred, but she had had just enough time to recover from her outburst. She did not move, she simply absorbed the noise from the arena. Present Mike announced that Tokoyami had advanced after overpowering Shiozaki and pushing her out of bounds. Later, Kirishima faced Bakugo. Anya decided to stay out of the crowd. She did not know who to root for. She acknowledged Bakugo's proven strength, but she respected Kirishima as well and estimated the odds at about 60-40. The match lasted longer than the previous one. Anya could almost feel the force of Bakugo's explosions and sensed his aggressive shouts during the fight. Present Mike then announced that Kirishima had been knocked out and that Bakugo was the winner. Anya opened her eyes. Her own match was next against her class representative, Tenya Ida. She had decided to accept Nizu's suggestion and hoped the principal was watching. She rose and made her way toward the arena without returning to her classmates. While she walked, she tied her hair back into a braid and tugged it tightly. A few strands still frizzed out, but she did not notice. She passed a familiar puff of purple hair and stopped. The boy stopped too. They looked at each other until Shinso rubbed the back of his neck and asked if he could help, clearly uneasy under her intense gaze. Anya asked flatly how his quirk worked. Shinso answered that his quirk let him influence those who responded to him, allowing him to command them, and that the effect could be broken by physical contact. Anya considered the explanation and noted to herself that his ability was both very different from hers and oddly similar. She told him he had done well to get this far. Shinso froze, surprised by the unexpected compliment, and thought that the situation felt strange. Shinso had been trying to grab a drink, but she was already walking again, brushing past him without a word. She told Shinso that they were kind of similar. He turned to look at her, confused. She glanced back just enough for him to see the faintest smirk on her lips and told him to watch closely. Then she disappeared into the hall, leaving Shinso standing confused, not understanding what she meant. Present Mike announced that they were back with the last match of the quarterfinals. He introduced Anya Kurozaki from Class 1A, the girl who had been making waves at the festival with her water manipulation quirk and sharp instincts. Anya thought to herself that there would be no water this time as she stepped into the arena. Present Mike then introduced Tenya Ida from the same class, describing him as the human bullet train with engine-like speed. The two students stepped into the light and faced each other calmly. Anya's expression remained unreadable and focused. Mina whispered to the others that Anya's whole vibe seemed to have changed. Tsuyu added warily that it seemed like her personality had done a complete. None of them reached Anya's attention. Anya could not hear anything else. Her focus was tunneled into the mind in front of her, Tenya Ida's. Anya assessed Ida's speed and reflexes. She noted that his engines gave him the advantage in this arena and that she could end the match quickly if she wanted by using a burst to push him out of bounds. She smirked and prepared to play. The match began. Ida charged immediately, his engines roaring, and aimed for her shoulders. Anya stood still for a few seconds and then sidestepped at the last possible moment. Ida skidded to a halt where she had been, wide-eyed with surprise. He straightened his glasses and decided to go for her legs from the left next. She moved again, shifting like a dancer, and cleanly evaded him. Present Mike commented that Kurozaki kept dodging and questioned whether it was luck or strategy. Aizawa watched from the stands with narrowed eyes. Below, Anya remained wordless, composed, and quietly bored. She decided to play one more trick. Anya slipped into Ida's mind once more and created a visual illusion that only he could see. From his perspective, she had moved to the right and was standing still. He lunged at that empty spot and froze, bewildered. Present Mike reacted that Ida had lunged at air. Anya, enjoying the moment, brought 2 fingers to her temple where it could be seen. She had now fully infiltrated Ida's thoughts. Ida's internal plan to attack was interrupted as an unfamiliar command echoed in his head telling him not to. He stiffened. The voice had ordered him to walk out of bounds, and he found himself obeying. He slowly turned and started walking toward the edge of the arena as the crowd buzzed in confusion. Aizawa leaned forward and muttered that he had seen her fingers at her temple. It was not water or a physical technique, but something else. Present Mike admitted uncertainty and described what had happened as serious mind games, calling it a bold piece of strategy. Anya released him and dropped her hand from her temple. Ida stumbled to a stop, blinking and disoriented, trying to understand what had just occurred. The crowd was electrified. Class 1A turned at once when someone muttered disbelief. Hitoshi Shinso stood at the edge of their group with wide eyes and his arms crossed. Midoriya greeted him cheerfully as if nothing unusual had happened earlier. Kaminari asked why Shinso was there. Shinso explained that he had bumped into Anya before the match and that she had told him something strange. Kirishima asked what she had said. Shinso described that she had claimed they were alike and had told him to watch closely. He said he had done so, and what he had seen looked exactly like mind control. Jaira blinked at the claim. Shinso nodded and added that he had seen and used that effect himself. It was not bluffing or strategy. He suggested asking Midoriya or Ojiro, who would know what it felt like. Everyone turned toward Midoriya and Ojiro. Ojiro looked uncomfortable. Midoriya hesitated and then recalled how, when he had broken free from Shinso's quirk earlier, he remembered the sensation of being pulled by words he had not thought. He said it was the same look in Ida's eyes just now. Ojiro agreed that Ida had worn a blank expression, as if he did not even know where he was. Uraraka glanced toward the arena and asked whether Anya's quirk was water manipulation. Yayarozu frowned and said she had thought so too, but that Anya had not used any water and had only pressed her fingers to her temple. Bakugo remained silent but kept his eyes fixed on the spot Anya had occupied. He gritted his teeth, recognizing that there was more to her than flashy water moves and smug comebacks, and felt his frustration turn into a determined anger about what he would do in the finals. A short distance away, on the other side of the concrete partitions separating class sections, a blond boy sat silently. He had not meant to eavesdrop at first, but once he heard Shinso's account he became fully attentive. He considered the possibility of mind control and narrowed his eyes. His memory was still hazy from earlier when he had made contact with Anya. The pain, the voices, the mental overload had started the second he copied her quirk. He was putting the pieces together and his eyes widened as he wondered if that could even be possible. A smirk curled onto his face. He hated to admit it, but he was growing fond of the girl and wanted to try her quirk again. Back with Anya, she was mid-purchase at the vending machine when she heard her name being mentioned. She plucked the last snack out of the machine and headed toward where her class, plus Shinso, were gathered. Instead of joining them, Anya leaned silently against the doorway, eyes half-lidded and half-shadowed by her curls. From her angle, they had not noticed her, and with the tiniest mental push she made sure they still would not. Kaminari admitted that he still did not understand what had happened, eyes wide. Mina added that she had seen nothing move and found Ida's exit baffling. Kirishima scratched his head and agreed that Ida was not the type to give up. Yaoyorozu asked if Anya had said anything, noting she had not seen her mouth move. Jairu suggested dryly that maybe Anya had only looked at him strangely. Kaminari wondered aloud if an eye contact quirk might exist, and Shiro blinked in surprise. Ojiro muttered that such quirks did exist, glancing at Shinso. Mina cut in to dismiss the speculation as psychological warfare or a staged trick. Tokoyami noted flatly that Ida had not tripped but walked away. Uraraka proposed that the effect might have been stage magic, but Kaminari protested loudly that Anya had not even touched Ida. The group fell quiet and turned toward Shinso, who had clearly been paying attention. Jairu considered the possibility of a second quirk, and Kirishima asked what that would mean. Several of them thought about Shinso's earlier theory and dismissed the idea as unlikely for their age, naming only legendary cases as exceptions. Anya let their words blur into background noise. She knew this conversation would come eventually but preferred to make a stronger impression in the next round rather than offer half explanations now. She stepped back into the shadows without making a sound. No one turned, and they would not know she had been there. She headed back to the waiting room, peeled open her snack, and sat cross-legged on the bench, eyes closed as she tuned everything out. The noise, the stadium, the distant footsteps. Peace did not last. Present Mike announced that it was time for the second semi-final match, Bakugo versus Todoroki. Anya was not going to miss it, but she was not in the mood to face her classmates after what had happened with Ida, so she rose and silently took a spot on an upper balcony that overlooked the stadium, half shrouded in shadow with her snack still in hand. Down below, the arena erupted as the match began. Todoroki did not hesitate and summoned a massive wall of ice that surged forward like a jagged glacier. Bakugo responded instantly with explosive bursts, shattering the ice midair as smoke and frost collided. The impact and shockwaves filled the stadium in chaotic rhythm. When the smoke cleared, Bakugo lay buried inside a frozen pillar, expression furious. He blasted free, angrier than before, and charged Todoroki, flipping him with brute force. Bakugo accused Todoroki of underestimating him and demanded that he fight properly. Todoroki skidded backward and steadied himself just inside the boundary with a quick patch of ice beneath his feet. They clashed again, and for a brief moment Anya noticed a flicker of fire from Todoroki's side. Bakugo's frustration was audible as he insisted that Todoroki must fight like he had against Midoriya and show that he was trying to defeat him. Anya registered that Bakugo, despite his chaos, demanded fairness. She sensed Todoroki's internal hesitation, the familiar guilt and doubt after his match with Midoriya, torn between proving himself and holding to his vow not to use his father's power. Midoriya shouted encouragement from the stands, and the fire from Todoroki flared brighter, fully igniting. Bakugo launched forward with a primed explosion, but Todoroki raised another wall of ice to slow the blast. Bakugo's force ripped through it anyway, the shock sending Todoroki tumbling and out of the ring. Smoke swallowed the field. When it cleared, Todoroki lay just beyond the ring, unconscious and motionless. Bakugo, shaking, stumbled upright and grabbed Todoroki's uniform, demanding that the match not end without a true effort. Midnight moved quickly and released a pink, sleep-inducing aroma that drifted across the field. When it touched Bakugo, he slumped and went limp. The officials declared Todoroki out of bounds and Bakugo the victor. The arena exploded in cheers. Anya sat silently on the balcony, eyes narrowed, absorbing the outcome. She would face Bakugo. Eventually, but first the next match remained. Kurozaki versus Tokoyami. Anya stepped into the arena, her braid flowing behind her like a banner. A few feet away, Tokoyami stood calm and collected, dark shadow looming over his shoulder like a specter of war. She tilted her head and noted the cool, focused stoicism the boy radiated, and she felt a measure of respect. Unbeknownst to her, Tokoyami thought much the same. He found her presence unnerving, as though something coiled tight and hidden under her calm exterior, and he nodded in mutual respect. Tokoyami was undoubtedly strong, but Anya did not think him beyond her. Perhaps she was selfish or arrogant, but she intended to prove herself. Up in the stands, Class 1A leaned forward in anticipation, most snacks forgotten. Mina asked her classmates who they thought would win. Ciro crossed his arms confidently and bet on Fumikage, noting that Dark Shadow was especially formidable in the current lighting. The crowd quieted as the match was about to begin. Kirishima observed that the thing would probably go feral. Yaoyorozu agreed thoughtfully, recalling her match with the boy. It still stung. She noted that he was methodical and grounded, and likely hard to surprise. Kaminari leaned back and admitted that Anya made him uneasy in a way he found hard to read, and he suspected she might beat Tokoyami. Midoriya, meanwhile, was scribbling intensely in his notebook, lips moving faster than his pen as he analyzed what he had seen. He recorded that Anya's water quirk appeared to operate with high-level kinetic precision, but he also noted her reaction speed. In the Kaminari match she had absorbed rather than dodged, and in the Ida match he had walked away without resistance or contact, as if she had anticipated him. He muttered ideas under his breath, much to the rest of the class's visible frustration, and Bakugo snapped for him to shut up. Down in the arena, Anya considered her approach. Dark Shadow would lunge the moment the match began. Its weakness seemed tied to light, and Tokoyami had looked uncomfortable in excessively bright fights. That advantage was irrelevant here. There was no light to call on, and Anya's water would be limited. It was precisely the kind of opponent she wanted. Midnight signaled the start of the bout. Dark Shadow surged forward with a shriek, claws extended. Anya stepped smoothly aside, avoiding the first blow, and reached outward with a mental nudge. A single, shallow mental pulse swept like sonar and found Tokoyami, briefly turning his vision to black so the arena vanished from his senses. He blinked, disoriented. This had never happened before. Tokoyami ordered Dark Shadow to attack, and the entity howled as it lunged with violent force. Anya jumped backward to narrowly avoid a slash across her midsection, then probed his mind again. She realized Dark Shadow had a primitive, independent will, a buzzing presence she could feel but could not fully control. Her previous move had only affected Tokoyami himself, not the shadow, so she shifted her strategy. Dark Shadow attacked again, claws cutting through the air. Tokoyami crouched and relied on sound, trusting his shadow to compensate. Anya began to sprint, backing up toward the ring's edge. Present Mike called out in surprise as the crowd leaned in. Dark Shadow came at her once more, claws slicing. Anya raised a hand and formed a translucent barrier midair. Dark Shadow slammed into it, rebounded with a sharp cry, and a shockwave rippled outward. The arena air throbbed, hair and debris whipped back while Anya remained calm and composed. Tokoyami's jaw tightened as she released her hold on his senses and returned his vision. The stands fell into stunned silence. Present Mike demanded an explanation, while Aizawa admitted he was unsure what they had just witnessed. Murmurs swelled around the stadium. Students and spectators struggled to name what they had seen, and Principal Nizu's quiet smile caught a few puzzled glances. Anya lowered her hand and then closed the distance. Tokoyami ordered Dark Shadow to defend, trying to regroup, but she was already behind him. She taunted that he was too slow, then slammed a kick into his back that sent him crashing forward and skidding across the ground. The impact left him winded. The crowd marveled at her speed. Anya scanned the field and noticed shattered debris along the arena's edges from earlier explosive clashes. She raised her hand and lifted the fragments. The pieces revolved like satellites, then folded around Tokoyami as he struggled to rise, forming a telekinetic cage that pinned him in place. She lifted the mass into the air with a twist of her fingers and then drove it down into the arena. The ground trembled and dust erupted. After a few tense seconds the smoke cleared. Tokoyami lay unconscious but breathing. The debris had scattered harmlessly. Anya stood over him, composed and unruffled. Midnight checked briefly and then announced that Tokoyami was knocked out and Kurozaki advanced to the final. The announcement set the crowd into an uproar. Present Mike demanded answers, and Aizawa could only repeat that he did not fully understand what had happened. Anya's gaze flicked across the arena to the teacher's podium. Principal Nizu sat beside All Might and other faculty. Anya bowed briefly with a faint smile, and Nizu clapped slowly, eyes bright. She gave Aizawa a playful, knowing look before heading toward the exit. She had one match left against Bakugo, and anticipation thrummed under her skin. Present Mike tried to declare a short break before the final, but his voice cut out when Aizawa, trying to prevent speculation, switched off the microphone. Both men turned when Principal Nizu himself stepped into the broadcasting booth, paws folded neatly. All Might stood beside him, arms crossed and face thoughtful. Aizawa asked if Nizu knew what had happened. Nizu confirmed with a delighted nod that he was aware of Miss Anya's true abilities, including an additional quirk. Present Mike reacted with wide-eyed surprise. All Might's expression tightened as he considered the girl's potential. Nizu explained that she had informed him of this when he had been assembling her student file. Nizu explained that he had encouraged her to reveal it when the time felt right. Mike stared, stunned, and asked for clarification. Nizu nodded calmly and explained that she had disclosed the matter privately and requested it be kept off the record for now. Aizawa's jaw tightened as he asked if she had possessed it the entire time. Nizu smiled faintly and confirmed that she had. He said he understood her caution. She was used to keeping cards close, and he had suspected the festival might force her hand. All Might asked why she would choose to show it at the festival. Nizu replied that here she could control the story. Mike rubbed his temples and admitted confusion, asking whether she really had two quirks and whether her teachers had been kept in the dark. Nizu reiterated that she had asked for privacy, that she had not broken any rules, and that she had chosen to reveal part of her ability now. Nizu added that the festival existed for the students to show who they were, and that she had done exactly that. Aizawa muttered that she was causing an uproar. Nizu pointed out that others had also caused commotion: Todoroki, Bakugo, Shinso, and reminded them that they were there to evaluate such performances. Aizawa did not answer. Mike leaned forward and asked about her background. Aizawa and Nizu responded in unison that her background was confidential. Mike threw his arms up in frustration, complaining about their secrecy. Nizu maintained his calm and emphasized what mattered. She was stable, in control, and remarkably adaptive, qualities they had all just witnessed. All Might nodded thoughtfully and observed that Bakugo would not hold back in the final. Aizawa agreed, and Nizu added quietly that neither would she. They all turned back toward the stadium, tension building like a distant storm. Anya finally decided to face her classmates. She walked up the steps toward the Class 1A seating area, passing students from other departments and support teams. Most hurried to clear a path the moment they saw her. Hushed whispers spread in her wake. Students murmured that she was the girl from the Tokoyami match, that she hadn't flinched, and that she might have used mind-based abilities to lift him. Anya paid them no mind and continued. Soon her classmates, along with Shinso, came into view. They were talking among themselves and had not noticed her at first. She slowed when she realized their conversation centered on her. Jaira muttered that she was still a mystery. She had used water against Kaminari, done nothing apparent to Ida, and then performed whatever display they had just seen. Kirishima leaned forward and observed that she hadn't even touched Tokoyami. She had blocked Dark Shadow like it was nothing, and he called it impressive. Midoriya, sitting near Todoroki, gripped his notebook and speculated that the precision of her debris control wasn't purely physical, that it might involve telekinesis or advanced neural processing. Todoroki crossed his arms and thought that she had not only beaten Tokoyami but dominated him. He realized he had not known she was capable of that. A short silence followed. Shiro quietly asked what they actually knew about Anya. Mina offered that she was a transfer student. Kaminari added that she was half Russian and quiet. Shiro concluded that they basically knew nothing about her. A voice from the back of the row interrupted, noting in amused tones that the class seemed fond of gossip. Everyone flinched. Jairu shrieked in surprise. They all turned in unison. Anya was standing near the back of the seating row with arms folded and one brow raised. She stepped forward and sat down, crossing her legs with casual composure. Her gaze fell to Shinso at the edge of the row. He had been unusually quiet, leaning against the railing with his arms crossed and head tilted as if processing everything. He had not joined the line of questioning. Anya narrowed her eyes in an amused way and gave a small, casual wave. Shinso met her gaze for a second and then looked away. Mina, flustered, asked if he had been listening. Anya confirmed that she had been listening and pointed out that they had not been whispering. Kaminari leaned forward and asked what her power had been in the match. Anya tilted her head and asked which part he meant. Yaoyorozu specified the force field and the flying debris. Anya offered a faint, evasive smile and declined to explain. Half the class exclaimed that they wanted to know. Shiro asked why she had not used it earlier, noting how effortlessly she had made it look. Anya replied that she had not seen the need to use it. It was not something she casually displayed. Jairu accused her of hypnotizing Ida. Anya responded flatly that she had not touched him and that he had left on his own. Todoroki finally looked up and demanded why she would hide her ability at all, whether she had been waiting for the perfect moment to humiliate them. His fists clenched. Anya blinked once and said that she had been waiting for someone who could actually handle it. The class fell silent. Midoriya seemed full of follow-up questions but remained composed, pen poised in his notebook. Yaoyorozu asked in a soft, wary voice whether she was dangerous. Anya replied with a quiet observation that danger was a part of being a hero. Silence stretched between them. Mina attempted to lighten the mood with a nervous laugh and joked that perhaps Anya was a secret agent or some similar surprise. Anya offered a small, unreadable smile and said nothing more. Kaminari muttered that the mystery did not help. Anya rose slowly, dusted her uniform off with a shrug, and suggested that confusion might keep them out of her head for a while. She turned to leave, but then she sensed a change in the air, heat and motion. Instinct took over. She spun around and intercepted Bakugo's hand as his gauntlet sparked with an explosive flare. The blast flared beside her, but she did not flinch. She had her palm locked around his wrist, absorbing the motion. Midoriya reacted with alarm and Bakugo's presence drew exclamations from others. Bakugo growled, low and tense, and yanked his hand back slowly as the air crackled between them. He accused her, with anger and challenge in his tone, and warned that he would not hold back in the final. Anya's fingers eased from his wrist. The moment broke, and the class returned to a charged, watchful quiet. Anya allowed a slow, amused smile to spread on her lips and acknowledged the moment. Somewhere on the other side of town, a man sat hunched in front of a flickering TV, fingernails scratching at his neck until the skin reddened. He rasped that she was the one and noted that the other had told him not to kill her but had said nothing about not hurting her. A soft, disjointed laugh followed. He rose slowly, joints cracking, and searched through papers scattered across the floor, blueprints, files, photographs, old surveillance stills until his hand found the folder he wanted. He ran a gloved finger down her picture, tracing the outline of her face as if studying it. He observed that she appeared composed even in black and white and let his lips curl. He murmured that she wore an armor of composure and that he knew what she really was, since the other had told him everything. He chuckled, a dry, cold sound, and told the folder that everyone was fascinated with her, but he planned to peel those layers back one by one until he saw what she had been created for. He tucked the folder under his arm, turned toward the door, and whispered that Anya Kurozaki would belong to him soon. Present Mike announced to the stadium that the final match of the UA Sports Festival had arrived, building excitement as the crowd responded. He introduced the competitors: Katsuki Bakugo, known for explosive power and a temper to match, and Anya Kurozaki, the mysterious powerhouse who had disrupted expectations throughout the festival. The crowd roared as Bakugo stepped into the arena with sparks already crackling from his palms, and the cheers intensified when Anya entered, braid neatly tucked into a bun. This was the moment Anya had been waiting for. The finals felt like a worthy test. Her heart pounded with adrenaline and anticipation rather than fear. Across the arena, Bakugo rolled his shoulders with his signature scowl, volatile and powerful, never one to hold back. Present Mic's introduction faded into the background for Anya. Her focus rested fully on the boy across from her and on the voices that had led her here. Nizu had reminded her that the sports festival was about more than winning. It was about visibility. Aizawa had urged her to show her potential and to give her all in the finals. Bakugo had promised to give everything and said that when he beat her he wanted that victory to mean something. That challenge ignited something in her, and she intended to put on a show. Midnight signaled the start of the round. Neither competitor moved at first. They held a tense standoff that silenced the crowd. Anya observed that Bakugo was not charging impulsively this time. He was studying her, sharp and adaptable. Present Mic pointed out the standoff to the audience. Anya did not want to make the first move. She raised 2 fingers toward her temple, testing Bakugo's reaction without slipping into his mind. She intended to fight fairly. Bakugo exploded forward with a shout, launching himself into an attack, but Anya smoothly sidestepped and flipped over him, landing behind him as smoke cleared. Bakugo spun, expecting her to be there, and blasted again with twin detonations. Anya manifested a translucent force field between them that absorbed the blasts harmlessly. Bakugo clicked his tongue and charged again, firing repeated explosions that hammered against her barrier. She stood steady within the sphere, unmoved. Bakugo's frustration grew and his explosions intensified, each detonation draining more from him. Bakugo demanded angrily that she stop avoiding him and face him. Anya raised an eyebrow and kept her composure. The attacks continued, each blast hotter and angrier, and Bakugo began to pant from exertion. Aizawa murmured to himself that Anya was wearing Bakugo out. At one point, Anya stumbled a step back, not from error but because a blast had pushed against her barrier and shifted her. She noticed a subtle, hairline crack along the shimmering curve of her force field. Her gaze locked onto Bakugo, and she recognized his strength. Anya thought to herself that he was strong. She lowered her force field just as he launched another attack. Ducking under his guard, she vanished and reappeared behind him. She leaned down and warned him to be careful what he wished for. He barely had time to react. His eyes widened in realization, but it was too late. Her elbow struck the side of his face, followed by a sharp roundhouse kick that sent him tumbling across the field. Present Mic bellowed that their competitor was done dodging and called the move risky and bold. Everything froze for a heartbeat. Bakugo grunted, then a wild laugh tore from his throat as he rose, his smile wide and feral. Anya blinked, surprised at how much excitement he seemed to take from the fight. It wasn't just anger. It was exhilaration, like a challenge accepted. She recognized that feeling in herself. The rush hit again. Her heart pounded in time with his. Their smirks matched. Bakugo charged and she charged back. This time they fought without quirks, without shields, without blasts or water. Just fists. In the stands, Class 1A watched in stunned silence. Mina asked if anyone was watching this. Uraraka whispered that they were. Kirishima murmured that it was like 2 beasts trying to dominate each other. No one dared to look away. In the arena they circled, lunged, and struck, testing one another for weaknesses and trying to overpower the other. Anya believed Bakugo had initiative this round, though she could have gone back to avoiding blasts. This close combat felt more fun to her. She muttered that it was a bold move. Bakugo roared and swung at her face, but she dodged. Another punch came and she caught his wrist, twisted it, and drove a blow into his midsection. He grunted but did not back down. He dove for her legs. She anticipated it and flipped forward, her hands hitting the ground as her leg struck his raised arms and knocked him off balance. They both registered the same thoughts. She was strong. He had dodged that next move. She landed, spun on her heel, and delivered a hard kick to his side. Bakugo staggered but surged forward and grabbed her, one arm locking around her waist to hold her in place. He might have been trying to body slam her. His grip was strong. Anya turned and noted dryly that it felt cozy. With surprising speed she wrapped her arms around his neck, jumped, twisted midair, and flipped him over her shoulder, using momentum to complete the throw. Bakugo hit the ground hard. She pushed herself upright as he rolled back to his feet. They turned simultaneously, panting, eyes locked, grins full of battle hunger. Around them the stadium seemed to fall silent. The festival faded into the background. They no longer registered their instructor's commentary. Kaminari muttered that they were insane. This time Anya struck first. She sprinted, built momentum, and leapt, using his shoulders as a platform. Her legs wrapped around his outstretched arm, and with a sharp torque she dragged him down and pinned him, his head caught under her control and his arm twisted tight. She suggested that he yield in a low voice. He refused. Heat flared. She felt it on her cheek and narrowed her eyes. He was charging a blast. She could not counter in time without causing serious injury. She clicked her tongue and released him, twisting away just before the blast went off. The explosion missed, but her sleeve ignited and the fire spread. She ripped off the burned material to prevent further injury and adjusted her clothing. Smoke surged. She crouched with one hand on the ground and waited. They were back to quirks. Bakugo yelled an insult through the smoke while Anya listened for him but could not see him. Movement appeared behind her, a flash of light and a piece of fabric blown past. Bakugo emerged from the side with his palm lit and launched a full-powered explosion toward the side of her head. This time it struck. Anya raised her hands to shield her face, but everything blurred. A deafening blast shook the stadium. The shockwave rippled outward and rattled the stands. Gasps spread through the crowd. Izawa and Present Mike leapt from their chairs, trying to see through the thick smoke. A piercing scream cut through the air, raw and filled with pain. Someone in the stands shouted that someone should step in. Others cried that they could not watch or could not see. Through the haze Bakugo spotted a silhouette on her knees, hands pressed to the sides of her head as if trying to hold herself together. He had never heard a scream like that from anyone. Anya trembled, breathing in sharp gasps, eyes wide and glassy. Slowly her hands lowered. A few dark flecks fell from them to the floor, a sign that she had been hurt. Bakugo's heart pounded. He wondered if he had caused it. Anya looked up at him with a gaze that shifted from fear and shock to something colder and angrier, as if she were not entirely herself. A chill ran down his spine. Then a voice reached into her thoughts, the one she had not heard in a long time, the one she had tried to block out. It came like a whisper curling into her mind. Destroy Anya. The ground beneath Bakugo trembled with a slow, deliberate rumble. Aizawa's attention sharpened the instant he saw signs of injury near Anya's ears. He tensed and reached for the microphone to call for support and backup. Before help could arrive, the stadium shook violently. Metal groaned and strained. Railings, the scattered debris from earlier matches, chairs, and the broadcast screen rose into the air and pointed in unison toward Bakugo. He braced to move, but he could not. His legs would not budge. Neither would his arms. It felt as if something had hijacked his nervous system, something that did not belong to him. Zero shouted from the stands, eyes wide as he gripped what was left of the railing, demanding to know what was happening. Mina, clutching the edge of her seat, stammered that the scream might have been Anya's, surprised that it could sound like that. Uraraka replied that she thought it had been Anya and that she had never heard her like that. Kirishima leaned forward, squinting through lingering smoke and asking whether Anya was down and if that mark on the ground meant she'd been hurt. Kaminari muttered that he could not see clearly but sensed something was seriously wrong down there. Down in the arena, Bakugo strained as his body refused to obey him. A sudden, painful pulsing seized his chest, his heartbeat hammering in a way that felt wrong. Something moved inside him, a strange motion that stole his breath. He looked back at Anya. She was on her knees, staring at her stained hands. Her fingers trembled, shifting in jerky, unnatural ways, as if something else were pulling the strings. Her eyes were vacant, though Bakugo could have sworn he saw a faint orange tinge in them. She began to mumble, some of it in a language he did not understand. Snatches of pleading broke through get-off words that made no sense in context, as though she were arguing with something invisible. She wiped at her hands desperately, frantic. Bakugo stood frozen, forced to watch pieces of debris float toward him, stopped inches from striking. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for impact that never came. When he opened them, Anya was somewhere else entirely, disconnected and lost. Bakugo growled and tried to force her back, ordering her to snap out of it. Time warped around them. The smoke thinned, and then someone's call pierced through the haze. Midnight's announcement that Kurozaki was out of bounds cut through whatever held Anya. The sound registered like a phantom echo, enough to pull her back. She blinked, realized her foot had crossed the line, and stepped back, stunned. The debris that had hovered in the air fell in a series of clattering crashes. The invisible grip that had tightened the arena loosened. The spell broke. Realization hit her with the weight of a collapse. She had sworn to herself and to the person who had made her promise that she would never let that part of herself out again. But she knew, with a sick clarity, that she had used it. And worse, it had answered. She stood frozen, horrified. Her training, her control, her quiet vows, everything felt undone in seconds. She began to mumble again. Bakugo finally stumbled forward, muscles twitching as he confirmed he could still move. He could not stop staring at her. Anya's body trembled slightly, her face was unreadable. Her hands still shook, and she kept apologizing, repeating that she had not meant for any of it to happen. She touched her ears and found silence. Her hearing aids were destroyed. Bakugo's expression was all fury and refusal as he advanced, demanding that she get up and insisting he would not accept this outcome. Aizawa snapped forward, calling to Midnight. Midnight acted quickly, ripping fabric from her sleeve and releasing pink sleep-inducing dust. Bakugo managed only a step more before his knees buckled and he collapsed. Anya was already gone. Chaos erupted in the crowd, screams, chants, confused murmurs, everyone unsure of what they had witnessed. Present Mike, visibly shaken, leaned into his mic and announced that Kurozaki had stepped out of bounds, which meant the winner of the UA Sports Festival was Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd roared, torn between cheers and uneasy glances toward the now empty side of the field. No one, not even her teachers, knew where Anya had gone. The event speaker later announced that the awards ceremony would begin shortly and encouraged everyone to relax and grab snacks. Aizawa had already sprinted from the room the moment Anya vanished, boots pounding the hallway as dread built with every step. He chastised himself for allowing things to reach this point. He had seen the strain in her eyes and felt responsible. He slowed only when his foot skidded on something wet on the corridor floor. A dark trail glistened under the lights, leading toward a waiting room. A jolt of déjà vu hit him hard. This was like the day he had first found her, fragile and out of control. He pushed open the door with careful urgency. She stood with her back to him, legs trembling, both hands pressed to the sides of her head. A dark stain marked the tiled floor. He moved closer, every alarm in him flaring as he took in the scene. Aizawa opened his mouth, but before a single word left him, her knees buckled. He lunged and caught her before she could hit the floor, kneeling to cradle her gently against his chest and support her limp body with surprising tenderness. Aizawa asked in a low, calm voice what was going on, though the turmoil building in his chest showed how much it mattered. Her eyes met his but did not focus. She stared at him, completely lost, and then she began to apologize in a broken, panicked way, insisting she had not meant to, that she had broken a promise. Her breathing hitched and escalated into full-blown panic as her body trembled violently in his arms. Suddenly she was somewhere else again, back in the red room. She could feel the sterile air, the slick floor beneath her feet, and the faint stains on her hands. The echoing silence of a place that screamed without sound returned. Dreykov's voice haunted her thoughts, telling her that no matter what happened, she would always belong to the Red Room and always be a weapon. Aizawa's stomach twisted and he tightened his hold on her. He tried to reassure her, cupping her cheek and telling her it was not her fault and that she should breathe with him, but her eyes remained unfocused and darted as if seeing a face that was not his. She cried harder, collapsing inward in a way he had not seen before. A dam seemed to break and every silent scream and suppressed tear came rushing out at once. Aizawa tilted her head gently and checked her ears. His jaw tightened when he realized her hearing aids were gone, destroyed in the blast during the fight. That explained why she could not even hear herself sobbing. He asked if she could hear him, already knowing the likely answer. There was no response, only unsteady sobs and more apologies that sounded as if they were meant for someone else. In her perception, the face before her had become Dreykov, and that crushed her. Aizawa signaled for help and called for Recovery Girl with urgent direction to find her now. A shadow flickered in the doorway and All Might stepped in, confusion written across his face as he asked what was happening and whether she was all right. Aizawa barked that they needed Recovery Girl immediately because the girl was in pain, could not hear, and was panicking. All Might did not hesitate and ran to fetch the medical specialist. Aizawa focused fully on the trembling girl, brushing sticky strands of hair from her tear-streaked face. She looked small and vulnerable, nothing like the fierce fighter who had stunned the stadium moments before. He told himself she would be okay. Recovery Girl returned quickly with all might and assessed the situation with swift precision. She told Aizawa that the girl was in shock and likely suffering quirk strain, but more pressingly that her ears and the hearing aids were gone and she was not responding to sounds. A tray clinked nearby, but Anya did not flinch. Her eyes stayed distant and unfocused. Recovery Girl explained that without her aids the girl was relying solely on instinct, movement, pressure, or vibration, and that her brain was overloaded. They needed to replace the hearing aids as soon as possible. Recovery Girl worked quickly to stabilize her, stopping bleeding and administering something to manage the pressure. Anya drifted in and out of consciousness, lips forming broken apologies, but she grew calmer. Aizawa whispered again that it was not her fault. When Anya stirred faintly, still not fully conscious, she rasped something about the explosion. Aizawa leaned in and identified her. Realizing she could not communicate clearly out loud, she raised two trembling fingers to her temple and used her quirk. Anya projected into their minds, telling them not to freak out. The sudden clarity in their heads left the room still as they processed the telepathic communication. She explained that she was using telepathy to project her thoughts into their minds and asked them to simply think whatever they wanted to say so she could hear it. Aizawa thought that this accounted for the earlier moment with Ida, acknowledging her ability with a measured expression. Anya continued, focusing on what mattered. She explained that Bakugo's blast had been too close and that the sound had overloaded their systems. The noise had damaged the hearing aids and hurt so much that a scream came out as a raw response, not a voluntary act. Recovery Girl observed aloud that the hearing aids had likely been damaged at that moment and that the scream had been an involuntary reaction to the overload. She laid a hand against Anya's forehead in a calming gesture. Anya agreed with a slow nod and lowered her hand from her temple. Aizawa's jaw clenched with guilt as he watched her. Recovery Girl spoke more firmly about the situation. They could patch her up, stop the bleeding and give pain relief, but she would not recover properly without hearing aids. Anya then explained that the aids she had worn were custom-built in the Red Room because her hearing had been damaged beyond what standard models could handle. She admitted, with a faint, rueful chuckle, that finding a replacement would be difficult. All Might insisted mentally that nothing was hopeless at UA. He thought to Anya that they did not believe in giving up and declared that there was still something they could do for someone who needed help. Then, with a low rumble of power and a glow of energy, All Might's presence expanded into the full strength of the symbol of peace, and he affirmed his readiness to help. Anya's breath caught. For a brief moment the pounding in her skull, the ache in her ears, and the pressure in her chest seemed to fade. Standing before her now was more than a teacher or a man she had once been ordered to kill. He stood as a hero. Her eyes softened as she looked at him and allowed a memory to stir, one she had not thought about in years. No, this was during that first endless year of fear and conditioning. Anya had been cleaning the floors outside the upper corridors, bruised and exhausted, when a voice echoed from a cracked door and caught her attention. She paused and inched closer. An instructor stood nearby watching footage on a small screen and sneered about false symbols and Western delusions, but Anya had not heard him. She was watching the screen. A golden figure stood tall amid rubble and chaos on the broadcast, grinning and radiating light, looking into the camera as if speaking directly to her. A child's eyes widened. A small hand lifted and pressed gently against the cold steel wall, as if it could reach through. She did not understand who he was or what exactly he was doing, only that people cheered when he arrived and that his voice did not sound cruel. His smile was not condescending. His strength did not come with punishment. She did not know what to call it then, but something in her chest stirred, a flicker of warmth in a place long gone cold. For the first time in that suffocating place, she felt something like safety or hope. The weight of her past and present collided for a moment, and she blinked hard, overwhelmed for an entirely different reason. The larger-than-life figure on the screen knelt down until they were eye level, radiating even more warmth up close, and assured her that they would make it happen, whatever it took. Anya nodded, and for the first time in a long time she let herself believe that the future might still be hers to take. The room around her fell quiet. Aizawa checked his watch and sighed, noting that the award ceremony was starting soon. He softened his tone toward Anya and told her to rest. He would take care of the rest and inform Principal Nizu, who was probably tearing the building apart looking for her. Anya blinked slowly in acknowledgement, the stress on her face easing for the first time since she had fallen. As the adults began to move, Recovery Girl wrapped a blanket around her and told her gently to rest, that she was safe. Anya nodded and curled into a ball, comforted by the motherly care she had never received before. She sighed and drifted off, wondering quietly what her life had become. The awards ceremony that followed was a spectacle, but it felt hollow. Third place went to the dual-haired boy who stood silently on the podium, shoulders heavy with self-doubt. The second-place platform remained empty. On the highest platform stood the first-place winner, explosive and visibly furious, chained at the wrists. The rest of the first years watched below the platforms in confused, tense silence. There was no excitement, only a strange, uncomfortable air of unfinished business. Mina glanced toward the empty second-place platform where Anya should have been and frowned. Uraraka noticed and placed a calming hand on her shoulder, promising that they would see Anya once the ceremony was over. Kirishima forced a grin and suggested that Anya had probably just passed out after a match like that, though his tone lacked its usual brightness. All Might landed atop the stage with his usual flair, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and Principal Nizu followed a few seconds later, perched on his small podium platform as if on cue. All Might began the ceremony by announcing the third-place winner as Shoto Todoroki and praising his progress. Todoroki bowed his head lightly, his gaze distant. All Might skipped over second place and turned to the first-place winner, reminding him that he had kept the promises in his pledge and removing the device that had restrained him. The explosive boy immediately began to shout that winning first place like this did not prove he was the best and demanded to know where Anya was. He wrestled against his bindings and spat out the medal in disgust, refusing to accept it. The stadium announcer tried to recover and present the winners, but someone in the crowd raised a hand and asked where the second-place winner was. Minoma Nito's familiar, cocky voice called attention to the absence, and the audience quickly filled with questions about Anya's condition. Rumors and concerns swelled into chatter and unease. All Might looked uncomfortable. Principal Nizu stepped forward between the podiums and the audience, clasped his tiny paws behind his back, and addressed the stadium with a composed but serious tone. Nizu acknowledged the questions about Anya Kurozaki's whereabouts and explained that she was no ordinary student. He confirmed that she possessed not just one but two unique and powerful quirks, which drew a wave of surprise through the stands. Students reacted loudly to the revelation, some astonished that what had once been rumor was now confirmed. Classmates exchanged stunned looks as they tried to reconcile the revelation with what they had witnessed on the field. Some realized, with dawning understanding, how she had managed certain moves and effects during the match. Bakugo, still on the winner's platform, narrowed his eyes. He had suspected something all along. Hearing the principal confirm her dual quirks only fueled his anger. He clenched his fists and burned with questions about how much she had held back and what had happened during their match. Whatever the truth, he wanted answers. Nizu went on to explain that he had personally accepted Anya into UA because of her potential and extraordinary abilities. The stands continued to buzz with whispers and speculation as the ceremony proceeded under that new light. Even the teachers raised their eyebrows. Nizu's voice softened slightly as he addressed the crowd. He said that great power often comes with great burden and that Miss Kurozaki had pushed herself to the brink in today's final match. He explained that she was currently receiving treatment in the medical wing, that she was stable and in good hands, but not in any condition to attend the ceremony. Bakugo thought it was nonsense, his jaw tightening. He believed the announcement was an attempt to smooth things over for the crowd. He was certain Anya had not pushed herself that far in their fight. Nizu then informed everyone that the medal for second place would be delivered to her shortly, along with the school's sincerest congratulations. The crowd buzzed once again. He turned to the first years below the podium and told them that the festival had been a test not just of power, but of heart, growth, and the will to move forward, and that strength lay not only in quirks but in choices. He gave a quick nod to All Might and asked if they should wrap up. All Might blinked and then recovered his usual posture, affirming that they should. The air shifted, a weight seemed to lift. All eyes were left on the girl who was not there but who had clearly left her mark. The man ordered in a cold, sharp tone for her to try again and to try harder. He stepped closer, his boots echoing on concrete, and commanded her to go again. A child's voice responded in a trembling whisper that she could not go on and that it was not working. Tears clung to her lashes and her hazel eyes were red and glassy. The man scoffed and accused her of not trying hard enough. He told her she was useless if she could not use her quirk, that she had been brought there for a reason and was not irreplaceable, and that if she wanted to survive she would give them what they wanted or they would make room for someone who could. Anya was 6 years old, trembling on a cement floor with thin arms outstretched and palms shaking. She had been at the Red Room for a year, enduring the training they called necessary. For today's lesson in quirk control, the specialist assigned to her had shown no patience. Before her stood a line of objects: chairs, steel weights, a large table, even 2 men strapped upright in harnesses, eyes hollow and bodies still. The instructor had given no explanation for them. He told her to lift the objects. She whispered that she could not feel them and that it hurt. The instructor crouched and told her bluntly that excuses were failure and failure was punishable. His voice cut into her. He warned that if she wanted to survive she had to produce results. Anya's heart pounded and her skull throbbed. Her vision blurred. She finished his sentence in a broken whisper and he smiled cruelly, ordering her to lift them again. Anya clenched her jaw and tried. Her hands rose, trembling. Her head burned and pressure built behind her ears. She focused, reaching out with her mind, but nothing happened. The instructor called her pathetic. His voice felt like a blade cutting through her concentration. He continued to berate her, mentioning Dreykov and calling her a waste of space. Something inside her snapped. The ringing in her ears went raw. Then the lights above exploded, glass scattering. The temperature dropped. Suddenly everything in the room began to float. Chairs, weights, the table, the men in the harnesses, even the instructor rose into the air. The man's words died as he rose too, flailing but unable to find the ground. Anya screamed as her powers surged out of control, overriding her attempts to calm it. The room thrummed as objects hovered and spun. The men showed signs of distress and a couple of them fell unconscious as they hovered. The air itself felt charged. Anya's eyes opened wide and seemed to glow. Lines of golden light traced across her skin like cracks of energy, growing brighter with each breath. Her hair lifted weightlessly and the strain in her head intensified until her hearing suddenly failed and a blast of silence followed. She felt a sharp, overwhelming pain in her head, then a falter in her scream. Her vision dimmed, she felt the world slipping away. Before she collapsed to her knees, barely conscious, she saw the instructor's eyes roll back and then he slumped, unconscious, suspended in midair. Everything fell. She fell with it. Anya jolted upright in a cold sweat, breath ragged. For a moment she did not know where she was, only the echo of the scream lingering in her mind and the weightless terror of floating bodies. Her chest heaved and the pounding in her skull persisted. Unfamiliar voices and emotions bled through her thoughts again, like radio signals she couldn't shut off. She pressed her palms into her eyes, trying to ground herself, but the ache in her head remained and the static of other people's feelings pressed in around her. She realized the award ceremony had ended. A silver medal sat on a nearby chair, glinting in the dim light. She had slept little and felt exhausted. The intensity from outside the room seeped through the door. Worry, confusion, frustration. The recovery nurse had left and everything in the room was quiet, but chaos waited beyond the door. Outside, Mina complained that they just wanted to see Anya, and Kirishima added that they only wanted to check on her. Aizawa stood with his arms crossed and refused, stating that she was in no condition to take visitors and telling them to leave. Mina protested. Aizawa's hair lifted slightly and his glare made clear he meant it, and a visible shiver ran through the group. Mina threatened that she would sue him. Anya listened through the crack of the door and picked out snippets of voice and emotion. Mina asked why he would not let them in and said she just wanted to make sure Anya was okay. Kirishima said it was not manly of Aizawa to keep them away. Another voice noted that Anya had 2 quirks all along, and someone told Jirud to snap out of it. Aizawa's irritated thought cut through the static, warning that this was not the time. Kaminari, noticing Anya, admitted to himself that he felt flustered. There were more impressions Midoriya, Uraraka, Shiro, but the emotions blended too much for her to isolate. Anya's head was still foggy and her body still ached. Aizawa thought angrily about being sued if they complained again, and the thought snapped through the room. Anya snorted faintly and brought 2 fingers to her temple, projecting that they should be allowed in. Aizawa blinked, surprised that she could project from so far away, and wondered, then trailed off when he realized she could hear his thoughts. Mina called for Aizawa by name, confused by his sudden silence, and Midoriya asked if he was all right. Aizawa rubbed his face tiredly and told them they could go in. Everyone asked at once what had changed. Aizawa answered that Anya had said so and warned them to keep their voices down, explaining that her ears were damaged and loud sounds might cause her pain. The class reacted with shock at the news that she had relied on hearing aids and that Bakugo's explosion had destroyed them, triggering the overload. Aizawa opened the door slightly. Inside, Anya lay curled on a hospital cot, wrapped in a blanket with thick white bandages over both ears. She sighed when she saw them standing awkwardly in a half-circle. Mina moved to blurt out her name, and Aizawa cut her off. Mina immediately covered her mouth and apologized. Aizawa reminded them that Anya could not hear normally and that loud noise would hurt her. The group quieted, eyes locked on Anya, whose expression remained steady. She brought her fingers to her temple and, without moving her lips, mentally told them to relax and stop overreacting. Half of them jumped, a few yelped. Mina clutched her heart. Shiro whispered to Kaminari that he heard her in his head. Kaminari blinked and admitted he felt like she was actually in his head. Anya rolled her eyes and explained telepathically that she had been using a part of her quirk to communicate since she woke up, and that she could hear what they thought. She said she would hear anything they thought, but clarified that she had control and did not read everyone willy-nilly. They asked what her quirk actually was. Midoriya suddenly realized that the moment when Ida unexpectedly walked out of bounds had been Anya influencing him, and Anya mentally confirmed that was correct. Midoriya panicked internally at the thought that she had been in his head, and Anya dryly reminded him that she could be physically deaf but mentally very aware. Midoriya fell silent, embarrassed. The class pressed further in whispers, asking whether Bakugo had blown out her hearing aids, whether she had always had the quirk, why she had not said anything before, whether she had been using 2 quirks, and whether the telekinetic moments had been real. Anya answered their questions telepathically in quick, concise responses. Yes to the hearing aids being destroyed, yes to using multiple quirks in battle, no to having told them earlier because she did not want to, and confirmations about the telekinetic displays. Kaminari, still flustered and impressed, admitted quietly that he was impressed. Anya snapped back in her usual blunt way, calling him foolish, and he reacted with a wounded look. Even with the confusion and shock, reluctant amusement rippled through the group. Anya's calm, firm presence inside their minds had stunned them into a respectful silence. Then she looked down at her hands, fidgeting with a loose string on the blanket, and her voice over their minds softened with hesitation as she asked how Bakugo was. Mina replied that Bakugo was okay. He had won and was intact, just very angry. Kirishima added that he had been fuming on the podium and had yelled about Anya. Kaminari offered with a grin that, given that, Bakugo was fine. Anya gave the smallest nod, relief softening the tension in her shoulders. Aizawa stepped further into the room, arms crossed but his tone not unkind as he said that she needed rest and that visiting time was over. A collective groan rose, some reluctant feet dragged toward the door. Anya called out and asked Mina for cheeseburgers, specifying 4 with extra pickles. Mina blinked in surprise but then agreed to bring them. Kaminari laughed at Anya's appetite, and Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, silent. Mina said she would bring the cheeseburgers, and Anya smirked faintly and remarked that she was not going to be empty-handed. The next few hours passed in a blur. The painkiller's recovery girl had given her dulled the pounding in her head to a faint pulse. Time felt warped. 5 minutes stretched into 50. After finishing the cheeseburgers Mina delivered, the familiar hum of life around her slowly returned. Nizu arranged for temporary hearing aids while a custom set was prepared. They were basic and slightly uncomfortable behind her ears, but they were better than nothing. Recovery girl helped her put them in with surprising gentleness, and as they clicked into place the silence peeled back. The soft beep of the heart monitor, the overhead fluorescent hum, the faint screech of rubber soles on tile just outside the door, those sounds were disorienting at first, raw like hearing through bruises. Recovery girl instructed her to adjust the volume as she preferred and then asked if Anya could hear properly. Anya focused and confirmed that she could hear well. Recovery girl urged her to rest and warned her not to overwork her quirk, then gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Aizawa indicated with a tilt of his head that it was time to leave. They walked out in silence beneath the hallway lights. Teachers nodded as they passed, offering quiet glances. No one spoke aloud. Outside, the early evening air was cool and the sky was shifting to dusk. Aizawa unlocked his car and slid into the driver's seat without a word. Anya took the passenger side, sore and steady, her uniform loose now that the adrenaline had faded. They drove with the city lights blurring past. Aizawa asked how long Anya had had her quirk. Anya replied that she had had it since she was 4, shortly after its first manifestation, before the Red Room and the training began. She explained that her biological father and Dreykov had experimented on her, trying to provoke more abilities to see if they could force another quirk to appear early. She remembered not understanding what was happening as a child. Objects moved when she got scared, lights flickered, metal warped, and she had not known at first that it was her doing. The experimenters called it a mutation, said it was either unnatural or proof of their work, and she suspected she had been their favored subject. She added that the experimenters themselves had been frightened by the results. Aizawa listened without interrupting. When he asked what the quirk did, Anya explained that it was complicated and emotionally reactive. It responded to stress and emotion. At first she could barely move things with her mind, but it had grown. She could manipulate energy, convert it, and release it. Sometimes she could sense things at a very small scale and rearrange them. She said she could produce intense heat without flames and detect shifts in air, metal, temperature, and the presence of living things, and that she could influence those things. It did not behave like other quirks. It arrived in surges rather than waves, and in those surges she was not always certain whether she or the quirk was in control. When Aizawa observed that she had been suppressing it, Anya confirmed that the Red Room had forced her to learn suppression, because failure to do so had resulted in people dying. He then asked about her hearing. Anya said that during a training session the specialists had pushed her to expand her range mentally and had taunted her for not trying hard enough. Eventually she snapped. Everything escalated: lights, furniture, people, and the surge overwhelmed her. The incident damaged the part of her hearing, and she woke up days later unable to. Aizawa noted that she had been a child, and Anya responded that it had made no difference to those who had experimented on her. They drove on in silence as the city gave way to quieter streets and residential lights. As they turned down a familiar road near Aizawa's home, he told her she would have 2 days off for rest. He added that hero agencies would be reviewing the students' performances and that she and the others would receive internship offers based on what they had shown at the sports festival. Anya listened and nodded slowly. She wasn't surprised, but the thought of real heroes watching her made her stomach twist in ways she couldn't explain. Aizawa told her he would review the offers with her when they came in and that there was no pressure to accept anything right away. She should just think it over. Anya nodded faintly, eyes fixed on the window as buildings blurred past. She admitted to herself that she had never thought anyone would actually want her on their team unless they were forced to. Aizawa replied that she would be surprised, that many professionals valued strength, and that the good ones would see past that to how she thought, how she handled pressure, and how she adapted. She glanced at him briefly, then away again and confessed she was not sure she knew how to be part of something. He reminded her simply that she was already part of the class, whether she realized it or not. Her fingers curled slightly in her lap as she said it did not feel like it. He was quiet but sure, telling her it would take time and that trust takes longer for some people. She did not answer, but she also did not look away from the window. When the car rolled to a stop in front of the familiar building and he turned the engine off, she stayed inside for a moment longer before thanking him quietly for everything. He responded without looking at her that she was not alone anymore and she should not forget that. Then they headed inside. At 11 p.m., Anya was asleep on her bed, limbs slack with exhaustion and breathing soft and even. Kuro lay curled on her chest, purring faintly and twitching as he slept. The room was dim, the only light coming from the soft glow of her phone screen on the nightstand, casting faint shadows across the walls. It was not enough to pull her from slumber. Her phone had been buzzing nonstop. Mina had added her to the class group chat the previous night. She had more than 99 unread messages, and the phone alternated between buzzing and quiet for most of the day. Anya, however, had not bothered to check it. She could not, because the only thing left for her to do was think, and she hated that. She had been trying to avoid what happened with Bakugo, but the memory kept creeping back like a curse. She had blacked out again, gone completely on autopilot after the pain hit. She could not remember the exact moment it all spiraled, but Bakugo's frozen expression, the ache in her head, the ringing silence afterward were all seared into her mind. She had messed up badly and broken the promise she had made to herself long ago. Never again would she let that dangerous facet of her quirk surface. She knew what it could do, she had seen the consequences, and it had been used cruelly in the Red Room. Once her ability had been noticed there, it became a favored method for harsh experimentation. And she had used that on a classmate on Bakugo. Fear tightened in her chest at the thought of what he would think now, what any of them would think if they learned the truth. No, she would not let that happen. That part of her would go to the grave. No one could know. She sighed and pushed herself upright, groaning at the stiffness in her limbs. A glance in the mirror told her everything she needed to know. Her face was pale and drawn, as if she had not slept in days, her eyes dull. She reached up and touched her ears. Her new hearing aids were still there, but they were not the same. The customs were gone, shattered by Bakugo's explosion. She knew he had not done it on purpose, but something twisted inside her anyway, anger or disappointment, she could not tell. Her gaze fell on the silver medal resting on her desk, second place. She glared at it. She did not care about the ranking, not really, but the loss still tasted bitter. She should have seen the blast coming. She should have remembered her disability. The custom hearing aids had been so seamless that she often forgot they were even there, and she had paid the price for that. Old lines from the Red Room echoed in her head like commandments. That pain was an illusion, that emotion was weakness, that losing control meant losing everything. She cringed at the thought, then shook it off and padded toward the shower, letting the sound of running water drown her thoughts for a while, unaware that an ash-blonde boy was also thinking of her. Bakugo Katsuki had just returned from his morning run. He had spent the 2-day break in relentless training, no relaxing, no letting up. Winning the festival had not felt like victory. If anything, it only added fuel to his fire. Something about that final match gnawed at him, Anya. She was a mystery wrapped in a fight. He replayed it over and over. Her quirk, or rather her quirks, had blown past his defenses. Her raw strength and precision stood out. She did not fight like the others. Her movements had been tactical and calculated, like someone who had fought in real war zones. And after his final blast, when he knew he had hit her ears, her scream had not been normal. The sound echoed in his head and tightened his jaw. Her eyes and voice had unsettled him. The stadium had felt as if it shifted when she snapped. Then he found himself frozen, unable to move a muscle. That could not be coincidence. She had done something to him that should not be possible, something he could not explain. It was not a basic quirk trick. And the floating metal, the debris, she had not even flinched. The image of her calm control stayed with him as he pushed himself to train harder. Like she was made of stone. Bakugo shoved a towel over his sweat-damp hair and let out a slow exhale. She could have ended him, he knew it. The part that angered him most was that she hadn't, and he still had no idea how she had done any of it. He decided he was going to find out today. He reached for his phone and then stopped. He did not have her number. He was not the type to ask people for contact information, but he did have a few classmates' numbers, some of them given more by initiative than choice. He scrolled and tapped one name, Raccoon Eyes. If anyone had Anya's number, it would be Mina. When the call connected, Mina immediately made a big deal of it, teasing that Bakugo calling willingly must be a dream and joking about taking a screenshot. Bakugo gritted his teeth and demanded to know whether she had Anya's number. Mina feigned surprise that he was asking for Anya and teased him about having a crush. He snapped that he wanted to talk about the match, and Mina backed off her teasing enough to warn him that Anya was not easy to reach. Mina explained that Anya had been through a lot and was not keen on talking about herself, then said she would send the number but warned Bakugo that Anya might shut him down if she was still upset about the match. Mina hesitated and then hinted that Bakugo would understand in time. He pressed for clarification, and she brushed it off as nothing, though she added, with a grin in her voice, that treating Anya to food cheeseburgers in particular would greatly improve his odds. Bakugo blinked, skeptical, and Mina told him not to be his usual self for 5 seconds if he wanted to avoid a hostile reaction. Bakugo shouted back in frustration, and Mina said she would send the number. Anya had just stepped out of the shower with a towel over her shoulders and damp hair clinging to her neck when her phone rang. Calls were rare for her, so the unknown number set her on edge. She let it buzz once, twice, then answered. A gruff voice demanded a meeting at UA out front to talk about the match. Anya asked who it was and then realized it was Bakugo. She declined and ended the call. Bakugo stood frozen with the phone pressed to his ear, jaw clenched, and then the same number rang again. He called back, and after some short, tense back and forth, he declared that he would buy her food. Anya agreed to meet and said she would be there in 45 minutes before hanging up. Bakugo lowered the phone, baffled by how the conversation had gone, and put it away. Anya took her time getting ready, drying her hair, picking out a simple outfit, and applying a little makeup to hide the exhaustion in her face. She settled on relaxed denim jeans and a fitted long-sleeved gray Henley. She tied half her hair up, checked the mirror, and left with her phone. She stopped for a milkshake and a cigarette to steady herself after the week she had endured. She arrived about 10 minutes late. Bakugo had been pacing by the gates like a tightly wound spring. When he saw her, he erupted about how long she had taken. Anya flinched, covered one ear, and asked him to stop yelling, explaining that she was still adjusting. Bakugo blinked, and she brushed her hair aside to reveal small hearing aids tucked behind her ears. Bakugo's expression changed as he put the pieces together. Her scream, the collapse, Mina's odd tone on the phone. He realized he had damaged her hearing aids during the match. He demanded to know why she had not said anything. Anya raised an eyebrow and asked whether he would have held back if she had told him. Bakugo admitted he would not have. Anya snapped her fingers to underscore her point and then took a sip of her shake, telling him not to worry. Anya said she had been through worse. Then her lips curled into a crooked grin as she congratulated Bakugo on the win. Bakugo scoffed and told her that he did not consider it a victory. Anya continued sipping her drink. Bakugo accused her of holding back and stepped closer, asking what her quirk actually was and what she had done to him during the match, saying he could not move and it felt like someone else was pulling the strings. Anya tilted her head and suggested she might only have been trying to keep up. Bakugo pushed back, swearing that the display of power could not be explained away. Anya shrugged and, after a pause, explained that her ability consisted of telekinesis, telepathy, and empathy. Bakugo blinked and scowled, unable to accept that such power could be entirely mental. Anya went on to describe how the powers were brain-based. The telekinesis allowed her to move, throw, suspend, and shield objects. The telepathy let her tune into thoughts, and the empathy picked up emotions. Bakugo folded his arms, skeptical. Anya looked away and said the ability reacted to pain, stress, and noise, and that too much pressure could make it lash out. She admitted that during the match she had snapped because everything happened too fast and that she had not been fully present. Bakugo demanded to know why he had frozen. Anya met his stare and insisted that her explanation accounted for it. Bakugo flared, arguing that he had been blasted and pinned before but never had his body feel foreign like that. Anya said that if he had frozen because of fear, she had nothing to do with it. Bakugo, enraged, denied being afraid. He accused her of hiding things, and Anya offered a crooked smile and a remark that they might have something in common. Bakugo went quiet for a beat, then declared that it did not matter and vowed to get stronger so he could beat her properly next time. Anya asked if this was about clearing his ego, and he admitted he wanted a rematch. Anya shook her head and said no. When Bakugo demanded to know what she meant by no, Anya raised a lazy hand and started to walk away, explaining first that she did not want to spar and second that her hearing was still bad and the recovery team would be angry with her. Bakugo tensed, a flicker of guilt passing across his face. Anya gave a half-hearted two-finger salute, and Bakugo yelled that she should spar with him. She paused a few steps later and, with a deadpan look, asked if he was coming to buy the promised food. Bakugo looked confused, and Anya repeated that he was coming to buy the promised food. He shoved his hands in his pockets and told her not to act like he owed her anything. Anya replied that he kind of did. He muttered and fell into step beside her, warning he would buy only one thing. Anya said he absolutely would buy more. Bakugo ended up buying more than one thing several times and Anya was very satisfied. They had cheeseburgers, and Bakugo grumbled about how much junk she was eating, but he matched her bite for bite with his own drenched in hot sauce. They ate 3 stacks each. With their stomachs full and his wallet much lighter, Bakugo became even grumpier than usual. Throughout the walk he kept asking questions about her quirk, especially the mind-reading part. That was when it clicked for him. He snapped at her and demanded that she not read his mind, telling her not to barge into his head. Anya raised a brow and licked ketchup off her thumb, telling him to relax and that his inner monologue was not as interesting as he thought. She added dryly that she had control and only tuned into what she wanted to hear. If she wanted to know the flavor of gum he chewed, she could simply ask. Bakugo scoffed but did not press the issue further. He asked how she had manifested the ability, and she deflected with a vague answer about bad headaches. He did not press it, at least for now. Anya soon slipped into a food-induced stupor, half dragging her feet and groaning dramatically. She planted herself near a lamppost and complained that someone should just leave her there to die. Bakugo kept walking and accused her of being foolish for eating so much if she could not handle it. Anya said he had bought the food and it would have been a waste otherwise. She flipped him off and they traded barbs until a voice cut through the street noise to call out their names. A group of passing students recognized them and converged, buzzing with excitement about the mash. They asked if the floating debris had been Anya's work and whether the two of them were dating. One girl, cheeks flushed and eyes bright, asked Ms. Kurozaki for an autograph from the festival. Anya froze and pointed at herself in disbelief. The girl explained she had been amazed, especially at the moment when everything froze in midair. Anya stared at the marker offered to her and felt something twist in her chest, a foreign warmth that was a little terrifying. Someone wanted her autograph. She realized, in that moment, that she had been seen outside of the training rooms and control chambers. She wasn't supposed to be admired or asked for anything, and yet a girl stood there hopeful and beaming, offering a marker as if Anya were some kind of hero. Anya blinked a few times, feeling her throat tighten. She nodded and accepted the marker. She hesitated, then scribbled her name Anya slowly across the page of the notebook, hands slightly trembling though she kept her usual calm expression. When she handed it back, the girl's grin was wide enough to almost make Anya look away. Anya asked to be called simply Anya, not by her last name. She managed a small, tentative but genuine smile. The girl thanked her profusely, and the group muttered a few more compliments, some directed at Bakugo, most about the match before dispersing with waves and excited chatter. Anya stood still for a second. Bakugo muttered that she looked like she was spiraling, not quite looking at her. Anya nodded faintly and slipped her hands into her jean pockets, admitting that they had caught her off guard. Bakugo clicked his tongue and asked what she had expected when she entered implying she could not remain unnoticed forever. Anya did not reply. She only looked ahead, a small, nearly invisible smile tugging at her lips. Maybe being seen was not such a bad thing. A few seconds of comfortable quiet passed before Anya admitted she wanted a sweet treat. Bakugo glared and exclaimed incredulously that she had just been in a food coma seconds ago. Anya shrugged and clarified that she had meant she only kind of wanted one. Bakugo groaned, told her to leave him alone, then spun and stalked off, muttering under his breath. For the rest of her walk back, even after they split up, Anya could not shake the feeling of being watched. It was subtle, an instinctive buzz, quiet and sharp like a needle under the skin. She saw no one and heard nothing, but the sensation of attention clung to her steps. Someone was watching her again. Anya entered the classroom with a glare that halted the conversation about how the sports festival had brought them public recognition. The glare radiated a clear do not test me energy rather than being aimed at anyone in particular. She was soaked from head to toe, the morning rain had come out of nowhere, and she had assumed she could manage the walk when Aizawa could not drop her off that morning because he had to be at school earlier. She dragged herself to her desk, stomped for effect, and slumped into her chair with a dramatic scowl. Her hair, plastered to her skin, was the biggest casualty. Denki asked if she was okay, blinking at her drenched state, and Mina winced sympathetically. Kirishima joked about whether she had been caught by the rain or had been swallowed by it. Anya turned with a glare sharp enough to make them step back. She raised a hand and flexed her fingers. Water lifted from her clothes in shimmering streams and formed an orb above her palm. With a flick of her wrist, she sent it flying out the open window with an angry splash. Her clothes dried instantly, but her hair had become frizzy and unruly. She groaned and buried her face in her arms, pleading silently for a hair tie. Yaoyorozu produced a hair tie from her uniform pocket and offered it gently. Anya accepted it with a grateful groan and twisted her hair into a hurried bun, pulling it as tight as she could. She rested her forehead on her desk and muttered that she would try never to walk again. Kaminari whispered to Mina about how she had casually used her powers in class, and without looking up, Anya flicked a tiny leftover droplet of water at his forehead. Denki yelped when it hit him, Mina laughed, and Anya remained face down, bracing for a long day. Aizawa entered with his usual tired expression and the classroom quickly settled. He announced that they would be doing hero informatics and that they needed code names. The class leaned in at the change of topic. This tied into the pro-hero draft picks, he explained, which made it important. He clicked the remote and displayed a list of totals for students who had received offers. Todoroki had 4,123 offers, Bakugo had 3,425, Tokoyami had 360, Ida had 301, Kirishima had 68, Uraraka had the list continued down until it reached Midoriya, who had received no offers, and an awkward silence rippled through the room. Hagakure pointed out that Anya was not on the screen. Anya looked up, she had not even noticed. Aizawa clicked the remote again. Anya's name appeared as Kurozaki with 5,824 offers. The classroom erupted. Kaminari exclaimed in disbelief, and Midoriya inwardly compared the number to stories of All Might's early years. Siro shouted about the impossibility of so many offers. Kirishima could not believe it was even more than Todoroki had received. Jairu and others voiced stunned reactions while Mineta whispered a suspicion that someone might have hacked the system. Bakugo scowled, tapping his foot sharply. Anya blinked at the number, brows lifting slightly but her face remaining mostly unreadable. Aizawa explained that her offers came not only from Japanese agencies but from pro-heroes overseas, including the United States, Ukraine, Russia, South Korea, and France. The class gasped at the international interest. Kaminari called out his surprise at her going global. Anya slouched in her chair, clearly overwhelmed but determined not to show it. She had not intended to attract so much attention. Aizawa added that he had personally reviewed her list and confirmed the numbers were accurate. He reminded them that this was a big deal and that higher expectations would follow. He urged them to use the time wisely to decide their hero personas and told them they would present their names that day. The class turned their attention back to Anya, and Bakugo finally muttered that she should not let it get to her head. Anya did not look at him. One student teased another that theirs came with a passport. Another student yelled in response. Aizawa told them to be quiet, his eyes focused. Anya almost sulked and wondered what she had done. Aizawa explained that the hero names would likely be temporary but that they should be taken seriously. Midnight interrupted with a dramatic entrance and warned that a chosen name could stick and that they should be careful not to choose something inappropriate. Aizawa sighed but did not stop her. Midnight stood beside him while he continued, saying that the name someone chose reinforced their image and told the world what kind of hero they wanted to be. He used All Might as an example of a name that inspired hope, then zipped his sleeping bag and drifted into rest. Everyone began scribbling, muttering and thinking aloud, frustration clear as they struggled to settle on the perfect identity. Anya stared at her blank page. Choosing a name that might define her, that the world could someday recognize, felt harder than she had expected. She chewed the end of her pen and turned inward, asking herself what she wanted to represent. She had not been raised to believe in justice and peace. Her identity had been written for her by the Red Room, by Dreykov, out of survival. This time she had a choice, a voice, and that terrified her more than she anticipated. She did not want a name that was just cool. She wanted one that meant something, one that spoke to the girl she had been and the woman she wanted to become. Not a weapon. Not a shadow. A hero. But what did that mean for someone like her? Dreykov's words echoed in her mind. He had told her she was a Black Widow now and always would be. Those words felt like a weight settling on her chest. The name had once symbolized a dark past of covert missions, strict obedience, and control. To most people the name meant nothing, but to her it meant everything: her history, her trauma, her chains. Maybe that was exactly why she needed to take it. As much as she hated it, she understood she could not erase that past. Perhaps she could take it and transform it into something else, something good. She did not want to run from it anymore. She wanted to own it. A quiet resolve settled behind Anya's eyes as she wrote her decision on the paper. Midnight called for names to be shared. Aoyama went first and earned a bemused reaction. Mina suggested Alien Queen and was gently turned down. Azui chose Froppy, which was well received. Kirishima offered Red Riot as a tribute and won approval. Jaira tossed out a playful suggestion, and Kaminari was teased but later had a friend suggest Chargebolt for him. Several students presented creative options. Bakugo suddenly shouted King Explosion Murder, prompting a brief stunned silence before laughter broke out. Bakugo responded with a string of curses. The class reacted in a mix of horror and amusement. Midnight rubbed her temples and said they would work on that one. Anya's laughter faded as she noticed a ripple of emotion in the room, frustration and sadness underlaid with anger. Her attention moved to Ida, whose posture was tense and whose thoughts felt heavy. She knew something had happened to his brother, the hero Ingenium, who had been attacked by someone calling himself the hero killer. Anya did not know all the details of that villain, but she did know Tensei Ida from a past mission. Ida walked to the front and wrote his first name, Tenya, on the board. Midnight gave him a long, understanding look. Midoriya then chose the name Deku and explained his reasons, and the tension between him and Bakugo felt audible to Anya. The way they addressed each other hinted at their complicated history. When Midnight called for Anya, she stood and brushed a few strands of hair behind her ear as she walked forward. Midnight initially used Anya's family name, Kurozaki, but Anya corrected her and asked to be called simply Anya. Midnight acknowledged her and invited her to share her choice. Anya revealed her hero name on the paper and announced that she had chosen Black Widow. A short silence followed, then Midnight smiled with approval and described the name as elegant, dangerous, and striking, saying it suited Anya well. Several students reacted with admiration and curiosity, calling the name bold and fitting and comparing its tone to spy or stealth imagery. Bakugo watched from his seat with narrowed eyes while Anya returned to her chair, sliding in with practiced indifference but feeling the attention and the weight of the name around her. Azui leaned over and asked if the name was related to the tattoo Anya had, using her nickname Ribbit in the question. Anya's brow twitched at the reference. And just like that, the comment set off a ripple through the classroom. Several classmates reacted with wide eyes and startled whispers. The girls were less surprised. They had already seen it in the changing rooms. Others leaned forward over their desks, curious. Kaminari leaned in and asked how she had gotten a tattoo, reminding everyone that they were in high school. Anya remained unfazed, staring blankly ahead. She crossed her arms and muttered that they were being nosy, then added that the tattoo was not anywhere they would ever see. Several of them choked on the revelation. When Aizawa finally woke, the students were handed a list of hero agencies that had submitted internship offers. Each student received a bundle of papers detailing the agencies, their specialties, locations, and notes on why they had been chosen. They had until the end of the week to decide where they would intern. With that, Aizawa dismissed the class for lunch. The break became anything but relaxing. The entire class buzzed with excitement and indecision. Everyone bounced names off one another. Some, like Uraraka, had already made their decisions, while others clearly struggled. Anya stared down at her stack of papers, which felt more like a mountain. 5,000 offers was overwhelming. There was no way she would read through all of them. Her plan was to go through the top-ranking agencies and skim a few international ones out of curiosity. Out of habit, she flipped through the Russian offers. They were sleek, clinical, and heavily militarized. She tossed them into the absolutely not pile. If they were Russian agencies, they were likely connected to the Red Room program. That alone was enough to rule the entire country out. She muttered that Japan it was. The domestic list began with Endeavor's agency, which she crossed off immediately with a firm pencil line. Best Jeanist followed, and she narrowed her eyes at the thought of denim drills. Kamui Woods felt too nature-focused, Hawks too flashy, Ryukyu strong but suited to others, and Wash, the laundry hero, clearly not for her. She kept scanning until a name finally made her stop. Rabbit Hero Mirko. Anya had read about her. Strong, direct, no-nonsense, fierce. A melee combatant who did not wait for backup. She was the backup. Mirko had built a reputation on grit, close-quarters skill, and raw power. Anya did not need stealth training or long-range support. She already knew how to fight harshly and efficiently at close range. What she wanted now was someone who matched that style and could teach her how to use those skills for hero work instead of survival. The choice made sense. Mirko could help her grow in a way that felt right. She decided that would be the one, but she intended to run it by Aizawa. She expected him to want to hear her reasoning, and she wanted his thoughts in return. As she skimmed through the top agency offers, a few classmates wandered over. Kirishima asked how she was deciding with so many options, and Mina wondered how she would even narrow them down. Anya shrugged and said she was only skimming the top choices. The classroom door slid open and Aizawa stepped in, still carrying his usual tired expression. He informed Anya that her hero costume was ready and that the support course had finished the modifications, telling her to pick it up when she was free. A few students glanced toward her, curious, but Aizawa was already moving out of the room. Anya tucked her papers into her folder and fell in step with Aizawa as he led her down the quiet corridor. For a moment the only sounds were their footsteps echoing against the polished floor. She told him that she was choosing Mirko. He glanced at her and gave a short hum of approval. She explained that Mirko matched what she needed: strength, speed, close combat, and a no-waste approach. Anya said Mirko fought smart as well as hard, and she thought it would be the best fit. Aizawa acknowledged that it was not a bad pick, noting that Mirko was intense but solid and that Anya would learn a lot assuming she could keep up. Anya scoffed lightly and said that was the plan. They stopped outside the support course area. Aizawa asked what she had chosen for a hero name. Anya hesitated for a moment and then told him she had picked Black Widow. He offered a subtle look and remarked that it was a name that carried weight. Anya explained that she had chosen it for that reason. It had stood for death and cruelty in the past, but she wanted to shift its meaning toward survival, strength, and precision. She was not trying to erase its history so much as give it a different purpose. Aizawa accepted that and turned away, leaving her to handle the next part on her own. Anya pushed through the double doors into the support course wing and immediately encountered smoke curling from behind a stack of metal cases. Someone inside shouted for Hatsum to stop blowing things up, and Hatsum answered cheerfully from the haze that she was being careful. Anya blinked through the smoke and called out that she was there for her suit. A loud clank and a skid of metal announced movement. Mei Hatsum zoomed into view, sliding across the floor on a custom-wheeled contraption and beaming with excitement. She explained that she had finished tightening the nanoweave plating and integrating the last of the temperature-regulating fibers. Anya blinked and acknowledged the update. Mei practically dragged her across the lab toward a tall sealed storage unit, entered a code, and the case hissed open. Inside lay a sleek matte black bodysuit, reinforced yet lightweight. The design matched what Anya remembered: a zippered front, high collar, fingerless gloves, and a utility belt with magnetic clips. The wrist gauntlets had been reworked into sleek integrated bracers, clearly a Hatsum modification. Anya stared at the suit, imagining how it would feel in motion. Mei proudly explained that she had reinforced the core fibers with carbon thread mesh, making the piece lightweight but impact-resistant. She added that the belt had slot connectors for custom gadgets and that the bracelets were stun charge-enabled, able to cycle between electric, smoke, or flash burst modes as she worked on tuning them. Anya raised a brow at the description and noted dryly that they would zap people. Mei grinned and replied that they would super zap people. Anya touched the mask gently. It was sleek and black, shaped to frame her eyes with sharp angles like claws, and it reminded her of something from an old comic. When Mei offered upgrades visual tech, thermal, night vision, or a mini HUD, Anya shook her head and said firmly that she preferred the plain version. She wanted the mask to cover what she needed and let the rest speak for itself. She made a mental note that she might ask for a holster later, once she secured her provisional license and was cleared for firearm use. Old habits did not fade fast. Mei huffed but grinned at Anya's minimalist decision. Anya smirked faintly and slipped the simple, stylish mask into her hands. It did not hide her completely, but it defined her, and that was enough. Aizawa scanned the group and reminded them that everyone had their costumes and that they did not yet have permission to wear them in public. He also warned them not to lose their gear. Class 1A stood at the train station with bags slung over their shoulders and a mixture of nerves and excitement in the air. Aizawa offered a final round of advice, part scolding, part genuine concern, and told them to mind their manners in front of the professionals and not to embarrass him. Mina flashed a thumbs up, then corrected herself awkwardly to respond properly when Aizawa deadpanned that she should speak more formally. Groups split off toward different platforms depending on which agencies they would be interning under. Students laughed and chatted about placements and what kind of training they expected. Anya adjusted the strap of her duffel bag and slipped her hands into her jacket pockets, preparing for her week in Hosu City. Mirko's agency had not been based there, but her patrol assignments had landed her in Hosu for this stretch, according to her briefing packet. She noticed Tenya Ida a few meters down the platform, also headed to Hosu. A niggling concern registered about the hero killer rumored to be active in the area, and Anya privately hoped Ida would not do anything reckless without backup during internships. The train announcement echoed across the station and doors slid open. Anya boarded, putting headphones in and letting music keep her grounded. She glanced out the window and occasionally toward Ida, who sat a few rows ahead staring straight ahead with fists clenched, his tension apparent. People recognized some of them from the sports festival and cast sidelong looks, but no one approached. When the train pulled into Hosu Station, Anya slung her duffel over one shoulder and stepped into the breeze. She saw Ida already walking off at a fast pace and hesitated, considering calling after him, but he melted into the crowd before she could. Anya exhaled and told herself he would probably do something reckless. She checked her phone and confirmed the message about a temporary field base. The address led her to a nondescript building tucked between two larger structures, sturdy with reinforced windows and a steel door, its cracked pavement and dented walls hinting at frequent physical use. Inside, the space smelled faintly of disinfectant and warm metal, like reinforced concrete and worn gear. Two of Mirko's sidekicks were at the front, one sorting patrol files and the other reviewing a map of Hosu. A young man with tousled black hair and striking green eyes, dressed in tactical gear with a low-slung utility belt, looked up and asked if she was Kurozaki. Anya offered a quick nod and confirmed that Anya was fine. He introduced himself as Taiga, Support Ops and Logistics, and explained that his quirk, Restage, allowed him to fix things so long as the pieces remained. He gestured at the battered walls with a sheepish shrug and added that breakages happened a lot around there. The other sidekick muttered agreement and reached for a clipboard. Taiga brightened and commented that they had seen her match at the sports festival and were not surprised Mirko had picked her. Anya asked politely where Mirko was. Before either could answer, the air shifted and Anya's instincts flared. She ducked as a powerful kick came from behind. The heel of a boot missed her ear as she twisted low into a half-crouch. Taiga cried out that Mirko had hit the wall again and complained that he had just fixed it. She did not strike back, but her hands tensed, the reflex automatic. Behind her stood Mirko. The rabbit hero towered, battle-ready, white hair flowing with each breath and crimson eyes fixed on the newcomer. Her frame was all lean muscle beneath the white and purple uniform. She looked every bit the warrior she was. Anya rose slowly, noting that their hair color was almost identical, the same stark, snowy shade, though Mirko's was straighter. Mirko cracked her neck with a sharp pop and observed that Anya had nice reflexes and had not flinched. Anya responded flatly that it was one way to say hello. Mirko smirked and pointed out that a handshake would have been unlikely, reminding her that Anya had signed up for her and should expect a rougher welcome. Taiga knelt by a cracked support beam, his hand glowing faintly as the concrete began to mend. He muttered under his breath that Mirko was going to break the whole building one of these days. Mirko paid him no mind and continued sizing Anya up, noting the calmness in her stance and saying she had a fighter's edge and was not afraid to get messy. Anya shrugged and replied that clean fights did not exist. Mirko barked a laugh and said she had come ready to fight. Anya said she had come to learn from someone who actually knew how to hit back. Mirko warned that she did, and the exchange closed on a brief, loaded acknowledgement. Anya stared at a figure across the street whose face was obscured by a tactical mask and crude armor pieces. Mirko's voice echoed through her head, warning not to engage unless necessary. The masked man was tucked in the shadows and aiming at civilians. Anya decided that qualified as necessary. She asked Taiga directly if this counted as necessary combat. Taiga's eyes widened when he followed her gaze to the lone gunman and began to voice a concern, but Anya was already moving. She lowered the force field just before pushing off the ground. The shimmering dome dissolved into nothing behind her. Her head throbbed slightly from the drain. She had not held a barrier that size often and certainly not in such chaos, but she let that be background. She called back to Taiga to finish the evacuation and sprinted into motion. The air around her warped as speed kicked in and her body leaned into the run. The masked man flinched at her approach but recovered quickly, raising an arm that transformed with a mechanical sound into a crude, multi-barreled weapon. He opened fire. Anya weaved through the first volleys, her body flowing between shots with clean, precise movement. One round nicked her sleeve but did not slow her. She judged another barrier too draining and chose to close the distance instead. When his magazines sputtered empty, she closed in before he could ready another form. He swung a free arm in a wide arc, hoping to knock her off balance. Anya ducked low and then shot upward, driving a fist into his midsection. He staggered back, winded, and she followed with a spin that drove a kick into his chest, sending him tumbling across the pavement into a trash bin. He tried to get up but remained unsteady. Anger pushed him to charge again. She sidestepped, grabbed his wrist mid-swing, and used his momentum against him. With a sharp twist and sweep of her leg, she brought him down flat. This time he stayed down. Anya stood over him, panting. Lightly but composed, and told herself that it had definitely been necessary. From a distance, the chaos was starting to subside. Civilians were almost all clear and sirens were growing louder. Taiga stared from across the street in disbelief as Anya cracked her knuckles and assessed the scene. Mirko's warning sliced through the noise as she announced that one of the attackers had a multiplication quirk and was creating clones. Mirko laughed, sharp and thrilled by the new challenge, while Hawks seemed to pin the last fleeing robbers with precise feathered maneuvers. The street ahead shifted as one taller gunman fragmented into numerous identical copies, each moving in tight, coordinated formation. Mirko asked if Anya could handle that, already expecting the answer. Anya smirked and made it clear that asking was unnecessary. She ran. The 5 copies raised their weapons in unison. Anya slid low across the pavement, skimming under the first volley of bullets and rolling to her feet behind a clone before striking hard and fast. A sweeping kick took the clone's legs from under him. Before he could recover, she spun and elbowed him, snatching his weapon mid-fall and flipping it aside without looking. Another clone closed in and she vaulted off the downed one's back, twisting in midair to land a precise kick to its head and following with a solid, clean strike that put the clone firmly out of the fight. The third clone tried to grapple her, but she used its momentum to flip herself over a shoulder and land behind it. She controlled it with a quick hold and forced it to the ground. 2 remained. The fourth raised its gun too slowly. Anya grabbed a discarded metal pipe and hurled it like a javelin, knocking the weapon from its hands. She was already there when it clattered down, ready for the next move. Anya caught the clone by the collar and kneed him in the stomach before twisting into a powerful spin kick that sent him flying. The last clone tried to run. Anya gave chase, boots slamming against the pavement as she closed the distance. He skidded around the corner of an alley, but the second he turned, she was already there. She launched off the wall, 1 foot bracing mid-run, and tackled him hard into the ground. He slammed into the concrete, and she followed with a precise strike to the neck that rendered him unconscious. Silence fell. Anya rose slowly, breathing steady, the wind tugging at her braid. Around her, 5 bodies lay sprawled either unconscious or flickering from destabilization, as clones tended to do when the original was taken down. She pulled her gloves tighter and turned back toward the main street. The last of the clones hit the pavement with a sharp grunt and slid to a stop at Anya's feet. Her chest rose and fell with calm concentration. Her knuckles were scraped and her braids slightly undone from the fight, but all 5 were down, breathing, miming alive. She exhaled. Across the street, Mirko cracked her knuckles, having sent the original multiplier crashing through a metal trash bin and now standing amid a tangle of limbs and rage. Hawks, feathers fluttering lazily behind him, dusted off his jacket after wrapping up a trio of clones who had tried to bolt. Sirens pierced the air as police arrived to cuff the downed villains. A few officers offered nods of thanks toward the pros, then hesitated and glanced at Anya, who was slightly breathless but composed. Mirko whistled low in approval and told Anya that she had done well for her first day, noting the flair in her movements. Anya rolled her shoulders, a smirk returning, and admitted that she had come to learn. Mirko grinned and predicted that, at this rate, Anya would be teaching half the heroes by next year. Hawks fluttered down beside Anya with wide eyes and warned that if she fought like that on day 1, the rest of the team would feel lazy. His tone was light but carried genuine respect. He asked where she had learned moves like that, genuinely curious and half-joking about spy movies on loop. Anya wiped a smear of dirt off her glove and conceded that it was something like that. Taiga jogged over, still wide-eyed, and laughed breathlessly at the scene. He admitted surprise at how effective Anya had been, cheeks tinting with color. Hawks teased him about attempting to flirt with someone like her, warning that she seemed the kind of person who would retaliate if provoked. Anya shot him a flat look and crossed her arms, saying that only annoying behavior would bring that reaction and implying he was already halfway there. Taiga flushed deeper, and Hawks let out a quiet chuckle. Mirko turned back to Anya and warned that the field she had put up during the fight had been perilously close to collapsing. She pointed out that protecting people required more than bursts of power, stamina mattered. If Anya wanted to hold a perimeter that big again, she would have to train her body as hard as she trained her quirk. Anya accepted the criticism without argument, letting the words settle and sharpen her resolve. She nodded firmly, and Mirko agreed that they would start training the next day. When they returned from patrol, Anya barely made it to her room before collapsing face first onto the bed. Taiga trailed down the hallway still talking about how she had taken down 5 armed clones and how even Hawks had done a double take. The words blurred into a distant hum behind the pounding in her head and the burn in her legs. The patrol, the chaos, the noise, it had all been new and exhausting. She didn't bother to shower. She tugged off her boots, let her hair fall out of the half-braid, and melted into the mattress, aware that, despite everything, she had held her own. Mirko's critique echoed in her mind about the field nearly collapsing and the need to avoid running out of steam. She clenched her jaw, stared at the ceiling, and resolved to become better, stronger, to earn what the name she wanted to rewrite would mean. Sleep took her quickly. At 7 o'clock the next morning her alarm went off. Anya groaned for a moment before forcing herself up, joints stiff and muscles already protesting. She tied her hair into a bun and dressed in black compression shorts, a fitted sports bra, and a thin crop jacket. She grabbed a couple of protein bars from a vending machine with the last of her change, unwrapped one, and bit into it as she pushed open the gym doors. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead and the space was already warm with activity. Mirko was waiting, stretching and alert. She noted that Anya was not late and observed. That was surprising. Anya, moving toward the mat, remarked that she had been promised pain and it would be rude to miss it. Mirko grinned and said she wanted to see what Anya could do without her usual gear, then clapped once to start the session and directed everyone to stretch before beginning endurance drills. Anya sighed under her breath but complied, moving to the mat and preparing for a long day of training. They worked through a series of drills, strength circuits, endurance tests, balance work. Mirko watched closely, occasionally letting out a grunt of approval. To Mirko's mild surprise, Anya handled the work. Not perfectly, not easily, but she pushed through without complaint and showed notable flexibility. When Mirko cracked her knuckles and stepped onto the mat across from Anya, she made it clear the real training was about to begin. Mirko announced that it was time for the fun part. Anya guessed it would be sparring and tightened her ponytail. Mirko grinned and said she hoped Anya had not thought this was just leg day. They circled each other slowly, the tension shifting. Mirko smirked and asked if Anya was nervous, promising not to break anything vital. Anya raised a brow and replied that it was comforting. Mirko added that she needed to see how fast Anya was when she was actually getting hit. Anya's mouth quirked into something between a smirk and a grimace as she said she would try not to disappoint. Mirko's grin widened as she told her not to try, just not to die, and then lunged. The first strike came fast. Mirko lunged without hesitation, a right hook slicing through the air at a speed that left afterimages. Anya barely ducked in time, feeling the gust of wind as the fist missed her temple by inches. There was no time to admire the dodge. Mirko pivoted into a low kick aimed at sweeping her legs. Anya jumped, twisted, and landed light on her feet, her breathing steady. Mirko grinned and complimented her movement, saying she moved like she had done this in her sleep. Anya said nothing and moved in, closing the gap with sharp steps and leading with a feint to the left. Mirko took the bait. Anya twisted into a spinning elbow strike, fast and sharp. Mirko blocked it with forearm meeting forearm in a jarring thwack. Anya followed through with a low jab to the ribs and a rising knee. Mirko caught her leg midair. Anya narrowed her eyes and, before Mirko could flip her, twisted in midair, spinning and using the trapped leg as momentum to launch herself onto Mirko's back. She locked in a brief chokehold with an arm wrapped tight around Mirko's neck. Mirko growled that she had been clever, then slammed backwards into the mat, taking Anya with her. Anya let go just in time, rolling with the fall and bouncing back onto her feet winded, but still standing. Mirko rose a second later, hair slightly tousled, cracking her neck. Mirko asked whether there was no quirk. Anya shook her head once, lifting her fists and stating that she had no quirk. Mirko said that was good. They clashed again, Mirko using speed and strength while Anya slipped around the edges. Anya ducked under a roundhouse, grabbed Mirko's wrist mid-swing, and flipped herself over the hero's arm to land behind her. From there she kicked the back of Mirko's knee and went low, sweeping her into the mat in one smooth move. Mirko landed, rolled, and came up laughing, calling the technique nasty. Anya narrowed her eyes slightly and thought wryly that the move had been taught by the best, not exactly meaning it as a compliment. Mirko surged forward again, but this time Anya was already moving. She dove under the strike, locked onto Mirko's thigh with her legs, and twisted, pulling her down in a controlled fall. It was not about overpowering. It was about leverage, momentum, precision. They hit the mat again, both panting slightly. Anya scrambled back, keeping low, watching Mirko rise. Mirko brushed off her shoulder and praised Anya for being scrappy and slippery. Anya answered dryly that it was part of the charm. They faced each other once more, Mirko grinning, Anya steadying her breath, sweat beginning to bead at her temples. Neither had truly landed a clean hit yet, but Anya was there to learn. Mirko circled slowly, bare feet whispering across the mat, and told Anya that she had sharp instincts, but instincts could not replace endurance. Anya's breaths stayed slow and measured, her muscles burned but her stance remained firm. She felt the bruises forming and the strain, and she felt that she wanted more. Mirko came at her again, a blur of muscle and motion. Anya met her halfway, weaving through a series of brutal strikes, narrowly avoiding a back fist and ducking under a roundhouse. She closed in with a fake elbow to the jaw followed by a knee aimed at Mirko's ribs. It landed, but barely. Mirko absorbed the hit with a grunt and retaliated by grabbing Anya by the collar and yanking her forward. Anya moved for a counter throw, but Mirko's head snapped forward in a perfectly timed headbutt, not hard enough to break anything, but enough to stun. Anya reeled back, blinking through the spark of pain between her eyes, and muttered that it had been a dirty move. Mirko shrugged and reminded her that, as Anya had said, clean fights did not exist. They did not let up. Their bodies clashed and broke away and clashed again, strength meeting agility, speed meeting control. Elbows blocked, strikes parried, knees caught, flips reversed. It was a storm of close-quarter motion that blurred the line between sparring and survival. Time slipped away unnoticed. The early morning sunlight through the gym windows shifted angles and streaked across the floor. Someone named Taiga had entered at one point and wisely backed out when he saw the two locked in their rhythm. Sweat dripped from Anya's jaw and soaked into her jacket. Strands of white hair clung to her cheek. Mirko was no better, breathing hard, her tank top clinging, muscles twitching with effort. They continued until neither called it. Mirko lashed out with a low sweep that Anya barely jumped, then tried a spinning heel kick that Mirko blocked and shoved her back. Both of them slid apart like coiled springs. They paused for a second and then grinned at each other. Mirko cracked her knuckles and asked if the kid had more in the tank. Anya rolled her shoulders and replied that she always did. Mirko gestured for her to bring it, and they were off again. By the time they finished, both were sprawled out on the mat, sweat-soaked, breathless, and bruised in places that would show up tomorrow. Anya lay on her back staring at the ceiling, chest rising and falling in a sharp, steady rhythm, her jacket long discarded and her bun half undone. Beside her, Mirko was equally wrecked, grinning like a maniac with her arms flopped over her head. Mirko panted that it had been the best spar she had had in a while. Anya let out a small laugh and observed that Mirko had probably cracked her shoulder in round 5. Mirko turned her head slightly and said Anya had cracked her ribs in round 3, so they were even. They lay in silence for a moment as the adrenaline wore off. Mirko pushed herself up with a grunt and announced that the break was over and training was not done. Anya groaned, not hiding her exhaustion. Mirko rolled her shoulders, stood, and said they had muscles burning and reflexes firing, perfect time to hit cork work. Anya sat up slowly, wiped her forehead with her sleeve, and asked if Mirko seriously planned this much chaos into one morning. Mirko tossed her a water bottle. Mirko welcomed the intern and ordered her to get up, noting that they needed to figure out how to make her force field stop flickering like a dying light bulb. Anya took a long sip, her jaw clenching slightly. She knew Mirko was right. Her control was solid, but parts of her quirk had dulled after years of not using it in real combat. Still, this time she had a chance to fix that and get it right. Anya stood and tossed the empty bottle into the bin. She brushed her hands off and told Mirko she would see what she was made of. Mirko smirked and approved, saying that was the spirit. They moved into the next phase, pushing her quirk to its limits. They looked at each other, their smirks mirroring. After months of relentless experimentation, they had finally reached their goal. They had forced a quirk to manifest, a powerful one. They had created a weapon. Anya did not see her father much after that, not until his death. She did not mourn him. He had always valued achievements over family, and she understood that the moment he sold her to Dreykov without a second thought. She did not know what to make of Dreykov at first. He was a Russian general who had taken an interest in her, and a year later he brought her to the Red Room, a Soviet training facility for young trainees to become elite operatives. It became her home for a while. Anya began her training at 5 years old. Dreykov kept a close watch over her. Anya told herself that this attention meant approval, that his interest proved she was doing something right, even though she hated the work and did not fully understand it. She believed it was normal, many children her age were there, and she assumed everyone who manifested a quirk underwent similar trials. There were rules she had to follow without question, and she followed them. Over time, Anya grew detached. She suppressed every emotion until her eyes lost their warmth.